BIE Magnum Ben Charlesworth and sponsored by AES Signs number 24 Joe Phillips.
Well, good morning everybody and welcome to Cheltenham for day 3 of this clash between Gloucestershire and Lancashire in Division 2 of the County Championship. Slightly brighter this morning, although we still have a pretty hefty cloud cover in various places, but it looks as though we are set for a full day's play again, and having made up the overs that were lost yesterday, we are just back to the usual today, 96 overs, usual session times, and Gloucestershire resuming on 179 for 1, with Ben Charlesworth having scored his first 100 at Cheltenham yesterday evening, 104 not out. Joe Phillips on 60, so his career best is in sight, and then there's a question of can he go on, but the position Gloucestershire find themselves in, with Lancashire having piled up that 557 thanks to the efforts of Chris Green and Tom Hartley, especially with that record-breaking 9th wicket partnership yesterday. It was certainly a batting day with the efforts of those two and the two Gloucestershire batters who resumed today. What will today bring? You would figure that wicket-taking might be on the trickier end of things, but you just never know. A lot of games over the years at Cheltenham have looked as though they're drifting, and then they somehow find a way to come to life. So we'll see what happens. Ed Seaborn, Scott Reed and Nathan Johns, your commentary team today. Scott alongside me, and Lancashire hunting some early wickets, and they've got one of the game's best to hunt them with.
Yes, we're going to see Jimmy Anderson to open up the bowling. Good morning, Ed. Good morning, everybody.
Here is Anderson from the College lawn end, round the wicket bowling. That's driven sweetly by Charlesworth. First ball, hello, straight to short extra cover as the wind kicks up and blows a case worryingly in my direction. Yes, it is quite breezy this morning, but then it was pretty breezy yesterday evening. Little bit warmer though. Yes. Thankfully the breeze, I think, today, so we're due, I think, some slightly warmer temperatures. Not quite as warm, I think, as they said it was going to be, but still about 22 degrees looks like tomorrow. 26. Anderson round the wicket to Charlesworth. That's left alone through to the wicketkeeper in the 49th over of the Gloucestershire innings. So very much an old Kookaburra ball that Anderson's running in with, and no slips at all. Show you what Lancashire think about the idea of nicking somebody off. Anderson in bowls. Charlesworth watches that one go by as well, through to Salt behind the stumps. So there is a fielder down at deep third. There's a fielder at deep mid-wicket. That's Chris Green. There's nobody actually fine of Green on the onside. There are only 2 fielders on the onside, full stop, mid-on and deep mid-wicket. So let's see what the plan is from Anderson, with a short extra cover, a short point and a cover and a deep point. Charlesworth drives, gets it off the hands of mid-off. Oh, there's a big mix-up here. There could be a run-out, and it's a throw at the striker's end that misses, and because there is no fine leg, the ball is going to go all the way to the boundary for 4 overthrows. But that was a serious bit of miscommunication from Charlesworth and Phillips, and one of the things which was first on the list today was the record 2nd wicket stand for Gloucestershire against Lancashire, which these two have now broken in slightly unconventional circumstances. The ball was tipped away at short extra cover off to Bohannon, and generally Bohannon is not somebody you want to be trying to take on. If the throw had hit at the striker's end, perhaps Phillips would have been a goner, but Charlesworth has the first runs of the day, and he's got 5 of them. 184 for 1. Anderson bowls. Oh, it's a low full toss. Phillips just, I think, gets some bat on that. Squeaks it down to long leg. An eventful start. Phillips just a couple of times yesterday. Lancashire bowled him deliveries which he tried to flick away and did get struck on the pad. But going down the leg side, that one, though, has, I think, clearly not been given out because there was some bats. So Phillips is underway for the day, and the last ball of Anderson's opening over of the day is let go. Very wide delivery, and Charlesworth offers no shot. So 109 for him from 149 deliveries. He got to his 50 yesterday with some really flourishing shots and brought up his 50 in just 53 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6. Then he slowed down a bit, I think, for about 30 odd balls after his 50, and then hit that same gear again, scored at pretty much a run a ball for the rest of his innings to his century. And then, just as you'd probably hope he would, really, if you're a Gloucestershire supporter or coach, etc., he then ensured that he was here this morning and has the opportunity to come back. But opening over from Anderson that sees 6 runs, but 4 of them on overthrows.
Yes, it's half a chance, wasn't it, for a run out? I direct hit may have been a bit tight. We've got a great view of it here. I think I'm probably going to be okay, wasn't it? But
probably just.
Yeah.
It was a pretty almighty mix-up.
Not a bit, yeah. Early morning mix-up. A bit like me this morning at breakfast. 185 for 1. We're going to see Chris Green to open the bowling from the college chapel end. Turning to the onside right through the legs of Keaton Jennings at short leg. Phillips tucks it away for a single.
Oh dear, was the toast only lightly toasted?
Well, no, I was a bit confused about what to have, really. Well, I spend all my life being confused. But I don't know, I think I got it wrong at breakfast this morning. Oh, that's very nice. You've got someone brought you some cakes.
Yes.
Oh, that's splendid.
Callie Barlow has got in early with these today.
Green is in bowling. It's off the back foot by Charlesworth. Nicely played away through point for a single.
Sort of mini cupcakes.
Ah, excellent. Very nice. Well, and there's probably enough for everybody on the balcony.
Well, there is, but we won't let that stop us.
That's outrageous. I thought people in the West Country were known for their hospitality.
Really? Who on earth gave you that impression?
Green.
You lot from Lancashire.
Green into Phillips. That's punched away through point for a single. 188 for 1.
No, well, I think for us three, there's one of each sort.
That's outrageous.
No, we've got to sample each kind.
Colleagues from Lancashire, the Adams brothers, who are here on photography duty.
They can get brought cakes by their own.
Oh, it's a disgrace.
Their own people.
Green around the wicket, bowls punched by Charlesworth to cover, and there's no run. And of course, right at the very end, we've got the scorers as well, and the match referee.
Well, they can't have cake because they'll get it all over their scorebook.
So there's plenty to go around. Plenty to go around. 188 for 1. Green to Charlesworth, who's playing and missing off the back foot. Just perhaps a little extra bit of bounce there for Green. Yeah, because Salt's taken that about kind of chest height-ish.
Yeah,
left.
Some turn.
Well, something needs to happen.
Yes, I think, and that's what's really the only thing that could stop this from just being a batting paradise is if it does start to turn a bit more. And actually, that didn't look as if it was right. I mean, it probably was out of the footmarks, but the footmarks are close enough that Charlesworth felt he had to play.
Oh, that's burst past Salt. It's gone past Wells, who's at slip, and it's running down towards the boundary. I think the umpire's going to give this a bide. He is. So has that bounced and turned?
Yeah, turned again, and that one was, I reckon, even straighter in terms of where it pitched than the last one, just outside off stump, but not by much. So that you've got to respect the Green arm ball, don't you? Because he's got a really good arm ball. It's one of the reasons why he's so hard to get away in white ball cricket, because he can just get that seam standing up, and he can almost bowl in swingers from round the wicket or away swingers to the right-hander, and he's just very hard to get away that way. So you've got to respect the ball that slides on. So it means that he doesn't need a great deal of turn to be very effective, because he's got that, almost then got that ability to turn it both ways, even if it's only moving one way, if you see what I mean, off the pitch. As Anderson bowls to Phillips. And this is pushed into the covers. Marcus Harris doing the fielding there. I can't help but think of Anderson Phillip when we've got Anderson to Phillips. I just can't get it out of my head. It's terrible. Anderson there now, bowls. Phillips clips this one away. Slightly comical piece of fielding as Wells and Blatherwick go diving away in opposite directions at mid-wicket.
You give a bit of something onto Blatherwick, don't you?
It's a great name. Like Shane Snater. Jack Blatherwick. It's excellent. Green standing at backward point. There is one slip now. Jennings next to Salt as Anderson bowls. Phillips just glances that one off the face of his bat to Green at backward point. Blatherwick in close at short mid-wicket. Wells pretty close as well at a more conventional mid-wicket. Deep backward square, fine leg. So it's a more leg side dominant field for Phillips, and you would imagine Anderson thinks that LBW is probably the way that he's going to try and set Phillips up. As forward he comes, plays a nice looking defence into the covers. It was out of the middle of the bat, but played it with a soft, shallow angle of the bat, and no run. So yesterday we had 5 wickets.
And
day 1, 6.
Yes.
Anderson in now. Phillips is struck on the pad, but there's an immediate ow rather than a how's that. Whether it was going down leg or whether he hit it, or maybe even both, but it was a stifled shout.
So it was 5 wickets and about 500 runs, wasn't it, yesterday? Not quite 500, but not far off.
So for Lancashire, they need, assuming that they can bowl Gloucestershire out before the follow-on target, they need 19 to fall in 2 days. Anderson into Phillips, who gets a leading edge there. Ball loops out to cover point. Anderson's grinning. Can't imagine he's grinning because he's delighted with that. And it's 191 for 1. Phillips keeps the strike on 64. Charlesworth on 110. And it's just been like that, really. And it was like that when Gloucestershire were bowling as well.
Yep.
There were just the odd false shot, and it just never seemed really to go to hand. And Singh Dale was assuming basically exactly the same attitude as Anderson. Singh Dale was just grinning away after over, wheeling away, and inducing the odd false shot here or there. And yet you look at his figures: 26 overs, 0 for 96, and you think, well, what went wrong there? Well, nothing.
No. He bowled pretty well, didn't he? I mean, the first day, Lancashire were 290 for 6, wasn't it, the close of play on the first day, which in the context of yesterday was a pretty damn good effort from Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I mean, an actor bowled really well into the pitch.
Green in, asking for the LBW there. Lancashire up at Green's appeal fizzled away, in truth, from around the wicket. 3 close catches around the bat. They were all pleading towards umpire James Treadwell. He just gently shakes his head and says not out. Green creeps his way back in again, bowls. Forward goes Phillips off the inner half of the bat, deflecting out towards the leg side. There's no run.
Just pitching outside leg. It's close. Right. But it's the tricky thing that Green's got when he's bowling to the right-hander. unless he's going to try and go for the magic ball that spits out of what little rough there is on the other side. There isn't much because we don't have a left armer in this game.
Clipped out towards the backward square leg by Phillips from a ball fizzing a little bit quicker from Green from around the wicket, a little bit fuller. There's no addition to the score. And there's a short leg, a leg slip and a slip. Phillips going back. Well, then Lancashire, I think, have asked for the LBW to begin with, and then they've asked for the catch. So they're trying to cover most bases there. There was certainly the LBW to begin with, then it looped up to Wells at slip, and then they thought, well, let's go all in for the catch as well.
Opposite problem there that time. I think in that it slid too far across, was therefore missing off and possibly high, and nobody immediately screamed catch it, which sort of lends the secondary appeal not much credence, I'm sure, from James Treadwell.
Just pushed Hurst back to a little deeper at backward square leg. Forward goes Phillips, defends to Green, who scoops up the ball and doesn't, just walks backwards. It's like he's, when they say you can't turn your back on the king. he was just walking backwards to his mark. He refused to turn round.
Where's Anderson? Oh, he's down there at long on. Turn his back on Anderson.
Green to Phillips and clipped to Jennings at short leg. Well, he's kept a hold of it as Keaton Jennings. Green has the breakthrough early on, and Jennings made sure that everything was behind it. He kind of went somewhere in his mid-drift, and he's managed to cling on to it. Sharp work by Keaton Jennings under the helmet at forward short leg. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, but it's a fabulous effort to make sure that when it hit him, he didn't spill it. Yeah, top work from Jennings. And a wicket maiden by Green, and Phillips departs, but a very fine knock from Joe Phillips. He's gone for 64, I think. Caught Jennings, bowled Green. Yeah, 64 to Phillips.
67, Ollie Price.
Right, Ollie Price at number 4. And yeah, he's batted really well there as Phillips, and I think in some ways sort of think, well, did the overnight break come at the wrong time maybe for his innings? It puts a little bit of pressure on Charlesworth now, as much as we're expecting this to be a situation where bat continues to dominate. A couple of early wickets and Gloucestershire are bang under pressure. They still need to get to 408 to avoid the follow-on, and that wicket was coming in that over, really, wasn't it? The footwork from Phillips just wasn't quite where it was yesterday, and I did slightly forecast that as a potential mode of dismissal for Phillips, because we did see it at Cardiff as well, and it wasn't just a case of he got out to it once. There were a few times where against the off-spinner he does just play that flick, and if there are close catches there, you've just got to be so careful with it. You've got to make sure that it goes down into the ground if you're going to play it. And again, it was well held on to by Jennings, but as Anderson starts his next over, and Charlesworth lets that go through, but it's something that I'm sure Phillips will work on. He's still so fresh to first-class cricket, and even the games that he's played so far, is it 7th game in this match? None of them have really been sort of consistently, on the bounce. Anderson round the wicket to Charlesworth, a little bit shorter of a length, but Charlesworth on the back foot defends to mid-off. So he has played the last 3 championship matches now, albeit separated by a month, but he's not had the consistent run at the side yet, which you need to really, I think, learn your game, etc. Even saw it with Charlesworth. Whilst this is his 53rd game, Anderson bowling, Charlesworth chops down on that one late and can't get it past backward point. Watches the spin and stops the ball. For a while, I think, for Charlesworth, it was, you know, 3-4 games here, maybe get an injury, and then 4 games next year, and it's quite a spasmodic early career, and seen what's happened for him when he's been able to stay injury-free and get a good run at the side as he drives, not off the middle of the bat, out to cover. That stacked cover field that's been set for him, he can't get it through. And Lancashire, in the first 20 minutes or so, on top, having got that wicket. Gloucestershire have scored just 12 runs so far, and 4 of those coming on overthrows from a potential run-out opportunity. Anderson bowls, and Charlesworth squeezes that one away. There's no slip, no gully, and a fielder covering the boundary down there in front of the cider tent. Single taken, 192 for 2.
Is it exclusively cider?
Well, no. I think if you look at the streamers there, I suppose actually there are more beer options than cider options there. But
it's just like a selection of cider.
The alcohol tent. Anderson, first ball to Ollie Price, zips through nicely, but Ollie Price has nothing to do with it, so his first ball faced. 192 for 2. This little reshuffle has seemed to work well for all the other members of the reshuffle, with Phillips looking happy at 3 with his 64. Ben Charlesworth back opening, and he did say in his interview yesterday that he does feel that his home is in the top order, having dropped down for a couple of games. So it did, you know, did ask, does it mean more having moved back up to open, and it certainly seemed as though that was the case. And then Ollie Price, who's in a slightly different slot at 4, see how that works out for him.
Well, it certainly worked out for Charlesworth, hasn't it? Batted very nicely yesterday. Yesterday we saw 2 early wickets, didn't we? When Lancashire were batting, they lost Hurst and then Blatherwick pretty quickly yesterday morning. Off the back foot by Charlesworth, cut away for a single, and then we just got that blistering partnership by Green and by Hartley. So we did see 2 early wickets yesterday, and then an absolute stack of runs for the rest of the day from both sides. Green, Hartley and Charlesworth. Got Price on strike, so 3 catches close in around him. Slip, a leg slip, and Jennings under the helmet at forward short leg. There's a short mid-wicket, there's a deep square leg, there's a short backward square leg as well. Forward lunging is Price, pushing away back towards Green. There's no run.
He does always like a sweep, does Price. Fairly well protected with that fielder at deep squares. Not too much on the offside though, and the angle might at some point, maybe not yet, make him tempted to do a reverse.
Forward again, defending for no run. Yes, Hartley's at backward point, and Harris is at mid-off, and Anderson's kind of halfway back at mid-on. Green to Price, reaching right forward as far as he can possibly stretch to smother the ball away back to Green. And there's no addition to the score. 193 for 2, so Ollie Price still on 0. Green from the chapel end creeps his way back in again from around the wicket and bowls. Price going back to defend this time. And just pushed a little quicker and fuller from Green. Deflected into the offside. Full Salt, the keeper, comes from behind the stumps to field and loops the ball back up towards Chris Green. tiptoes his way past the umpire, strides in. Forward again, doesn't offer him a shot. The ball thuds onto his pad, bowling around the wicket to Price. And there's no run. End of the over. Just a single coming off it. 193 for 2, Gloucestershire. Ollie Price yet to get off the mark, and then Charlesworth on 112.
It's good searching stuff from Green. I wondered for a moment whether Anderson might have had enough already, but I think he's going to have it maybe one more. It looked as though there was a bit of a discussion between him and a couple of his teammates as to maybe possibly where to go next, but Anderson will have one more. 3 helmets stacked behind Salt, but no slip and no gully, as that's been left by Charlesworth as Anderson continues to probe from around the wicket. Well, Jennings is like a sort of second gully there. He's very wide, but he's not quite square enough for a backward point. They've got a backward point back on the boundary, so I think he's in a position for that Charlesworth late square drive or cut more than anything else, as there's that sort of a shot, but he stabs it straight into the ground and into the gap out to that deep backward point fielder. So Charlesworth adds another single to 113, 194 for 2. It's not been a great deal of the kind of free-flowing stroke play that we saw from Charlesworth yesterday. He did suggest that it was going to be about graft today, and he seems to have he seems to have started in that vein. Anderson to Price, who's forward tapping to cover point. Cross comes Green, flicks the ball up to Harris. There's no run.
Presume he was pretty chirpy, was he, at the close of play after his first century at the Cheltenham Festival?
Yes, he was. He was, he said how much he always enjoyed playing here. I'm sure, like a lot of young cricketers in the general area, even over from Oxfordshire, would have come to Cheltenham probably much more so than Bristol as a kid. Anderson to Price, will get off the mark, clipping the ball firmly enough, square on the leg side, but there's 2 fielders back on that boundary. Hartley launching the throw-in, so Price underway with a single, 195 for 2. And this where it all started for Ollie Price. Made his first-class debut on this ground against Middlesex in 2021, so he'll have a chance to play that same opposition in the next game in terms of the Cheltenham Festival. Anderson into Charlesworth, who drives firmly through cover point, but Hartley will get across. That was the first more flowing shot that Charlesworth has played, for runs anyway. And just a single to him though, 196 for 2. He also picked up his first wicket, first class wise, on this ground, Ollie Price. I don't think he did a great deal of bowling in his first game. Anderson into Price, and that's defended up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 3 from it. Deficit still 361 runs. Yeah, he bowled 1 over in the first innings of his debut. Middlesex were skittled out for 101 in reply to Gloucestershire's 248. And then in what was a pretty thrilling final day, actually he got through 17 overs, Ollie Price, 17 overs for 34. Dan Worrell and Matt Taylor taking twin fifers. That was the game where Middlesex were 4 down at tea on the final day, and Stevie Eskenazi, Daryl Mitchell, the New Zealander, they were going great guns, and Matt Taylor took 4 wickets in 10 balls on his birthday to win the game.
Yes, Green sets off again, bowls full to Charlesworth, who brings the bat down. Toe ends it back a few paces down the pitch, and Salt comes from behind the stumps to field. No run.
His first wicket was of Nick Gubbins, and the edge was trapped by James Bracey between his shins behind the stumps. A very odd catch.
Green to Charlesworth, dabbed away towards the leg side. No run.
It was like a little under edge, so couldn't get the gloves on it, and just squeezed the shins together and caught behind.
Good effort. Well, 9-6 for 2. There's a couple of dot balls to start the over. Green to Charlesworth, reaches for it and drives away through the offside. It will be scooped up by Blatherwick. Charlesworth gets a single. He's on to 115. Score to 197 for 2. Brings Price back on strike. Jennings and Anderson in conversation here as to about where they want their close catches. Bohannon's removed his cap, tucks it into the back of his trousers. He pops on the helmet, so he's at leg slip. Wells is at slip. Jennings at forward short leg. Anderson's at short mid wicket. There's 2 catches behind square as well, on the offside and leg side. Whipped away through mid on by Ollie Price. Doubles his score, he moves to 2. 198 for 2. Gets Charlesworth back on strike. 2 fielders behind the bowler, long on and long off. Probably both about 20 yards in or so from the boundary rope. Harris and Balderson. It's the back foot by Charlesworth. Just chops it away into the offside. Bohannon comes galloping forward from cover to field. Again, there's no addition to the score. 198 for 2. Just a couple of dot balls to a couple of runs so far off the over. 1 delivery to go. Green in again. Sliced away behind square where Hurst fields, and there is no addition to the score. End of the over. So we've had half an hour of the third day. We've had 1 wicket, a dismissal of Phillips for 64, turning one off his pads into the hands of Keaton Jennings, into the stomach of Keaton Jennings, off the bowling of Chris Green. Charlesworth still going, Price alongside him. Am I getting the hook?
I think you are.
Excellent.
Yes.
Do you want a cup of coffee?
I'm okay, thank you.
Nathan,
Actually.
cup of coffee? Cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
I shall leave. Tea with milk.
So, in fact, it wasn't the last over of Anderson's spells. They've tended to be fairly short, but he's going to have another one here. Bowling to Price. And steered off to backward point where Greenfields. There's 2 in relatively close on the leg side, and Jennings back to slip for the new batter, the right-hander, as Nathan Johns is back. And yes, well, you missed a day of runs and the ball being belted to all parts by Green and Hartley especially, but it's a slightly different feel this morning. That early wicket breaking that Charlesworth-Phillips partnership. Anderson to Price, and forward defence to mid-off.
Well, I didn't miss the weather apparently. You were texting me saying you were freezing up here on the balcony all day.
God, it was a bit nippy, yeah. Because I'd not really, I must admit, because you get so used to having had a summer's worth of warm weather, get used to actually not only that, actually packing for it not being boiling hot, but also packing for commentating outside. Just don't do it very much. Anderson bowls, back of a length ball. Price lets it go through.
Oh, I quite enjoy being outside. I have to say, quite often, you know, we're in press boxes and you don't really get a feel for the game going on. You don't get the same, the noises, the ambience, as they like to say. Like, for example, you can hear Lancashire this morning. They're really enjoying themselves. I think Phil Salt, I don't know, it might have been Josh Bohannon who was shouting at just there, but it was one of my favourite things I've heard all week, was he just said, "You little gremlin," as he dived for a ball. It was brilliant.
Anderson bowls, cut away for 4. Just a bit short and a bit wide from Anderson, who actually went tumbling over in his follow through. And Price latches onto that one. Hit hits it powerfully away to the boundary. So his first 4, and it brings up the 200 for Gloucestershire. A pretty decent time as well in the 57th over. Yes, thank you, Dan.
Beat him to it.
That's just what I said.
He's listening to you.
No, well, he's doing his job. 6 for Price, 115 for Charlesworth. Just one of each set of brothers playing for Gloucestershire as Price leaves. Must have been a tighter one, that one, judging not only by the interest of the Lancashire fielders, but also where Salt took it, moving slightly to his left. Again, I should stress we are not behind the bowler's arm, and we're also not seeing, if you're watching on the Gloucestershire stream, the pictures which you're seeing, so just occasionally you have a slightly better view than we do, but I'm not sure whether that was histrionics or whether it was actually fairly close.
Bit of both, I suspect.
It was a good reply from Anderson anyway after a extremely rare delivery to put away. And he bowls now, and Price will again defensively gently guide this to backward point, and there's no run. And that might now do Anderson as he takes his sunglasses from umpire Illingworth, and the score 202 for 2. Welcome to Mr. Nick Friend, who's joined us on the balcony today.
He's looking for the Wi-Fi password. Have you got it for him?
Oh, of course he is. Right, so I think, Nick, if you head, this is great radio here, Nick, if you head round that door there might be a piece of paper with the Wi-Fi password on. It's around somewhere, and I think that's where I last saw it.
What, about 48 hours ago?
Yeah, probably.
Well, anyway, in the midst of the Wi-Fi chat, Green continues his spell. Charlesworth defends that into the offside. Yeah, they are up and about this morning, Lancashire. Chris Green, as soon as Anderson let that ball go almost for the last over, the hat's off. He's handed it to the umpire. He's ready to go. He's got 2 slips in here and a short leg to the left-hander on strike. Bowling around the wicket. Full again. Pushed to... There's only one fielder in front of square on the offside, saving one. It's Josh Bohannon, and he does the fielding there. I think that was a thumbs up from Nick, so he's found the Wi-Fi password, has he?
But I also should say, it's not my handwriting if you're a little bit confused with whether it's a lowercase w or a capital W. I think it's a capital W.
Shorter from Green this time. Charlesworth tucks it off his hip out to deep square for 1.
Just revealing the secrets of the Wi-Fi as well.
You've got to be careful. You don't want to call out the password live on air.
I've gone and said one of the characters that's involved now.
I was going to say, maybe one of the members below us is listening and they think they're going to get free Wi-Fi for the day.
The password, by the way, isn't Wi-Fi. I'll tell you that for free.
It is Green. Leg slip in place for the right-hander this time. Ooh, down the track comes Price, but he clips it nicely out to long on for 1.
He's not usually one, Ollie Price, just to absolutely stick in and fully defend against the spin. Of course, he's going to rely on his defence, but he will want to send a message back every now and then.
Green has both straight men back on the fence for Charlesworth, of course, on 116. Deep squares out in front of square. He's got a point on the boundary as well as he comes in around the wickets, short and cut behind square, but straight to backward point, no run.
I think this is about the best sunshine we've seen for the whole, 2 and a bit days.
Oh, it's glorious.
Well, it does. Yes, it lights up the Cotswold stone. The buildings around very well.
Changing the field, mid-on comes up saving 1. Green flights it up, and that's defended behind square on the offside. Another dot ball brings us to the end of that over. Gloucestershire 204 for 2.
Yeah, the white marquees are slightly blinding though in these.
I can't have it too sunny.
I'm not going to complain about that.
Would somebody think of the poor people on the balcony who have to look at the blindingly white marquees?
Well, you say that. I mean, Scott was complaining that it was too bright yesterday. Never seen the sun up in Manchester.
Yeah. Speaking of, is it sunny up there for the test match at the minute?
Not sure. I think 285 for 5.
Ooh,
yeah,
yes.
in play.
Archer got Jadeja is the quick info headline. Poor old Rishabh Pant. I watched that on the TV last night.
Right, I didn't.
Did you see the size of the swelling?
No, I've not seen any of it, I'm afraid.
The bump on his foot, it's almost instant. Normally it takes a while for that swelling to come up. It was as soon as he took his boot off, you could just see this lump on his foot. I'm not surprised to hear that he has fractured something in there.
Well, there's another over for Anderson. It looked fairly final what he was doing last over, but he's back for another. This is driven into the ground from Price. It's off the hand of Anderson, who almost tips it into Ben Charlesworth at the non-striker's end. He's got to duck out of the way of it. And it ends up with... What was it that he was called earlier, Bohannon?
Oh, a gremlin.
A gremlin.
Phil Salt called him a gremlin.
Ends up in the hands of the little gremlin.
Well, to be fair, I think it was at Bohannon. He used a nickname which I didn't recognise, but Bohannon was in the vicinity of where the ball went, okay. So I think it was him.
Anderson bowls, and Price will allow that one to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Well, we'll ask Scott when he's back. He's spent enough time around these blokes. He probably knows what all their nicknames are. He'll know who he's talking about, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think. I seem to think I can recall most of the Gloucestershire nicknames, but the Gloucestershire social media feed as Anderson bowls back of a length punchy shot from Price, but straight to extra cover where Harris fields. They went with Philo for Joe Phillips, which, I mean, it's not exactly. Yeah, I just hadn't heard it before. Don't really know what they call Phillips at this point. I thought for a moment Salt was going to stand up to Anderson.
Well, stranger things have happened.
I'm sure I can remember instances where it has happened, but not yet. Anderson to Price down the pitch and playing this firmly back to the bowler, and there's no run. Lancashire, of course, have seen plenty of Ollie Price batting this season with that marathon knock at Old Trafford. Career best score of 253. Batted for 9 hours and 24 minutes.
So I've just been distracted by some Coldplay blaring behind us.
Anderson bowls. Oh, he's hit that twice as Price. As it goes to
there's
to the onside.
There's a gym in the pavilion behind us with the doors open. And obviously whoever's in there at the minute, because I can hear some clinking noises as weights hit the floor. So whoever is in there in the minute thinks that the suitable gym music is Coldplay, which is an interesting choice for something that requires a bit of, loud noises and testosterone flowing, all that type of stuff. Coldplay.
Well, I think enough about Coldplay and when we're on the balcony here. This is driven, bounds up to mid-on, and Bohannon tried to pluck it with one hand, couldn't field it. Charlesworth, or field it cleanly, I should say. Charlesworth has run through so far at the striker's end for I know not why, that they can't turn it back for a second. So there was a lot going on there for just one. The ball ended up 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and they just take a single. 205 for 2. Charlesworth has 116. It was the previous ball, which Price did, I think, hit twice, which is one of those where you defend it straight into the ground, bounces up and hits the bat again. But possibly in club cricket you might have an appeal for that, but not in professional cricket. It's 205 for 2. Yeah, that innings from Price, sorry, that 253. Only Ollie Hammond had a higher score against Lancashire for Gloucestershire than Ollie Price. Hammond had 2 scores greater than that.
Green to continue. He's got a leg slip in and a short leg. It's turned to Jennings at short leg, but on the bounce. He's been busy today, and there's Jennings. That was a stunner that he took. Just looked like it just hit him square in the chest, and he reacted quickly to take it. He's quite a big man to be fielding at short leg. Normally it's one of the more diminutive fielders. You think of players who've done it successfully for England. James Taylor was very good at it. As here comes Green, big lunge down the pitch from Price, defended back to the bowler. There was that series in South Africa, wasn't there, where I think Temba Bavuma was South Africa's short leg and James Taylor was England's short leg, and they just proceeded to try and outdo each other with spectacular catches in that position day by day, and it was astonishing television. Down the track comes Price. He squirts it straight back to Green on his follow-through. So he's got two men with the helmet on catching his Green, one in front of square on the leg side, one behind the leg slip. Once again, that's defended back to him. You threatened to make a Coldplay joke there about us sitting on a balcony just before anyone else actually makes the joke. There is no, we're not at a Coldplay concert. We are here on a balcony, legitimately. Green changes his angle. He's going to come over the wicket. Now, same field in place. 3 catches around the bat. Turn to the leg side. Does that beat Anderson at mid-wicket? It does not. Another dot ball.
Yeah, I'm not quite ready to go public with our affair yet, Nathan.
I don't think they were either, which is the whole point of that. Green's lasted just one delivery over the wicket. He's back around, and he's also brought up his mid-on from the deep to saving 1. Short of a length down leg, left alone, Salts tidies up, and that brings to an end the over.
No, I'm not going to get started. I'm not. Okay, but you're wondering what I'm talking about now, so I'm going to have to. So if a left-arm spinner does that, it's a wide. If a right-arm spinner does that, it's not a wide.
Oh,
Somebody,
that's what you're talking about.
Please explain the logic of that to me.
Of what? It's just fire down leg, and it's a dot ball.
Yeah, and the fact that the off-spinner gets away with that, when actually the off-spinner is more likely to be bowling negative deep down there because he's not going to be bowling into the footmarks, whereas a left-arm spinner bowling over the wicket, bowling into the footmarks, which is the only place on today's pitches where you can get turn, then gets wided as a matter of regulation in the county championship for negative bowling.
Oh, how often have you seen? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see if Tom Hartley does similar later on, and if he gets wided.
Oh, if this goes on for long enough, you'll see it. We had one in the Lancashire innings. Van Buren got wided once. Yeah. The umpires are there to make judgments. It's just another instance of trying to take that judgment away from the umpires.
Well, I don't think that individual delivery from Green not being called a wide was particularly egregious. I mean, it's not a white ball game.
No, but I'm just saying that's the regulation is that if he'd been bowling with the other arm, that would have been wide. It just that's what is the regulation in county championship cricket.
Interesting.
Change of bowling. It is our first change from the college lawn end, as Jack Blatherwick is going to replace James Anderson. Round the wicket he comes. He's edged. Oh, goodness me. That has just about gone to safety. Short and to the right of Salt. An under edge from Charlesworth. Actually, Salt, I think, did well to maybe get some sort of a fingertip on that and keep it from going to the boundary, but it's 2 runs, 207 for 2, and just a moment of danger there for Charlesworth.
It was, but it wasn't the most convincing delivery from Blatherwick. It was short and wide outside off. It has moved back in ever so slightly, but I think it's just kept low, which is what's done for Charlesworth there, and the inside edge has brought him another pair of runs.
Blatherwick in to Charlesworth, who does cut that one, doesn't time it at all. It thuds out into the covers for no run. And Blatherwick did take a fair bit of tap at the hands of Charlesworth, particularly early on in proceedings, and maybe he just went straight back into the new ball mode with Blatherwick bowling, but now he's bowling with a ball in its 61st over. It's just not got up and not got through as quickly as it did when he was facing Blatherwick early on yesterday. Next delivery, pulled away in the air, but it's going to be 2 bounces out to Green, who's going to have a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It's canny cricket, as Charlesworth was ambling there, and it's a short boundary, but he makes it.
Oh, just test out his hamstrings early in the day. I tell you what, if ever you wanted an indication of just how short this boundary is,
yeah,
if that had hit, he would have been safe, but it wouldn't have been a foregone conclusion, shall we say. It was ambling was the correct choice of term to describe Charlesworth's single there. It's so hard that when you hit it in the gap out to the deep, you just instinctively go, oh yeah, that's one. I can just take this one nice and handily. But not when it's a 45, 50-yard boundary.
Yeah, it was sort of the shortness of the boundary means that it's not similar to. But I'm thinking back to the time when Chris Gale came over and his hamstrings were basically completely shot. I think that was before the 19 World Cup, something like that. Anyway, and he was basically wherever the ball was hit, whether it was infield or outfield, he was a run-out candidate. Blatherwick bowls cut away by Price, and that will go to the boundary. Green, even Superman himself can't stop that one, as it's played late and speeding away across this really brown outfield. I think it's got even browner, I'm afraid, over the last couple of days. There are very few green patches now. 4 more runs. 2-1-2 for 2. Price has 12.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy start to this spell from Blatherwick. He got away with a short wide one to Charlesworth with the under edge, but that was another gift outside off, and he didn't get away with it this time.
Blatherwick bowls. That's a punch through the offside off the back foot from Price, as Green bounces the throw in from the deep, and there's a big puff of dust out of, I think, the used pitch for that women's match. And James Treadwell and Richard Illingworth both having a...
You know what?
I think it's joking.
You had your bugbear at the end of the previous over. That's mine.
Right.
I mean, it's not the end of the world if these guys bounce the ball in, is it? I mean, it's a kookaburra that's doing nothing. It's a flat pitch.
No, I think that time they may have been joking. 213 for 2. Blatherwick into Charlesworth, who defends straight back up the pitch, and that ends the over. So 8 from it. 213 for 2. I don't know. No, I'm with you, though.
James Treadwell, he's an ex-spinner. He understands the game, doesn't he? The rough ball, it's not the worst thing in the world, I think, at this stage in the game. We're kind of just petering along. Gloucestershire are well set up for a big score. Lancashire obviously got a mammoth 5-5-7 in their first innings.
Yeah, well, at Old Trafford, I had the great pleasure of Bumble's company, and Bumble scored a couple of hundreds on this ground. Happy memories of it. And one of his things, which I'm totally for as well, is get rid of the danger area. Just allow for the bowlers to run all over the pitch, because it doesn't break up anymore. So why not?
Green avoids the danger. Well, actually, no, he doesn't. He has to dive across after his follow-through into the danger area to try and stop a ball hit straight back to him, but he only gets a half stop, and he actually ends up pushing it into a gap. So they do come through for a single after all that. An interesting single, considering Price just came down the track and hit it straight back to the bowler, but it does bring the left-handed Charlesworth on strike. Green is going to bowl around the wicket to him. He's got Keaton Jennings at leg slip, and he's got 2 slips. It looks like, well, Jimmy Anderson is one of them. I think it's Luke Wells is the other one.
Yep.
Tossed up outside off, left alone by Charlesworth.
Yeah, some imposing figures around Ben Charlesworth, and Jennings and Wells, and then the presence of Anderson.
But even Anderson's not short. Well, Jennings is staying around Charlesworth, but he's moving from the leg side to the offside, so he's gone from short leg to silly point. But yeah, there's a lot of very tall men crowding the bat there. That's short from Green, turned into the leg side for a single by Charlesworth. That brings him to 120. Price is now on strike. He's 14, having faced 32 deliveries so far.
These two have batted with each other for basically their entire careers. Both come through the Oxfordshire system. They're both 24 years old. Even there's the, what are you doing? What are you signalling? Am I supposed to be running or not?
Defended on the front foot by Price. Yeah, it doesn't matter how well you know somebody. Everyone's always a bit susceptible to a lack of call. A yes, no, maybe. But that was always one. I mean, Green is a big man. He's got
long strides. He got to the ball very quickly, but even he couldn't cut off the single there. But he's bowling around the wicket here. Price is on strike, short of a length. He just steers that into the leg side. He's done well there, actually, because the instinctive shot is to play that towards square leg, but that would bring Keaton Jennings' short leg into play, which, of course, is how the only wicket of the day so far fell. The ball was steered instinctively into the leg side, straight into the chest of Jennings, who took a good catch on the rebound at short leg. Here's Green. Down the track comes Price. He's done that a few times today. This time he squirts it reasonably unconvincingly to mid-off. He's danced down the track a few times without actually managing to get the ball past a fielder. A lot of dot balls having used his feet, but anyway, that's the end of that particular over. Gloucester 215 for 2. Charlesworth 120, having faced 178 deliveries. Price remains on 14.
So basically, right after lunch might be the really important spell, because Lancashire will have the second new ball available then, and if they can, if they could nip 2 out before the new ball, then things could really open up this afternoon. But even just another one, just give them something to work with into the afternoon. Blatherwick bowls to Charlesworth, who hops back, gets into line, blocks it away out to extra cover. And there's no run. Elsewhere in the Championship, wickets continue to fall at Derby, where Leicestershire are 52 for 3. Rees, having taken 6 for 56 in the first innings, has 3 for 21 in the second innings, but Leicestershire lead by 261 runs already, as Charlesworth is forward tidily, defending into the offside. Kent 133 for 2 at Cardiff, where I'm not sure if Joe Denley will bat though, so they may be 133 for 3. More wickets for Ben Kellaway. What a season he's having, bat and ball. He got 1 for 18 in the first innings with a ball, 90 with the bat, already 2 for 33 with the ball in the second innings. What a cricketer he's turning into. Blatherwick bowls back of a length. Charlesworth looks to drive and won't pierce the offside field.
And of course, in white ball cricket, Kellaway is that novelty of bowling with both hands, isn't he?
He is,
occasionally. I think what it is, he backs his off spin more than his left arm spin, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I think, especially in white ball cricket, I think his coach should just be saying to him, just do it all the time. Especially in this, I know they were trying to qualify for the Bass quarterfinals, and they at one point looked like they might. But
yes, they really tailed off at the end.
They did, but just get him bowling both hands, because if he's anyway remotely decent at it, he just becomes such a more valuable cricketer.
Blatherwick into Charlesworth, who turns it to mid-wicket, where Harris gets across and stops it.
Especially with T20 franchise cricket at these days, there's so many teams who are trying to be almost too clever for their own good and too moneyball and various different things. Somebody would definitely look at a guy who's bowling with both hands and say, oh yeah, doesn't matter if he hasn't played for England or he's only playing in Division 2 or whatever, what have you. Let's sign him just because we'll be really clever, and we'll sign the guy who can bowl with both hands.
Blatherwick into Charlesworth on 120. Short ball, cracked away. That's going to need to be a quick run to deep square leg as well. Charlesworth had to get on his horse there. Green winging the throw into the non-striker's end. And of course, the body weight's going back after playing a shot like that as well, so it doesn't help in the charge to the non-striker's end. He's on to 121 as Charlesworth.
Well, he's also drilled it. He's timed that pull shot beautifully.
Better than the last one, yeah.
But the problem is, he's hit it so hard that by the time he's set off for the single, the ball's already in Chris Green's hands at deep square. He really needed to get on his bike there.
I don't think I've ever seen at first class level a run out like that to a boundary.
It's bound to have happened.
It's bound to have happened. I've never seen it though. Blatherwick to Price. He's forward carefully to that one and blocking to Harris at extra cover. 216 for 2 at the end of that over. I'm afraid though, the only experience I have of Ben Kellaway bowling with his other arm this season, maybe he's doing it a bit less. It looked rather unnatural bowling with the left arm, and he proceeded to bowl about a nipple high full toss, which got smashed at the boundary,
That's
and you got a no ball and a warning.
The technical term for that, is it?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Is, yeah.
I'll be sure to add that to my vocabulary. Nipple high full toss.
Middlesex, meanwhile, continue to dominate Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylor's School, 625 for 8 declared Middlesex, and Northamptonshire 163 for 5, so Middlesex continue to chip away this morning, looking for a 4th win, and it will be Middlesex heading here next. Oh, there goes the scoreboard.
Oh,
That's
no.
the first time that it's gone down completely. It was only a matter of time, I dare say, but anyway, I'm sure it'll be back.
Ye of little faith. Well, here's Chris Green. Charlesworth steers that off the back foot straight to mid-on. You almost sound surprised that it lasted this long.
Oh yes, it's just the way that it goes. Also, I did love how everybody just down below us decided to call for Charlesworth and Price there, as they looked like they were going to run.
Oh, a low full toss that from Green, and Charlesworth didn't really get to it. How often do you see that especially in a red ball game? The low full toss is actually a bit of an underrated delivery. That could so easily have been spooned up to Bohannon at short cover, but it gets there on the ground.
Oh, excellent. With the scoreboard down, I think I'm going to hand over to Scott at the end of this over.
Well, that's the problem. We can't see what time it is now, so we don't actually know how long we're on for as Charlesworth hits that into the offside and comes through for a single. I suppose you just have to do it the old-fashioned way. Have you got a watch on? Is that how you can tell the length of your stint?
Well, the laptop screen will provide. It is 11:59 and nobody's arguing.
Not that old-fashioned then. Here's Green, right-handed Price on strike. Around the wicket. Ooh, that was pretty full to be going back to, but Price gets deep in his crease and defends. Jennings does the fielding at short leg.
Andy Brassington up on the balcony, former Gloucestershire wicket-keeper, who's now doing a lot of work in the community, and Walkers and Talkers, of course, a regular fixture at Bristol these days.
Well, that was properly short from Green. Price rocks onto the back foot, steers it past Jennings at short leg into the deep, brings a single to his total. Which we don't know, of course, exactly what his total is because the scoreboard is down in cricket, but will take a minute or two to,
well, that's a point,
to update. But
I think he's on to 123.
Oh no, it was Price who hit that, so I think Price is now.
Oh, hang on, yes,
Price has gone to 14.
See how much I need the scoreboard.
No, Charlesworth is still on 122 as he defends that one straight to silly point, brings an end to that over.
No, I might have to do one more over actually.
Oh,
Scott's
just
off on an update. So I have to do one more over.
no rest for the wicket.
No. Well, oh, here we go.
There we go. Just
218 for 2. Ben Charlesworth 122. Ollie Price on 15.
oh, he's 15, not 14. The PA just helpfully told us what the score is, very apologetically saying that the in-ground scoreboard is down, but Ollie Price is on 15. I mistakenly said he was on 14. But you're right, Ben Charlesworth is on 122. 64 overs have been bowled in the Gloucestershire innings. They are 218 for 2 in response to Lancashire's mammoth first innings, 557.
Well, as long as I'd rather. I'm sorry to everybody who's turned up here, but I'd rather that the scoreboard were down than the power up here were down, which is what we had in the T20, which basically means that we go off transmission and I let out some words that can't be broadcast as Blatherwick bowls to Price, and that's guided out through deep point softly, so Green can't run anybody out. Single taken.
So it was one of those situations where you knew the power was gone. It wasn't one of those where you have a producer tapping you, somebody behind you. Somebody tapping you on the shoulder.
Producer on county coverage.
Strange things have happened. But because I was talking to Doug from the BBC recently, and he said he's had a situation where his local guys have been off air and he's been at the ground and he's just decided not to tell them, just to let them keep going, talking into the ether. Otherwise, the morale might fall too low if they realise they've been talking for 10 minutes to absolutely nobody listening. So I'm not a producer. Our boss Doug is probably the best way of describing that.
Charlesworth driving that one to extra cover, a good stop there, although I'm not sure it was a especially necessary one because Luke Wells was directly behind Bohannon, but keeping the energy up in the field, Lancashire.
He's just being a gremlin.
He is, yes.
Really is being. At the end of the day, we're going to find out it wasn't actually him that was being called that. But
I reckon that's a fair shout that it was, though. Blatherwick in now. Charlesworth drives handsomely for 4. Shot of the morning so far. Just a little over pitched from Blatherwick, but dismissed by Charlesworth. There's very little space to hit that through, but he's picked the gap between mid-off and short extra cover.
that was a very elegant looking drive, wasn't it? Overpitched, but punished. Just something about left-handed cover drives. They just look slightly nicer, don't they? And especially when you've got quite a tall man like Charles with big stride, long levers through the ball. It all looks very easy on the eye. It takes him to, I believe, well, there's no scoreboard, but I believe that takes him to 126.
Blatherwick bowls, Charlesworth drives again for 4. Pretty much a carbon copy of the previous shot. Bohannon launching himself away at short extra, very little time to react, and the ball has exploded off the middle of Charlesworth's bat, and he's done this a bit in this innings. Scored boundaries in flurries, and he has really taken a liking, I'm afraid, to Blatherwick, whose figures read 9.4 overs for 56.
Well, in his first over of this spell, he was too short, wasn't he? And he actually got away with it. It was Price who punished him for that. Charlesworth couldn't cash in on those short and wide deliveries, but he's overcorrected in this over. He's gone too full on consecutive deliveries, and Charlesworth has said thank you very much, and he's helped himself to back-to-back boundaries.
In comes Blatherwick bowling now, and Charlesworth pushes in the air, but nowhere near a fielder in the end to mid-on. They needed one of those short, straight mid-ons, but of course you put the fielder in there and then you don't get the ball hit in the air. It's a definite statistic that no catch has ever been taken by a short, straight mid-on in the history of cricket. Don't go citing examples to me.
You're gonna, no, I'm not, but you're
happened.
Definitely going to get an email.
Oh no, that's all right. That's why I don't have emails. No, that's not the reason. It's actually not the reason. Blatherwick bowls now, and Charlesworth taps it back to the bowler. And Blatherwick, slightly irritated fashion, tosses the ball off to Phil Salt. It's the end of the over. After a few more words from Nathan Johns, it will be Scott Reed.
Yes, well, we're still down a scoreboard here in Cheltenham, but hopefully the PA is telling us exactly where we're at in the game. So it's 227 for 2, our Gloucester. Ben Charlesworth not out 130. He's advanced his score substantially in that last over. Back-to-back handsome cover drives. Reaching the fence, and Ollie Price is unbeaten on 16 off 39. Scott, thanks for my cup of tea.
That's all right.
Very kind of you.
It's okay. Q was busy at Jack's in the coffee shack. I've been trying to split myself because you don't want to just go to one particular coffee place or food outlet. I like, share the love around a bit. So there's 2 coffee sellers on the college side of the ground, so I've kind of been rotating between the 2 of them. No preference, both lovely.
Oh, that was going to be my question.
No, I
suppose we're probably not allowed to say which one we prefer, are we?
Well,
we can't endorse one over the other, can
no,
we?
maybe not. I don't know. They're both lovely, and everyone's very friendly.
Well, this is a very nice cup of tea. Thank you very much. Change bowling from the Chapel end. So Green's off spin has been replaced by the left arm spin of Hartley. He's got the right-handed Price on strike. He's not as many catches in as Green did, just the one slip. Jennings is still hovering menacingly at short leg, and that one is tossed up and defended back to Hartley. Does Jennings normally field in that position? Because he's quite a tall man to do it, so he must just really, really enjoy doing it.
He does, yeah. It does normally field there. Yeah, he must be crackers. He fielded there when he was captain as well.
Here's Hartley. Short and cut out to the offside. There is protection on the cover boundary, so that will just be a single for Price. Yeah, if you're captain and you're sticking yourself in there, there must be something going on.
Yeah, he's puddled. Yeah, I think the
sorry, he's what?
Puddled.
He's puddled. Right, I have not heard that one before.
Right. Josh Banner's done it from time to time, but mainly it is Keaton that sits himself in there.
He's still in there. He's got the pads on. He's got the helmet on. Charles was on strike now. Hartley comes over the wicket to the left-hander. Bit of a full ball to be going back to, but Charlesworth keeps it out, hits it straight back to the bowler.
I suppose like it's any situation, isn't it? If you turn out to be quite good at it, and he's very good at it, then that's it, isn't it? Whether you're captain or not, you're in there, aren't you? you're good at it. You clearly enjoy it. In you go.
Hartley, Fuller, down the track comes Charlesworth. That's a lovely looking shot over mid-off. The fielder had come up saving one, and Charlesworth dances down the track and deposits the ball over long off. A couple of bounces and another boundary. He's just up the scoring a little bit as Charlesworth. That's 3 boundaries in quick succession for him now.
I mean, it was a pretty sedate 45 minutes or so, wasn't it? There wasn't a great deal happening, not a lot of positivity shown, but in the last kind of 20 minutes thereabouts, it just started just to tick along a little bit quicker.
We'll see how Hartley responds. He takes some pace off it, but it's short into the pitch. Charlesworth rocks onto the back foot, down to long on for 1.
I mean, it's been obviously an absolute kind of batter's paradise, really, hasn't it, in the last couple of games, days. We've seen some lovely innings. I mean, the way that Green and Hartley batted yesterday was absolutely terrific. And it was a combination of all different types of shots and approach, and they paced their innings really nicely. And Charlesworth likewise yesterday and today.
Hartley around the wicket to the right-handed Price, onto the front foot, defended. That brings it to an end the over. The scoreboard is back. We can see what we're talking about now. Gloucestershire 233 for 2. Ollie Price 17. He's faced 42 deliveries. Charlesworth is on 135. He's starting to put the foot down a little bit. Back-to-back boundaries in the previous over, and he took on Hartley back over his head there. He's on 135 off 195 deliveries faced. Can I ask you a question about Lancashire's hats, or their caps rather, the technical term? Because some of them are different colours.
Yes.
So James Anderson, I don't know if his is just more worn.
I think it probably is.
But it looks brown, whereas we've got Chris Green in front of us here at Deep Square. His looks a very fresh navy. Is that you get a certain hat at a certain stage of your career, you get a different colour for caps, or is it just when Anderson got his cap all those years ago, they just had a slightly different colour to them?
I think they did. I think they're just the older caps. I think because Keaton Jennings is a similar kind of vintage colour to Anderson. It's slightly more brown, isn't it, than blue. There's Blatherwick from around the wicket bowls, and that's sliced away by Charlesworth out to a deep backward point for a single.
I was watching Essex earlier this year, and they had a Sri Lankan overseas bowling for them, and he very much had a different colour cap to everyone else, and it definitely wasn't about vintage or whatever, because that was definitely their white ball hat he was wearing in a championship match. It was that obvious, and you're looking at that and you're going, given it wasn't his debut, he played 4 or 5 games by that point, and they were down in London at the Oval playing against Surrey. So I just wonder, was that the overseas had just woken up and forgotten to pack his hat, so somebody had to make a mad dash to the club shop and pick up a white ball hat for him.
There you go.
So he had something to wear because he forgot to pack his red ball hat.
234 for 2 with Price on 17. Blatherwick is over the wicket and bowls to Price, tries to whip it away, and gets a decent amount of bat on that, and it ricochets back in towards his fleshy part of the thigh, perhaps. And he goes kind of hobbling gingerly towards square leg for a few paces.
Well, he's holding his inner thigh, shall we say. That looked painful. It sounded painful. You could hear the thud, the ball hitting. Well, I'm not sure if it was pad or flesh, but he's gingerly back to his mark.
Waiting for Blatherwick, who strides in again, bowls to Price. Full length delivery from Blatherwick, driven on bounce to one of 3 close catchers who were in front of the batter. There's 2 on the leg side and 1 on the off. So Harris on the off side, and kind of short straight mid off, and then directly opposite Harris is Luke Wells on the leg side, and then maybe 5 or 6 paces to Wells's right, short mid wicket is Josh Bohannon. All 3 are crouching down as Blatherwick bowls. Forward goes Price and defends, and for a second wasn't quite sure where the ball was going to ricochet. So a slightly frantic little look over his shoulder. Where's the ball bouncing? In the end, it spins back down the pitch, and there's no run.
You say Jennings and Anderson are of a similar vintage in terms of, well, definitely their hats are a similar colour, but I guess it's a sign that how much cricket Jennings has played for Lancashire since signing versus how much Anderson has played, because obviously Jimmy's been around a lot longer than Jennings, but he only plays the 1 game in May before he goes off for England, whereas So his hat probably only sees about one game a summer, if that. Whereas Jennings he's there the whole season. So he's caught up in terms of weathered capness.
Yes. A single there out towards square leg for Price. He moves to 18. Yes, pre-season chatting to Anderson and asked him when was his last full season playing for Lancashire. I mean, he's played it. I think there was one season where he didn't feature. Maybe in the COVID year when everyone was in these bubbles in hotels and stuff like that. So I think he didn't feature that season for Lancashire. Blatherwick around the wicket bowls, and that's punched into the offside by.
Was he not playing for England?
Charlesworth.
Remember they played the West Indies in that bubble series, didn't they? Was he not playing then?
Yes, not for Lancashire.
Right, yeah.
I don't think he played that year for Lancashire because it was the COVID.
Yeah, so
thing.
he stayed with England.
He was with England. It's the end of the over that, 235 for 2. But I think pretty much every other season since his Lancashire debut, he's played at least a game or two at some point during the course of the campaign. I think that may have been the exception to the rule, the COVID year. But I asked him when was the last time he played a full season where he'd not had any England commitments, and he said it was 2005. The last he wasn't involved in the Ashes series in 2005, and he said that would have been the last time he'd played a full season for Lancashire without any England.
He probably still had blonde hair back then as well.
could have been red. There was a flash of red at one point, wasn't there?
It was, wasn't there? Brilliant, yeah, the Lancashire red. Here's Hartley. Continue. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Price. Oh, that's a little delicate sweep behind square. Clever shot. There's no man saving one there. Deep square does come around to cut it off. Price comes back for a second. This was a risky shot in that there's always a bit of risk in playing that sweep across the line, but he gets enough bat on it to come back for a second. It'd be interesting to see, does that prompt a change in the field? Not immediately. Jennings is pointing to where the ball just went, as if to say, should we plug that gap? But no man is going there for now. Here comes Hartley. Well, he plays the exact same shot again. Will he come back for a second? He will. Good bit of running that from Price. So that's twice in back-to-back balls. He's played a little delicate paddle sweep, and he's come back for 2 on both occasions. Just giving Lancashire something to think about here. Hartley is chatting to Phil Salt, who's pointing to that short, fine region.
It's good running. It's good fielding too, wasn't it? 'Cause that ball was bobbling and bouncing all over the shot, wasn't it? And Blatherwick didn't make any fuss with that.
It has prompted a change to the field. Jennings has gone from short leg to well, should we just say a very close leg slip behind square. With that gap plugged, Price doesn't play the sweep on this occasion, defending back to Hartley, no run. Hartley in. Round we get tossed up. Ooh, that wasn't the most convincing of drives, and there's oohs and ahs from the Lancashire fielders. Price looked like he was trying to hit that quite straight. It's ending up coming off the outer half of the bat along the ground to Bohannon at extra cover. Just something happening here. Price looking to accelerate the scoring rate a little bit. That one's tossed up. This time is defended straight back to Hartley. He's got both straight men saving one. Previously they had been back on the boundary providing cover. He's going to have to take a bit of a risk here as Price if he wants to get his boundary. He doesn't on this occasion as he defends once again. Well, that's the end of Hartley's 16th over. He's bowled none for 56, 2 maidens so far. He's going at 3.5 and over. Gloucester have moved on to 239 for 2. Price scoring 4 runs in that over. He's now on 22. Charlesworth will take strike on 136.
Yeah, we had an 8-over opening spell from Chris Green from the Chapel End this morning. He's picked up the only wicket of the day so far. And Hartley replacing him. Hartley and Green are going to have to, you would think, shoulder the bulk of the work today. It's a tough afternoon for the seamers to keep running in. Anderson's had a little opening burst. He's bowled 14 overs in the innings so far. Blatherwick's into his 5th over here. I've only seen bowlers some bowled 5 overs so far in the innings. They all came yesterday. Hartley, Green and probably some Luke Wells are going to have to be carrying the bulk of the responsibility here. This is an unforgiving surface if you're a seamer, as we've seen through the course of the first couple of days. Blatherwick from around the wicket bowling, and Charlesworth drives. Stopped by Blatherwick on his follow through. There's no run.
It was interesting this morning though. Chris Green's first couple of overs, he was making something happen, wasn't he? A few balls hit the pad, a few stifled LBW appeals. He obviously did get that wicket, albeit it was a firm shot, and it just hit Keaton Jennings in close, and he did well to take it. But after that, what, 2-3 over spell from Green, where it just felt like something was happening, it's just died down completely, hasn't it? These two haven't really offered any chances. You haven't seen the ball hitting the bat or wrapping into the pad much.
It's pushed into the offside, bouncing towards short cover. There's no run. Yes, and there's a second new ball due in 12 overs, isn't there? So that actually is, no, it's more than that, isn't it? No, it's 12. We're into over number 69. Yeah.
Yeah, 68.2 gone, I think.
So we're not too far away from that becoming an option, but not a great deal's happened with the new ball, neither has it really in the match. Like you should be hoping that the pitch does tend to will break up a little bit. We'll start to spin, and that's going to be the route to a result. Driven by Charlesworth and into the offside. Bohannon and Jennings go competing after the ball. Two short mid wickets, and they kind of bumped into each other to try and get there first. There's 3 catchers close in on that offside. Jennings and Bohannon, and just behind him, in like a little triangle almost. And at the tip of the triangle is Luke Wells.
Well, this is interesting. Chris Green is just in front of us here at deep square, and I think he's motioning to Blatherwick just to maybe try a short ball.
Not on that occasion. Worked into the onside by Charlesworth and gathered by Harris at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But it was a very much a gentle suggestion, as in, well, you might as well try it. try something. Try something a bit different, because there really isn't a lot happening for the seamers at the minute.
Yeah, he came right at the back end of yesterday. I think he came back for maybe 4 overs yesterday, and they stacked the leg side, most behind square, and he ran in and tried to bowl some bouncers and try and make something happen. It's driven on the bounds to Jennings, one of the 2 short covers. There's no run.
He's played that shot well this morning, hasn't he, Charlesworth? That was a very handsome looking cover drive. Just unfortunately for him, he couldn't pick a gap. I suppose that's a sign of the pitch from Lancashire, is they've said, right, well, you've played the cover drive really well this morning. We're just going to let you keep playing it and hope eventually that you just hit one straight to a fielder. And hopefully one of that triangle of cover fielders is in the right place to catch it if you absolutely drill it at them.
239 for 2. Blatherwick bowls and defended to the onside by Charlesworth to mid-on, and there's no run. A maiden, I think, for Jack Blatherwick. It was, yeah. And his first maiden over. 239 for 2, Gloucestershire. So Ollie Price on 22. Ben Charlesworth is still going along nicely. He's 136, not out. They're sort of a long way behind. 318 runs behind. But a pretty calm and sedate morning so far, even with the loss of the Phillips wicket, which from the home side's point of view is absolutely fine. Not a lot happening here, and Lancashire trying to conjure up something. There's not a great deal to work with.
Well, Tom Hartley just has to wait at the top of his mark here. Phil Salt seems to be having some issues getting his helmet on. They're always funny when you've got keeping gloves on, trying to get the chin strap of the helmet. It's always really difficult to get that right when you've got gloves on. But anyway, Salt has sorted it out, and Hartley comes in around the wicket to Price, who defends that straight back to the bowler. He still has that very, very short leg slip in response to the couple of paddle sweeps Price played in the previous over. He's got a slip in catching as well. James Anderson is not quite a catching mid-wicket, but he is in close. Mid-off, mid-on, both saving 1, as is extra cover and backward point. Short and cut away. Now this could be 4. There'll be work to do here for the man on the rope, but he gets around well to cut it off, and it will just be 2. That was a nice cut shot off the back foot through extra cover from Price, brings him another 2 to his total, and it's the 50 partnership between Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price. 104 balls it's taken them. Charlesworth has contributed 26, Price 24. Just over an hour these two have been at the crease, 67 minutes.
It's a nice piece of cricket, though, isn't it? It's a good shot. There's some good fielding by Balderson.
Here's Hartley. Fuller and slower. Turn to the leg side. Anderson does the fielding. Yeah, I said off the bat I thought it would be 4.
But it looked it, didn't it? Yeah.
He's actually made it look a lot easier than it was. I think the speed of getting across to the ball. Nicely timed by Price off the back foot. Hartley's just going to change his angle here. He's going to come over the wicket. He's also going to change his field. Bahan comes in from extra cover to another short mid-wicket. Backward point also comes across into the leg side. He's gone to leg slip. Well, no, he's actually going further back. He's going to go to short fine, which means Keaton Jennings moves from leg slip into short leg again. And Bohannon's actually gone out to deep square. So a very leg side dominant field. There's only one fielder in front of square on the offside, and that's mid-off. So there's a very easy single. Oh, it's not going to be a single. It could well be 4, provided the spin doesn't take it to Balderson on the deep. Oh, it does. That's another excellent piece of fielding from Balderson out there. Price pulled out the reverse sweep, and he hit it well with no one in front of square, saving 1 on the offside apart from mid-off. But the problem is the ball spun back towards Balderson at deep point, and he was able to cut off the boundary. It was a very pleasing looking shot. There's another change in the field. Lancashire really are tinkering at the minute. Anderson's gone from short mid-wicket to slip, and slip has gone to backward point. So there is a backward point and a deep backward point. No one in at cover at the minute. Price just pads that one away into the offside. No shot offered. Half an appeal for LBW, but always going to be tricky bowling over the wicket from Hartley to get any LBW decision. Probably pitched outside. This is a very strange field. He's turning the ball away from the right-hander, and they haven't got a cover. Padded away once again into the offside. Of course, he won't take the single with no shot offered. End of the over. Gloucester 243 for 2.
Yeah, having to try and conjure up something here, Lancashire, aren't they, with their fielding positions? And I'm surprised Balderson's not had a ball yet. Maybe that might be a case of just holding him back for the second new ball. These situations when there's not a lot happening, Lancashire's kind of almost default plan is to go to Balderson and have the keeper stood up, have one slip in place, have a ring of catches in front of the batter, and just kind of toil away in and around off stump. And it's a tactic they've used quite a bit. Maybe Balderson being held back for a second new ball potentially. It's not too far away. 10 overs. So it'll come just after lunch.
Well, maybe Jimmy Anderson's gone off for a bit of a break before the new ball. He's just walked off. His sub-fielders come on.
Yeah, Will Williams out at mid-wicket. It's Blatherwick from around the wicket bowling, driven away, but straight to Balderson by Charlesworth, who's at mid-off, and there's no run.
He's been peppered the last few deliveries as Balderson. Working hard on the boundary, and now he's at mid-off, and Charlesworth has absolutely leathered that one straight to him. It's taken an awful hop just before it reached him, and I think it hit him in the chest.
It's a bit of an unforgiving outfield to field on, isn't it? So firm and brown and bobbly. It's driven square. Well, it's in the air, which kind of got Lancashire interested for a second. It's in the air, but it's well wide of Jennings, who's the squarer of the two short covers.
That's the trap, isn't it?
Yeah.
The offside triangle of cover catchers. They know Charlesworth likes to play a big booming drive, and they are hoping that he hits one in the air. He did hit that one in the air, but as you say, it was nowhere near Jennings as the kind of the left-hand corner of the triangle. Is that the best way of describing it? As we look at it, at least from up here on the balcony.
Yeah, we're We're square on, peering over the umpire who's at point at the minute. Down into the onside, this time by Ollie Price. Gathered by Josh Bahanan. There's no run, 244 for 2. Gloucestershire in their first innings. About half an hour left of the morning session. Price on 26. Charlesworth is still going. He resumed on 104 this morning. He's now 137. Not out. These two just brought up their half-century partnership at Blatherwick. I mean, another little tweak. What does he want here? Well, he's got Wells and Bahanan together, maybe 10 yards apart at short mid-wicket. Blatherwick's going to come over the wicket into Price. It's turned through the leg side. He's got underneath Wells, but Botherson's gone scampering after it and he can't catch up with it. And it's gone for 4 for Price. Worked through the onside and underneath the body of Luke Wells, he's still led down on his stomach, legs apart, arms spread out as he failed to cut it off. Timed nicely by Phillips. He gets 4, 248 for 2.
I don't think Wells can quite understand how that's managed to get in that gap. Like, if the two of them, Wells and Bahanan, granted Wells is tall and has very long arms, but if the two of them just stretched their arms out, they'd be touching hands. So there is barely any gap at all between them. So how Price managed to get it in that said minuscule gap is an impressive feat of placement, albeit that gap is now substantially bigger as Bahanan has gone from short mid-wicket out to deep mid-wicket, and Wells is gone into a catching forward square. They're changing the field nearly every ball at the minute, our Lancashire.
3 on the leg side boundary for Blatherwick, who's in and goes short. And Price just sways underneath it, and through it goes to Phil Salt. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg and the fine leg, and then, as Nathan was saying, Wells has just gone a little bit square at kind of forward square leg. Oh, now Williams is going to hop out towards the leg side as well at mid-wicket, so they've got plenty on the leg side boundary. Blatherwick's gone short in his previous delivery. When he goes short again, in balls he does, and it's pulled away by Price. Out towards deep backward square leg. Time just to rock onto the back foot and carefully drag it out behind square on the leg side for a single, and he keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. Might be the end of Blatherwick's spell potentially as well. It's 249 for 2. Price has 31. Charlesworth on 137, and as Jack Blatherwick makes his way, I suspect, off the field for a moment or two, his captain comes back on, shakes him by the hand, taps him on the back, and to say, well, decent effort, not a lot there for you. He's running hard, but unable to find a way to break this partnership, which has pushed Gloucestershire to 249 for 2. And on the brink of a batting bonus point.
Well, here's Hartley. Continues his spell over the wickets. Patted away by Price. It's been quite comfortable just sticking out his left pad and kicking the ball away. Half an appeal from behind the wicket, but nothing too strenuous. Hartley's got Jennings, as he has been all day, to the spinner really, with the helmet on and catching close on the leg side. Anderson is at slip. Oh, half an appeal for stumping. Jennings was convinced. He was almost running off celebrating. Price came forward, big reverse sweep, stride down the wicket, missed it. Salt whips off the bails, and the only question was whether Price overbalanced and lifted his back leg. Umpire Illingworth said he didn't. Salt didn't look too convinced as the wicketkeeper, but as I said, Keaton Jennings was off running in celebration, maybe more in hope than anything else. Not out is the decision. That one's padded away as well. Price just kicks it down to short fine.
Well, it's quick work, wasn't it, by Phil Salt? Flick off the bails, but his back foot stretching all the way back and his toes over the line. Just got a good position here, haven't we, from side on. It's good work from Salt.
Hartley continues patted away yet again. Well, Josh Bohannon, who was fielding a deep square, has responded to Price's continuing desire to kick the ball away by saying, well, if he's not looking to score, well, I come in to see if we can tempt him into playing a bit of a sweep over the leg side. And lo and behold, Hartley says, yep, up you come, mate. So Bohannon is now saving 1 at square leg. That hasn't changed anything, though. Price continually kicks it away again with his pad. It's flicked off his knee roll and gone to Anderson at slip. But of course, no bat or glove involved. It's prompted a bit of a discussion here. Marcus Harris is at mid-on, and he's just wandered over to Tom Hartley to have a chat about what to do here, because as much as Price isn't scoring, him just padding up and kicking the ball away isn't doing much good for Lancashire in terms of their desire to take wickets and advance the game. So we'll see if the plans change at all as Hartley comes in. Last ball of the over. Ball's quicker and flatter. It's half a chance and it's out. Caught at short third.
Wells.
By Wells. It was a quick and flat delivery outside off. Price couldn't resist a big drive, and it's taken the outer half of the bat. And just for a second it looked like it might have flown over the top of the fielder there, but Wells is a tall man, as we've said on a few occasions this morning, and he's leapt, timed his jump to perfection and plucked the ball out of the air. And that is the end of Ollie Price. He goes with 31 next to his name, 68 deliveries faced. Very strange passage of play there, where he was just continually padding the ball away, not looking to score. He got a quicker and flatter one outside off. He thought he could drive it to the cover fence, but the outside edge is flown away. And that's a third Gloucestershire wicket to fall, the second one of this morning session.
It was an odd little passage, as you say, because it was been quite negative, couldn't it, on both occasions, really, on both sides. But then the fact that Hartley went a little flatter, a little quicker, and just pushed it wide of off stump, and having kind of bowled outside or leg stump, and he's padded away and padded away. Just maybe just teasing him with one and tempting him with one outside off stump, which he went chasing after, and then the edge ballooned up and caught by Wells. And well, wickets might in the end have to be produced from seemingly nowhere if the game is to advance. And Lancashire have got one with half an hour, or just a little under half an hour before the lunch break. Miles Hammond is the new batter. 2:49 for 3. Nathan Johns has retreated to the other side of the balcony for a break before lunch. Ed Seaborn's back alongside me.
Thank you. Hello.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Yes, well, I was not too far off the Matty Hurst dismissal of first thing yesterday morning. Just a cut shot that ballooned up in the air, and batter walks off just thinking, how have I done that? But yes, the wickets. What have we had? We've had 7 wickets fall in the last day and nearly a session. In terms of how those wickets have fallen, caught at backward point, straight up in the air off a miscued big shot, Green swiping across the line at an off-cutter from Charlesworth and bowled, Tom Hartley, who was going for a huge hit down the ground and was caught in the deep at long off. And then in this innings, well, Anderson with the new Kookaburra ball, trapping Bancroft LBW with a really good bit of bowling. Joe Phillips caught by Keaton Jennings' chest. And then that one.
It's Chris Green into to Ben Charlesworth. Green replacing Blatherwick from the College lawn end of the ground. Chopped away into the offside, no run.
159 more runs still needed by Gloucestershire to avoid this follow-on. 7 overs to go after this until the second new ball.
Green to Charlesworth. He runs that through point for a single. 138 not out, and that's the 250 up for Gloucestershire, and they notch their first batting bonus point onto the scorecard.
Yes. bonus points, of course, don't matter. So just in terms of the game, really, you'd feel Gloucestershire score 158 runs, and really the game feels pretty dead. So the jeopardy is on that second new ball, and if Lancashire can prize some scalps, if they get one more before then, they'll be in the hunt.
Miles Hammond on strike for the first time. Green in towards him, fires one in. It's a fraction flatter and maybe just a little bit of extra pace on it with no spin. That's just gone right through. He's left by Hammond. Rocked onto the front foot. Slides on through to the keeper. Has to play this time on the back of the previous leave. Decides not to risk it. And defends with his bat. Fraction in front of the pad. And there's no run. There's a couple of left-handers here to bowl at. Well, Charlesworth, he's obviously well set. But a new lefty to bowl at in Hammond, pushed away into the offside by Hammond, gathered by Bohannon at cover. There's no run. 250 for 3. Pushed long off back towards the boundary, maybe 10 yards in. Blatherwick at mid-on's pretty deep as well. Again, Hammond doesn't offer a shot and allows that one to slide through. Well, it's a good little start, that, Green to Hammond. I think the first delivery maybe just caused the odd bit of uncertainty to Hammond because he left it and it wasn't too far away from just going on, sliding past the off stump and to Salt's gloves. 250 for 3 with 20 minutes to go before the lunch break on the third day.
Tommy Borman just taking a few steps onto the field presenting a drink, and I think Ben Charlesworth said, "No, I don't want it." I mean, normally there's a wave, isn't there, the signal for "give me a drink."
I'm thirsty.
I'm thirsty. but he was waved off, and he's wearing one of those gilets.
Oh, I love a gilet. Yeah.
So it must be a little bit cooler where the players are than up here. I'm not saying it's the warmest, but it's certainly an awful lot more bearable than it was yesterday evening. My teeth were chattering, I think, through the commentary yesterday evening. It was pretty chilly.
It was. If I had brought one of my selections of gilets, I'd have wore it yesterday, but not needed today. Not at the minute, anyway.
I wonder if they've got them for sale somewhere, but I'm not wearing Gloucestershire merchandise whilst commentating. No, we're not going down that route. Hartley to Charlesworth, and presses forward and takes a single.
I was looking for if there's anywhere that's sold any merchandise. I've done 2 laps around the ground and can't see anything.
No, well, normally there's an area somewhere in front of the chapel, but I didn't see it when I was over there yesterday either, so maybe it's not made it. 251 for 3, Charlesworth onto 139. Some of the gaps that were there basically everywhere on the offside are being plugged with Hammond facing, but they are giving him the drive out through the covers. There's nobody between backward point and mid-off. Hartley to Hammond, who's forward looking for that gap, but then wafting the bat at Charlesworth to say, stay put. Hammond, born in Cheltenham, he's got 3 of his 5 first-class hundreds on this ground, including his career best score of 169 against Hampshire. As this is played on the bounce to short leg. Of course, he fell at Old Trafford rather heartbreakingly short of what would have been 100 in company of Ollie Price as he marched forward. Hartley to Hammond. He's reaching forward and defending it straight back to Hartley. He'll scoop it up with his left hand.
92, did he get? 92 or 93?
90. I had 97 in
Oh,
there,
maybe
but
it was,
yeah, it was 97.
Oh, dear.
Because I had a feeling he was one shot away and kept trying to go for that drive off Bailey. As Hartley bowls and Hammond back into his crease and playing to Anderson at short mid-wicket. Because I think he had about 3 goes, flashed and missed at all of them, was nearly bowled before, and then I'm afraid he got bowled through the gate by Tom Bailey on 97. Hartley to him. Hammond were in a little bit in two minds whether to play forward or back, but just keeps it out. He's faced 9 deliveries, has yet to get off the mark. Gloucestershire 251 for 3. And well, they'd certainly take that innings in this situation, whether he fell just shy of 100 or not. Just especially if Charlesworth were to go, you still look at this game and think, yes, it's slow moving, it's dominated by bat, it's tricky to force things to happen quickly, but there's still just that opportunity there for Lancashire. If they can maybe, say, get Charlesworth before that second new ball, still Gloucestershire a lot of runs just to avoid the follow-on.
Green in to Charlesworth, driven on the bounce to cover, there's no run. Well, that could potentially kind of change the feel of the game, couldn't it, if they can get Charlesworth before the new ball, but I mean, it's been absolutely chanceless so far, hasn't it? From the Gloucestershire. Asking for the LBW there as he got forward. It sounded like there was bat on it. And rocks onto the front foot and jabs the bat down. Not out, says the umpire. 2:51 for 3. 15 minutes remaining of the of the morning session. Just been watching back on the stream. Chris Green walking back past the umpire, chuckling away, always smiling. Left by Charlesworth, through it goes to Salt. And there's no run. Within 5 overs of the new ball. .251 for 3. He's on 139 not out. Green in bowls. Left again through to Salt.
Still on that tempting line wide of off stump, and for Charlesworth the trap's been set pretty much through the entire latter part of his innings. Fielders in that area.
Going back and cutting away. Good stop by Anderson, low to his left. That backward pointed, there's no run. Anything that's kind of floated up just outside his off stump, he's just not played at it though, has he?
Yes.
Certainly not from Green, you know.
The full ones, he's waited for it to be just that bit shorter so he can rock back and then hit it straight into the floor, which of course in the end is what did for Ollie Price. He just couldn't keep that down on the cut shot. Ooh, he's going to bring cover up now as well. Really trying to tempt him.
2:51 for 3. Final delivery of the over. Green to Charlesworth and just gently swaying onto the back foot and drags the bat out the way and watches the ball all the way into the gloves of Phil Salt. Not for being tempted. Charlesworth again. 2:51 for 3. Maiden over for Chris Green. So 24 overs for him. I think that might be his 5th maiden, 1 for 46. Trailed by 306, Gloucestershire, as we creep towards the lunch break.
Hartley whirls into Hammond, who drives, beats the bowler, he'll beat mid-on, and Green will give that chase up over this outfield. And Hammond gets off the mark at the 10th time of asking, with a pleasant on drive, 255 for 3. Lancashire's women involved in a one-day cup game today against Durham, 160 for 3. Durham after 35 overs. Mahika Gore has affected 2 run-outs.
Excellent.
Hartley to Hammond, back into his crease and playing into the onside for no run. Holly Armitage is 69 not out.
Blimey.
Hartley in, and Hammond reaching forward, not able quite to get it far enough in front of the point fielder George Balderson.
Is that the full kind of posh Sunday name?
Well, Armitage.
Yeah.
Well, that seemed to be what was being used in a Northern Diamonds commentary I was listening to last year. Yes. Ridiculous. Hammond square drives, tries to dig that one out, shovels it to Balderson directly at point for no run again.
Armitage. It's Armitage.
I know. but that's how they were saying.
Okay,
it.
fair enough.
Well, maybe they've got some inside information.
Maybe they have. Yeah.
Hartley in now, and Hammond reaching forward and playing into the onside and keeping himself amused with a hop, skip and a jump almost backwards.
Is it like Mrs. Bouquet?
Yes. Well, you know the cricketer who's played for Sussex, Zach Lancashire, as there'll be a strangled appeal here. Bat and pad close together from Hammond, but I think big stride and probably a stride outside the line of off stump, so not really much of an appeal for Treadwell to consider. 2:55 for 3, the end of that over. Yes, not Lion Catch It. Leon Cachet was involved in that triple super over that the Netherlands played against Scotland fairly recently. I think it was Leon Cachet who bowled the 3rd super over. After, I think it was about something like 17 all, 19 all in the first 2 super overs. Leon Cachet then took, I think it was 2 wickets and 3 balls, and the Netherlands needed 1 to win off the 3rd super over. Just an absolutely mad game of cricket.
Sounds like a fun way to finish it, though.
Yeah.
Green to Charlesworth off the back foot, tapped away through the offside for a single. 140 not out.
Of course, sorry, it was Nepal, wasn't it, that they were playing, not
Right.
Scotland. It was in Scotland, the tri-series, but it was Nepal that they were playing. And I think Nepal needed something like 14 off the last 3 balls, or it wasn't, maybe not quite that, but they definitely needed a 4 and a 6 in the last 3 balls to even tie it.
2-5-6 for 3. So Hammond's on strike. 2 slips in place. Hammond new to the crease. And looking to try and find a gap through the offside. He leans nicely forward into the delivery, then pushes it away to cover where Bohannon's fielding. There's no run. 256 for 3. Green to Hammond. Knocks it back towards the bowler. Yeah, they've got Wells and Anderson side by side at slip. They've got Hurst in a kind of catching short gully position. Alderson at short backward square leg. They've got Jennings at forward short leg. Green to Hammond off the back foot this time. Jabbed away into the offside. There's no run. Remains on 4. Varied his pace, he's varied his line, he's dragged Hammond forward, he's pushed him back a little bit. He's going to touch flatter, he's floated a couple up outside off stump. He's digging into his bag of tricks, is Chris Green, trying to find a 4th breakthrough of the innings before the lunch break, before a second new ball is available for Lancashire on the other side of lunch. Hammond right forward. In front of the pad, his front knee touching his back knee touching the pitch as he gets as far forward as he can in defence. And there's no addition to the score. 2-5-6 for 3. Ed's brought some lovely baguettes. There's Green's in to Hammond, pushed away into the offside. There's no run. What lovely baguettes you've got. End of the over, 256 for 3, with 10 minutes to go before lunch. And Charlesworth on 140, Hammond on 4. That's a sizable baguette, is that? 8 minutes remaining before we took into the ham salad baguette. Oh goodness, there's something else coming now. The balcony of the pavilion here is a beautiful setting, and it's quite a pleasant conditions to watch some cricket.
I just thought it was best to reserve.
You went in,
things.
didn't you?
Yeah,
you did,
Hartley to Charlesworth, who turns it into the onside, and be stopped by the left boot of Anderson at mid-wicket. Well, there's quite a lot of people up here today, and yesterday the selection was greatly reduced by the time we got off air, so I thought perhaps, oh gosh, a canine companion on the balcony now as well, as Charlesworth squeezes that one behind square on the onside, and there's no run.
I love Bring Your Dog to Work Day.
Yes.
Big fan of that.
I think, yes, it's a fairly common feature of the...
Is it? Oh, that's excellent. That's terrific. It's even better.
Particular canine. Hartley into Charlesworth, who will get it past Anderson at short mid-wicket this time to deep mid-wicket. And Charlesworth jogs through and takes his score on to 141. Gloucestershire exactly 300 behind.
Bumble would love it here. He was so desperate to take his dog to Blackpool, but they wouldn't allow him. So he'd be absolutely made up here with his little pooch on the balcony.
Hartley to Hammond, who digs out a Yorker from Tom Hartley. Yeah, I was looking back at some of the previous games between Gloucestershire and Lancashire on this ground. And
Bumble feature.
Bumble did, yes. I mentioned it briefly earlier. Bumble's got a couple of hundreds on this ground. This is on-driven by Hammond straight to mid-on, but timed well. Fluent shot for no run. Game here in 1972. And Bumble opened the batting as a 20-year-old, I think. Got 104. Eventually was dismissed by Mike Proctor, who was captaining Gloucestershire in that game. As Hammond leans forward, stretches out, defends to end the over. 2:57 for 3, so 2 overs to go until the new ball is available. So it really is going to be straight after lunch that Lancashire are going to have potential use of it. Yeah, that's that game. 2 Lloyds were playing for Lancashire with Clive making 72 and taking a couple of wickets in Gloucestershire's first innings as well, and then Bumble got 2 for 6 in Gloucestershire's second innings, with Clive Lloyd 1 for 11, but Gloucestershire just clung on at 174 for 9 in their second innings and secured the draw.
Here's Green to Charlesworth, who's defending, no run.
And actually, let's see if I can find the other one. There was definitely another game where Bumble got 100, where once again Gloucestershire ended up surviving with their last wicket down.
Green to Charlesworth, he's driven it off a thickish outer half of the bat through extra cover. Hartley lurking in front of one of the many marquees. And there's 3 directly opposite where we're commentating from. And he comes up from the boundary to gather the ball. Charlesworth gets a single, moves to 142, 258 for 3. And there's Hammond working it into the offside, but for no addition to the score.
So I'll have to try and find the date, but I think they got the 9th wicket, and then there wasn't time for the last batter to come out and face.
Quicker delivery by Green, dropped into the offside by Hammond, no run. Sounds like a good finish though, doesn't it? Doesn't feel like we're going to get something as dramatic as that tomorrow, but who knows. Dropped away by Hammond back towards Green. Slowly leaning low down to his right to scoop the ball up. They don't particularly want another over here. I don't think, and I don't blame them. Bowl this one and the next and call it lunch. And have a break for 40 minutes. A little quicker. And Hammond again forward in defence. And that will be the over. 258 for 3. Gloucestershire. So it's starting with the number 2 now is the deficit. They've got it down to 299 with Hammond on 4 and Charlesworth on 142.
The other game I was looking back on was a game in 1989 where Gloucestershire won by an innings and 23 runs, but it was Courtney Walsh at his best, 6 for 40 in the first innings. Then Phil Bainbridge got 128, current head coach for Gloucestershire, Mark Lane, 111, as Phil de Freitas got 5 for 123. And then in the second innings, Lancashire 278 all out. Paul Allott was the last man out for 28, but he was out at the end of the third day, apparently. But Jihan Mendes, the opener for Lancashire, had retired hurt earlier on in the piece and had to go over to the hospital on the far side of the ground.
Okay, all right.
So I thought he was going to bowl there, but he's just stooped down to rub his fingers in the... He doesn't even need to go to the end of the pitch to rub his fingers in some dust. He can just do it on the bare patch of outfield right behind the umpire. Hartley to Charlesworth, who's forward steering to safety into the offside. There's a passage in the book I've got this from. Heeding medical advice, Mendes did not bat on the final morning. Somebody called Don Oslier recalls, as Hartley is in down the leg side. I'm not sure what that's come off, but it'll be almost a slightly odd-looking slide, which eventually gets to the ball, and in fact there was bat on it, so a single to Charlesworth to move on to 143. There's no leg slip in place. A 3-day match therefore ended as a win on the third day, with no play having taken place on that day. So it's 3-day matches in those days. Although a wicket had not been taken. The result had not been achieved on the second day, as both batsmen were not out and remained so on the third day. Had it rained on the third day and no play had been possible, even though one batsman would not have been able to bat, it would have been a draw. As Hammond reaches forward and defends that one back to the bowler. So, so Mendes could have come back and batted with the Lancashire number 10, Dexter Fitton. Hartley in now, and it's played back to the onside, fielded by Bohannon at short mid-wicket. So I just thought that was an interesting curiosity.
Very peculiar.
Don Oslier was one of the umpires. Just seen that. Hartley in now. Ooh, Hammond gets himself in a little bit of a tangle with his footwork there. Half back, then rather half forward, then half back, and ended up just squirting it in front of Jennings at short leg. There is no run, and there's one ball left in the morning session. Hartley to Hammond, back and playing into the onside to Bohannon at short mid-wicket, and that ends the session. Ben Charlesworth started it on 104, so he has found it generally much tougher going in terms of run scoring in that session, but so valuably for Gloucestershire is still there. A couple of belting cover drives off Jack Blatherwick, really the only explosion other than, I think, that one shot off Hartley over mid-off. For the most part, it has been exactly what Ben Charlesworth said it would be. It's been graft, and he's grafted away now for 222 deliveries in this innings. It looks a tired boy as he walks off, but he's going to have to come out and bat some more in the afternoon session. Miles Hammond just starting his innings, 4 from 31 deliveries, 2 wickets to fall in that morning session, with Joe Phillips the first to go, clipping a ball from Chris Green, which was swallowed up by Jennings. Bit of hand, bit of body, clutched the ball to himself, caught off the face of the bat at short leg. He made 64, adding 4 runs to his overnight score. And then Ollie Price, cutting at a ball from Tom Hartley, was caught Up above his head at backward point by Luke Wells. He'd looked good for his 31. But Gloucestershire find themselves still 298 runs behind, and therefore 149 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. So a good session for Gloucestershire in the afternoon session, and that probably will secure them what they will set out to do, having conceded that score of 557 yesterday. We three will be back in about 40 minutes' time. We'll enjoy our baguettes and cake and be back to the afternoon session. See you then.
over after lunch from the college lawn end. Will be bowled by Luke Wells.
Well, there you go. Dan Whiting's ruined the surprise. Welcome back.
Not for the first time.
The afternoon session here at Cheltenham, where Charlesworth will face the first ball after lunch on 143. Miles Hammond has 4 at the non-striker's end, and whilst it seemed perfectly poised and judged and weighted by Lancashire that the new ball would be taken straight after lunch, with 80 overs having been bowled in this Gloucestershire innings, they're not going to take the new ball, and they've handed it to Luke Wells, who will bowl from the Chapel end, with Gloucestershire 259 for 3, and Charlesworth on that 143, playing the first ball into the offside to extra cover. There's no run, and the deficit for Gloucestershire at 298 figures to be, in terms of if Lancashire are going to make a move in this game, it's going to need to happen maybe even not just within this session, but possibly even within, say, the first hour of this session, as Charlesworth turns it into the onside. There's no run. Nathan Johns alongside myself, Ed Seaborn.
Which is why it's curious that they haven't gone with Anderson and the new ball. I don't know, maybe they're just going to try a bit of wrist spin, try and introduce a bit of chaos for an over or two, and give that ploy a go, and then go with the new ball if that doesn't work.
Wells bowls. Charlesworth reaching for that one, slightly lunging fashion, gets a thick edge down to backward point.
Well, Anderson is certainly limbering up here at mid-wicket. He's rolling his shoulders and stretching his hamstrings, so that would suggest that he's going to come into the attack, and dare I say, it would be very unlikely that he comes in with the old ball. So this might just be literally 1 over of something different to see if they can buy a cheap wicket before bringing Anderson back.
Charlesworth just driving that one to mid-off. I did wonder whether they might give Wells a whirl before. Not that there was anything that Hartley and Green did particularly wrong. 22 overs and 26 overs for Hartley and Green respectively. As Wells bowls, Charlesworth cuts it into the ground, bobbles out to point where Hurst can get across and make sure there's no run. And Green, 26 overs for only 48 runs. Figures are fairly similar to what Murphy's looked through his first about 20 overs, but then it was Green himself who started to ruin that. This has been looped in the air by Charlesworth, and he's going to get away with it. Well, that's exactly what Lancashire wanted, in terms of forcing Charlesworth to feel like he could take some liberties against Wells. It went skewing off into the offside and landed right between 3 fielders, including Hartley, coming off that cover boundary, and that is a huge, almost literal slice of luck there from Charlesworth, because it was a slice in the air into the offside. He ends up getting to the non-striker's end, but that nearly worked.
The madcap plan nearly paid off. Well,
wow, it's going to be the one over.
It was just the 1 over. Luke Wells has just, almost in disgust at the condition of the ball, thrown it along the ground to Chris Green, who, in equal measures of lack of respect for the lack of help from that ball, has kicked the old ball off over the side of the boundary, and that's because Jimmy Anderson has the new ball in his hand. So 1 over later than it was available. Anderson and Lancashire have taken it, and the Lancashire captain himself is now coming on from the Chapel end. God, what a bonus that would have been had point been up, saving 1 rather than on the boundary. It would have nestled into his hands perfectly. Charlesworth trying to go down the ground, and he just ended up splicing it into the air, into the offside. It turned out to be a good plan. Just a shame they didn't have the fielder in the right place. But Charlesworth did get down the other end, so he will face up to Anderson with the new ball. He's got 2 slips back in play, catching mid-wicket. Left alone by Charlesworth outside off to begin this stint with the new ball.
This is the first time that Anderson's bowled and I've not been commentating. He's switched ends a couple of times, but somehow I seem to have got every one of Anderson's previous 14 overs.
So, well, you have to give someone else a go every now and then, don't you? Right. Not every day you get commentated on a night.
No. Well, no, there is still the thought from the club that this is the first night who's played on this ground.
Well, here is Sir Jimmy Anderson. Ooh, in the air. Flicked off the hip, but it's wide of mid-wicket and out into deep square leg. Charlesworth gets down the other end. It's just a bit of a nervy start for him after lunch. He skied that one in the air safely off Wells. That wasn't the most convincing flick into the leg side and could have easily gone straight to Wells at mid-wicket. So maybe not the worst idea that Charlesworth just gets down the other end and sits on his bat for a few deliveries. Hammond now on strike. Another left-hander. Still 2 slips in for Anderson. Ambles in that very recognisable run-up to the crease. Ooh, strange looking leave that from Hammond, but he ultimately lets that one go through to Salt.
Well, he's always wanted to do things his own way, is Miles Hammond, that sort of player, and he's got one of those routines, not quite in the same way as Bracey, who's got this dance that you'll probably see later on, but Hammond does this strange thing where it's almost like he's trying to loosen up his wrists. He just did there off to square leg.
Well, he's played that one nicely through mid-wicket. That should be 4. Marcus Harris gives chase, but he gives up pretty quickly. Overpitched from Anderson and flicked very nicely off the pads through wide mid-on, slash mid-wicket. But first boundary after the lunch break for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, you've got to pick those off, haven't you, in those rare occasions, and it's so rare. You're going to get a chance to put the ball away like that, and you just sort of feel you've got to cash in a few opportunities you'll get.
How does Anderson respond? Good length ball on off-stump defending. Yeah, I wonder, again, we're side on, as we've said multiple times throughout the last few days, so it's not straightforward for us to see which direction the ball is moving in, either in the air or off the pitch, but I just wonder, having pushed a few across the 2 left-handers to start his over, had Anderson just tried to bowl an in-swinger and bring it back and just got it slightly wrong, got it too straight, and Hammond was able to pick him off through the leg side. 2 slips lying in wait for Anderson. Big drive and off the outer half of the bat, but it picks the gap through point, and that's another boundary for Hammond in this over. The new ball has proved fruitful for Gloucestershire in the first over of its return. 2 boundaries for Miles Hammond. Anderson's over goes for 9. He's bowled 15 overs, 1 for 52. Gloucestershire are 269 for 3, 82 overs bowled. Hammond not out 12. Charlesworth is on 145.
Well, he didn't like it when Charlesworth did that, Anderson. He was a little bit less demonstrative to Hammond, I suppose, being a slightly more senior player. Hammond maybe drawing a little less of the irk of Anderson. And Joe Phillips literally was half his age when he was bowling to him. Charlesworth not quite there, but 24 versus 42.
This is very interesting. New ball, and we're still going to see spin.
Well, he bowls an awful lot with the new white ball, does Chris Green, so I'm sure he won't be too bothered about bowling with the new red one. But I was wondering where Lancashire were going to go, because Blatherwick has been expensive. To be honest, Balderson's been quite expensive, but they were bowling for 5 overs. Green to Charlesworth, that's forward defence out into the offside.
Well, Scott's theory was the reason why we didn't see much of Balderson today was because maybe they were preserving him for the new ball, but that theory has been disproven.
Yeah, it may still, again, you never know, maybe still be a short experiment for Green, we'll see. Oh, inside edge, more of that and it won't be a short experiment, and Charlesworth continues to look a little scratchy after lunch. So he has that one squeeze off between his legs and that inside edge to backward square, so it wasn't too close to the stumps, it was just the fact that he didn't know where it had gone. 270 for 3.
Change in the field. They had 2 catching points for Charlesworth. One of them now comes into a second slip for Hammond.
Green in, Hammond drives, looking to attack, and picks out Bohannon an extra cover, who surprisingly doesn't hurl the ball into Phil Salt. The first time that he's resisted the temptation to send the ball flying past the batter's ear.
You get in trouble for that these days, don't you? If you throw the ball too close to the batter.
Well, Green bowls another inside edge, this time from Hammond. It's a quick edge that flashes down to Balderson on the 45. Again, there's no run, and that Hammond's just making a signal with his hand, and then it goes again with that little shake out of the hand as if he's trying to loosen up the wrists again. But Green, he may well get some swerve with this new ball. Bowls now to Hammond, who is very deliberately forward.
That's a good term, swerve. Is that because you can't bring yourself to say that a spinner
Well,
might swing it?
Drift, swing, so I'm just going to go with swerve.
Yeah, I like that. I'm going to start using that now.
Swerve from round the wicket.
Well, I suspect it's not spinning, but as the new ball is not likely to spin, because if you've got two batters playing on the inside edge, that suggests they're playing for the ball to spin away from them, and it's not.
It just continues to slide in. Hammond drives, somebody else shot down below, which kind of was, but then it was also straight back to the bowler, so there's no run. Oh, that's nice. I like that from Luke Wells. He's just got the frisbee hat toss absolutely perfect off to Keaton Jennings. Not quite sure whose hat it was that was being tossed off in that way. It was probably Jennings' himself, actually, wasn't it? Although he's got one cap already tucked into the back of his trousers.
Oh, well.
There's all sorts of headgear out there. 270 for 3.
Well, the keeper Salt, he has his helmet on when he's standing up to the spinner, so his hat has to be minded by someone. Jennings had the helmet on when he was fielding in close. So, yeah, they've got two helmets stacked behind Phil Salt there. And, well, Jennings' hat hasn't reappeared on his head as he stands in its slip, and that's cut away dismissively by Ben Charlesworth. And that brings him up to 150, and what a way to do it. Short and wide from Anderson. Charlesworth cuts him through cover point, brings up yet another milestone in what has been a very impressive knock from him both this morning and yesterday. 233 balls it's taken him to reach 150. 313 minutes he's been out there. Yeah, just looking on replay, that really was dismissive, is the way to describe that. Poor ball from Anderson. Let's see how he responds. Fuller this time. Charlesworth defends, although the bat nearly got stuck on his own pad, which might have brought LBW into play had he failed to make contact with the ball, but he manages to squirt it out into the leg side for no run.
It was a little bit of a gift from Anderson to Charlesworth on 146, especially as he scored 3 runs before. I'm not sure any of them had any real authority about them, and then he gets that one just a thump away.
Yeah, we'll see if that gives him any confidence back after a shaky start to this session. That's a confident looking defensive shot to a full length delivery into the leg side. Yes, he had that inside edge to start off. Well, even before the inside edge, he had the skied shot off Luke Wells, which was a rush of blood to the head. He'd nearly gotten through that experiment of the one over of leg spin before the new ball, and he just about avoided falling into the trap Lancashire had set for him, though not through design. Bit of a chat here between Marcus Harris at mid-off and Jimmy Anderson. Well, that's not Marcus Harris, that's Josh Mahannon.
Harris is currently biting his fingernails.
Sorry, well, somebody's doing something with their Jimmy Anderson. It is, it's number 20, it's Josh Mahannon.
Racked with nerves, obviously. Marcus Harris.
Very nervous watching Anderson.
Everyone's chewing their fingernails here.
Well, after that long conference, Anderson is back to the top of his mark, into his delivery stride. Ooh. Well, judging by the reaction of Keaton Jennings at slip, that didn't pass too far beyond off stump, although I think Keaton Jennings gets excited by anything, doesn't he?
There would be lists of people who I would trust in terms of excitability. Keaton Jennings might appear just below Adam Lyth on that list as far as people I would trust to let me know if I couldn't quite see how close the ball was.
Well, Luke Wells mid-wicket got quite excited by that leave past the off stump as well, so it wasn't a million miles away. Here's Anderson. Short of length. Charlesworth tries to pull that, probably just didn't get up enough for a pull shot. He ends up mistiming it along the ground to mid-wicket. No run.
The one thing we've never had in this game is a spell of consistent sunshine. I almost wonder, sometimes you think about the sun actually just killing a pitch, but almost did this one maybe need some sun to turn a bit more?
Yeah, break it up a bit, bring the spinners into play more. Anderson, good length, defended onto the back foot to Luke Wells again, who's been busy in there mid-wicket in this over. So Anderson's first delivery of that over went for 4. It allowed Charlesworth to bring up his 150. 5 dot balls to follow means Gloucestershire are 274 for 3. As we said, Charlesworth is not out 150. Miles Hammond at the other end, who now takes strike. Still there on 12, having faced 39 deliveries thus far.
James Bracey be due in next. Graham van Buren after that, and then Saman Akhtar. I wonder where's Delanger going to come in and bat if...
Did we get any clarity on his issue on day one?
I think it is a hamstring issue, and all that was fairly obvious, I suppose, when he didn't come out on the morning of day 2, was that he wasn't going to bowl at all in the first innings. But he's on the ground still. I think maybe today was a day of a scan. Green bowls wide of the off stump, and Hammond leaves that alone. Chris Green has gone launching himself to the floor in absolutely exaggerated disappointment.
It almost looked like he was praying at one stage.
I mean, it wasn't that close. It was close enough, but it wasn't that close. You'd think it'd just... What's he going to do if it misses by a millimetre? Hammond drives. Might be looking down to the floor, but for a different reason that time, because that is a fluid shot through extra cover from Hammond on the drive, who is such an extravagant and exciting player to watch when he's in full flow. And away it goes to that extra cover boundary, 278 for 3. It's just a really beautifully controlled and placed shot there from Hammond as Green bowls to him, and he gets forward to smother the spin there, or possibly the drift rather than the spin,
or swerve,
the swing, the swift.
Get the thesaurus out.
Dring and swift. Green to Hammond. Steer this one to the bowler, to his right. Green furiously rubbing the ball on his shirt. Still going at under 2 runs and over. In bowls, Hammond looks to drive, and well, that attempted drive was pretty much the antithesis of the one that was hit earlier in the over. It came off very little bat and didn't go very far at all. So he's probably still thinking, Green, that he can tempt Hammond possibly outside the off stump in a way that Charlesworth hasn't been. But his last delivery is on the stumps, and Hammond gets back right into the line and pats it away out into the offside. So 278 for 3. Gloucestershire are basically at the halfway mark in terms of Lancashire's score. 3 wickets down, but really the key number is that 100 and what is it now, 140, 130, thank you, get there eventually, 130 that they need to avoid the follow-on.
Given the nature of the pitch, one would think that shouldn't be too much of an issue later on today.
Ooh, Anderson's out of the attack.
Just lasted the 1 over with the new ball. Like, again, Lancashire just seemed to be chopping and changing quite a lot. Before lunch, it was the field at one point. Almost every ball they were changing, and now they're moving around bowlers. 1 over spells here and there. Luke Wells had 1 over just after lunch. Then they took the new ball. Anderson's bowled. Well, no, he bowled 2 overs with the new ball, didn't he? So not quite chopping and changing with just solitary over spells. But it's going to be spin from both ends with the new, well, still a new ball. It's only 5 overs old. 4 overs old. They took it after 81, not 80. But it's going to be the left arm spin of Tom Hartley. He's got Charlesworth on strike. Brought up his 150 in the previous over from this end. Looks like he's got slip and a leg slip, and Keaton Jennings at short leg, as he has been all day really, waiting for him. Short mid wicket, short cover, mid on back, just short of the rope. Mid off is hovering, offering that shot over the top should he want to take it on. He doesn't on this occasion. Defends gently into the leg side.
To say, well, they're sort of waiting for something to happen, I think, with this new ball. Lancashire's arms folded rather sullenly behind the stumps in between each delivery. Slip and leg slip, yeah, just looking as if they're waiting for something to really get their teeth into.
Well, they're going to have to wait another few seconds. Hartley pulls out of his delivery stride there. Dead ball signalled by umpire Treadwell. This time Hartley's in, and down the track comes Charlesworth. He gets to the ball on the full and swats it through mid-off. Lovely use of the feet. That man is up, saving one, and it's hit hard past him for another boundary.
I suppose it's always the thing about the new ball, whether it's Dukes or Kookaburra, but just sometimes that extra hardness actually ends up with more runs starting to flow.
Hartley, and once again drags his length back after being driven down the ground. Charlesworth rocks onto the back foot and defends.
Gloucestershire's run rate had been much closer to 4 than 3 for quite a lot of this, but it was a fairly slow-moving morning session, despite not losing too many wickets.
Hartley fuller this time. Defended behind square on the offside, just took the outer half of the bat, but there is no one saving one in that region, so Charlesworth takes his single through backward point to bring Hammond on strike. Let's see, do they change the field for the different batter? They do. Anderson comes from the offside to the leg, so your favourite position, silly mid-on. That's where Anderson has positioned himself. Mid-on is back inside, saving one. Sweeps hard, that'll be 4. Aerial, but in control. I think that came dangerously close to taking out a spectator in one of the marquees.
They didn't read the spin, I've got to say. They were having a great look at it. Ooh, what's this? It's a cricket ball. And then suddenly it span towards a few spectators. So I'm not sure, were they keeping their eye on the ball at all times? I don't know. There hadn't been a reminder for 5 minutes to keep their eye on the ball, so I'm not sure whether they were doing so.
Well, that one did prompt a reminder from the PA system to keep an eye on things. It was a lovely sweep shot out into the leg side. He goes to sweep again, misses it, hits him on the shoulder, but it looks like it would have hit him outside the line. There's a stifled LBW appeal, but nothing doing. 287 for 3, 86 overs gone. Hammond is up to 20 now after that boundary, sweeping hard through the leg side. It was aerial, but he was in control of the shot. Gotta watch the ball of the cricket. I think that actually ended up inside the marquee. I think there's a chap out there in a green t-shirt, very easy to spot. I think he just about ducked out of the way.
Three people that eventually they parted out of its way, having initially had a couple of people really look as if they were in a great position to stop the ball, and then spin, of course. Last ball of the over, with Hammond looking to repeat the shot, but even though he missed it, what he did, even with the one that he hit, is just get that front pad forward and then across and outside the line. Green to Charlesworth, who's defending the ball to the right of the bowler. Haven't really been able to take such liberties against Green, or haven't felt as though they could. And Green is, whilst he might be sliding it in with this newer ball, he is turning it away from these two left-handers as Charlesworth defends. Back to the bowler again. They do have to be mindful of that turn out of foot marks. If they go for a drive and it's just not quite full enough, then bring that slip backward, well, 2 backward points really, in pretty close. Well, he does decide to take on Green, and he's whacked it straight down the ground, and that will go for 4 runs. Hit nice and straight, long off, never in play. And Charlesworth opens his shoulders again for another boundary, 291 for 3. And Gloucestershire 9 runs away from drawing level with Lancashire when it comes to bonus points.
Yeah, not the first time in the last couple of minutes that Charlesworth has used his feet, dancing down the track. He had Hartley got to the ball on the full and swatted that full toss down the ground. This time he gets to the pitch and lofts it over Green nicely.
And gets one that's a bit shorter from Green, allowing him to rock onto the back foot, drive a single to deep cover. Charlesworth 260.
It's a good option, using your feet. I think if Green isn't spinning the new ball, safe, slow-ish to come down. As long as you get somewhere close to the pitch of it, it's not going to spin big past the outside edge.
Well, he could be in Hammond's firing line if he decides to unleash another one of those slog sweeps.
Well, unlike our counterparts in the marquee, we are watching every single ball.
Doesn't mean we're going to catch it. Hammond is forward and defending back to the bowler, who kicks at it, and there's no run.
Do you back your ability to catch it if it comes this way?
Absolutely not. No. And also the other problem, as I mentioned on day one, is that if it hits the brickwork, you've just got no idea where it's going to go as well. There are these bits of adorning brickwork creating the visual delight that is the pavilion here, as Hammond gets down and drives and beats the mid-off fielder Blatherwick and has a boundary that didn't leave the ground, but Hammond again using his feet, creating a scoring opportunity and drilling it away for 4. So 296 for 3, and that over went for 9 runs from Green. Still only 62 given away in his 29 overs. There's that wicket of Phillips earlier on, but these two showing that they're not just going to let him bowl with this new one. But yeah, you know, there's those little painted black bricks that accentuate the archway, the window arches behind us. If it hits one of those, there's no knowing where it's going to go. So I might be under the table, actually.
It's all right. These headsets we've got are sturdy looking things, an element of protection.
Okay. I'd like to see you try and header the ball away with a headset.
Hartley to continue. He's changed his field after a few overs of aggression from this Gloucestershire pair. He's got mid-on back, deep mid-wicket, or 3/4 of the way back at mid-wicket. Square leg is back on the fence as well. Charlesworth defends that ball straight back to the bowler to start the over. Mid-off is also, should we say, 2/3 of the way back, just offering him a tempting shot over the top if he wants to try it. Seeing if he falls into the trap. If he mistimes his shot, that's very slow from Hartley. All the pace taken off that. Just come down and hit that if you want to. Charlesworth shows no interest on that occasion, defending into the leg side.
I like that, though. Little tempter.
Hartley over the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, and he's gone. Charlesworth danced down the wicket one time too many. Hartley followed up the slow, flighted one with a quick, flat delivery outside the off stump. Charlesworth dances down, completely misses it, and Phil Salt has all day to whip off the bails. It brings to an end a mammoth 249 ball innings for Charlesworth. 160 runs to his name. At the crease for 330 minutes, 22 fours, 1 6. His long vigil comes to a close.
Yeah, it's been a stunning knock from Charlesworth, and he's batted at several different tempos through the innings. He blitzed a 50, then just regathered himself, accelerated again towards the 100, slowed down a bit after getting to his 100 because he wanted to be there this morning. Seen Gloucestershire through the morning, but he's just gone past one, and well bowled Tom Hartley, because as you say, he's followed up that really slow one with one of his quickest deliveries, and it was fired wide of off stump as well. Charlesworth will be thinking, oh, if I just stayed there, could have used all of the pace of that one and hit it through the offside. But because he decided to come down, he really was a goner pretty much from the moment he decided to do that. It was going to be so hard to get any sort of bat on that, and that is a wicket that does just, even though it's James Bracey coming out to the middle, who has had another terrific season to follow up what was a pretty spectacular 2024. Does just mean if Gloucestershire lose another quick one, then there's still quite a lot of runs for them to score, and the pressure could start to mount.
Well, that's the second time Hartley has outfoxed a batter with his bowling speed. If you remember, I think it was Price who was dismissed with a quicker ball as well. The ball after a slow flighted one. I think Price was just kicking the ball away, so Hartley fired it in outside off, and it took the outside edge and was caught at short third. This one's a bit different in that Charlesworth was looking to score, but the extra pace did for him as he danced down with Stumpton. Bracey faces his first ball, and he could well have hit it for 4. Marcus Harris is a bit of a chase here through wide extra cover. He will pull it in. It's a short boundary, but they'll come back for 3. Full outside off. Bracey drives through extra cover for 3 to get off the mark first ball.
Yeah, there's really only 2 areas on this ground. Well, no, actually more like 3. There are 3 areas. You don't tend to get 3s in the corner toward the scoreboard, but up that hill, as it were, to long off or backward point, you might get the odd 3.
Short of a length this time from Hartley. Hammond turns it into the leg side. Out to deep square for 1. And that brings up Gloucestershire's 300. There's 1 delivery left in the 88 over. 332 minutes is the length of the innings so far. Inching closer to Lancashire's. What did Lancashire get? 5-5-7, was it? Yeah.
Indeed.
Here's Hartley, defended by Bracey into the offside. So that brings to a close the 88th over. A wicket in it. Charlesworth gone for 160 after dancing down the track, missing it outside off. A quicker delivery from Hartley. Phil Salt did the rest behind the stumps. So it means Gloucestershire are now 4 down, but they have brought up their 300.
I think that's my half an hour up. So I'll leave you with Nathan and with Scott.
Yeah, Scott gets ready here. Looks like Chris Green is going to continue from the Chapel Lawn end. Keith Jennings has his helmet on, so he's going to be fielding somewhere in the vicinity of the bat. There is a slip in place. Luke Wells, but he's too busy talking to Keaton Jennings. I don't know, they're motioning something with their feet. Who knows what they're doing, Scott. But Lancashire are enjoying themselves, and 2 right after finally seeing the back of Ben Charlesworth.
Yes, a bit of relief for Lancashire. Here's Green in, bowling. Forward goes Hammond in defence, and there's no run. It was a terrific innings, wasn't it, by Charlesworth, but maybe just a little bit outfoxed by Hartley. Used his feet a lot through the course of the innings to the spinner. One too many times. So off the back foot by Hammond, and punched out through the offside for a single. Takes him to 26.
Well, I was just saying to Ed, I think the last time we were on together, our time was ended by Hartley outfoxing, I think it was Price, wasn't it, with another quicker ball that was skewed to short third. So for all the lack of assistance he's gotten off the pitch today, Hartley, he's thought his way to a couple of wickets.
Yes, 2 to his name, 2 for 80 from 24 overs. Green has into his 30th here, 1 for 63, and he has James Bracey, new batter, out in the middle. 2 slips in place for the left-hander, and Bracey going back, just guiding the ball away into the offside, and there is no run. Well, the new ball didn't produce a wicket straight away, and it's not produced a wicket off Anderson, who took it early on, but they've managed to get rid of Charlesworth, and still the ball is fresh. There's Green's in. Bracey cuts, fielded by Matthew Hurst. Matthew Hurst at backward point, and there's no run. Couldn't quite tell the difference between Matthew Hurst and Marcus Harris there for a second, but Harris is at mid-on. Hurst at backward point.
Harris has a very bright pair of sunglasses on, even though there's no sun peeking through the clouds.
Green in, forward goes Bracey. Defends.
They Lancashire red sunglasses? I think they are.
Well, in that case, he's top marks for colour coordination with the sunglasses. I don't know how long he's been in the country for. I think he's still away when Lancashire were finishing their T20 Blast campaign. Still in Australia, so I'm sure he's been back in the UK for too long, but in time for the return of the county championship. That's smothered away by Bracey. Bobbling its way down towards Hurst, who loses out in the race to get to the ball first. His captain, Jimmy Anderson, who was at second slip, just beat him to it. End of the over. 301 for 4, Hammond on 26, and Bracey on 3. In the first game of the season, which was Lancashire's match at Middlesex, he scored a century on his debut, and admitted afterwards in the post-match chat that he was still jet-lagged. He'd only been in the country for about a day and a bit. It didn't seem to affect him at Lord's on the opening day back in April.
Hartley to continue from the Chapel end. He's got Anderson in we can call that a silly mid-on position. Keaton Jennings is under the lid at short leg. Luke Wells is at slip. Oh, there's an appeal for a caught behind. Phil Salt seems convinced that it's come off the bat. Hartley initially didn't seem too concerned, but once he saw the reaction from a few others, he decided to join in on the appeal. Just jammed his bat between pad, and it kind of fiddled its way through to Salt, who took a tumble as he tried to hold on to the ball in his midriff. Umpire Treadwell deciding that the ball did not come off of the bat. Hartley continues. This one does come off the middle of the bat. Hammond, rather, defends straight back to the bowler.
Maybe bat hitting the ground, and from the replays, well, I couldn't see one way or the other. The best guy in the house didn't think there was anything on that.
Here comes Hartley into his stride, slow and tossed up. Over mid-wicket. Has it gone all the way? We wait for the signal. It has. Treadwell sticks both arms in the air. Hammond came dancing down the track. Didn't actually look like he got all of it. He was trying to go a lot straighter, but Hartley took so much pace off it that he had to wait for the ball, which meant he went over mid-wicket rather than mid-on. But despite having to change tack, he got a decent chunk of it, and it's gone all the way for 6.
And he had quite a few spectators kind of ducking for cover as they lost sight of the ball.
Hartley goes quicker and into the pitch in response to being hit for 6. Hammond defends on the back foot.
As I did as well, actually.
I had no idea where that went. I was based purely off where the bat, what direction the bat vaguely went in, and then just wait for the umpire's signal. Here's Hartley. Short again into the pitch, defended on the back foot, no run.
Yes, there's a temporary stand that's built out at kind of deep mid-wicket with Hammond on strike, and there must have been a dozen or so spectators who also completely lost sight of it, but knew it was coming in their general direction, and they were ducking for cover.
I do enjoy how every time there's been a 6, the PA has felt the need to remind the crowd to keep one eye on the ball. Slower again from Hartley, varying his pace nicely here. This one's defended into the leg side. 90 overs gone. Hammond is on 32 of 58, having added to his total with a maximum in that over. Bracey has faced 6 deliveries down the other end. He's unbeaten on 3. Gloucestershire 307 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, it's worth the reminder too, isn't it? Every now and again, because I remember a game at Blackpool a couple of seasons ago, and someone was struck in the crowd. It was a horrible incident, and the guy had to get taken away in an ambulance. Just either not watching or just didn't see the ball coming in his direction.
It's funny, I was at an international game in Dublin back in May. Ireland were playing the West Indies, and kind of a day like today, actually, kind of grey and overcast. And the cameraman, straight back behind the bowler's arm, obviously lost sight of the ball.
Oh goodness, right.
And I think it was Justin Greaves of the West Indies was whacking the ball to all parts. The cameraman didn't know where it was, so he just stuck his head out from behind his. They kind of hide underneath the camera. He stuck his head out to see where it had gone, and doink, right on the head. Carted off, towel on the head, claret everywhere. He was okay. A couple of weeks later, he was back at work, shooting another international match. But for about 5-10 minutes there, everyone was very, very concerned. And that's a cameraman who was absolutely watching the ball, but stuck his head out at the wrong time.
Yes, that's poor timing, that, isn't it? We're going to see a bowling change. We've not seen George Balderson at all today, but we're going to have a little look at Balderson now. He's replacing Chris Green from the college lawn end. He's around the wicket to Bracey, who's playing forward in defence, and there's no run. It's unusual that he has been used so little in this game. Balderson, Blatherwick took the new ball, which wasn't maybe a big surprise. As Balderson's into Bracey, it's defended, pushes the ball into the offside. There's no run, but we've had 13 overs of Jack Blatherwick and 16 of James Anderson. Plenty of spin in the middle of all that, but you'd have had Balderson as being someone who'd have churned out a good 15-16 overs so far in the innings, but they've not used him at all today.
Well, your theory was, the reason why he didn't bowl in the morning session is because they were trying to keep him fresh for the new ball.
Forward goes. Bracey in defence, and there's no run.
Which has happened, what, 9 overs after the new ball came in, so not immediately.
No, maybe just wanting that ball to be 3, 4, 5 overs old, something like that, before Balderson comes in. He doesn't often take the new ball, Balderson. Doesn't often have the chance to. He should tend to, if they've got Anderson or they've got Tom Bailey or they've got Will Williams in their side, these guys tend to take the new ball ahead of it. Clipped out to mid-wicket by Bracey. Blatherwick fields, and there's no run. He's got a chance here to have a go. He's got one slip in place, which is Keaton Jennings. There is a deep backward square leg, backward point, with short cover, or short extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Bowls forward goes Bracey. That's bouncing out towards Bohannon, who's at short cover. Luke Wells and Jack Blatherwick on the leg side, mid-wicket. That must be Tom Hartley that's kind of directly opposite where we are. He's at deep point. It's a 307 for 4. And Bracey taps the bat, flex of the knees and waits for Balderson. Defends that to Anderson, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. And Balderson starts with a maiden over. His first 6 deliveries of the day. Pretty much all on the money. Gloucestershire remain on 307 for 4, trailing by 250 runs.
Yeah, he settled into his spell nicely there. A bit of a contrast to when Blatherwick first came on earlier in the day. I think he offered Charlesworth a few boundary balls, and then when the right-hander was on strike, he struggled to adapt and change his line. Whereas Balderson, by contrast, has come in and been on the money straight away. Very tight with his line, not offering any width. No room for these left-handers to free their arms. Tom Hartley will continue on the Chapel end. 2 for 86 of his 25 overs. Of course, not that long ago, he removed Ben Charlesworth for a magnificent 160. And here he is into Hammond. Forward defence back to the bowler. Mid on back, just about 10 yards inside the fence. Tempting Hammond if he wants to try and dance down and clear him. He has used his feet a few times today. He stays in his crease there. Big lunge forward. Another defensive stroke, no run. Deep square is in front of square, probably in response to Hammond's sweep shot he played not that long ago. Nearly took out a few spectators in that marquee. Man on the offside fence as well. Hartley fires that one into the pitch, defended onto the back foot. Anderson is gingerly across from short mid on to pick it up and throw it back. He doesn't look too enthusiastic at the minute, does Jimmy? Slipping a short leg of the 2 catchers for Hartley. Oh, there's a reverse sweep. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. Came right off the toe of the bat. It ends up bouncing about a yard in front of Hammond, having clothed the reverse sweep, and the backspin took it back towards the wicketkeeper, and Phil Salt did actually let that run. I mean, it was nowhere near rolling onto the stumps, but he did just, maybe for entertainment value, if anything else, let that ball roll back to him. Here he is, Hartley. Oh, half a shout of catch. Oh, not sure if it did come off anything, but Phil Salt runs to his right-hand side, pulls out a one-handed dive, couldn't get, got a hand to it, but couldn't hold on. But leg by is the signal from umpire James Treadwell, so wouldn't have counted if he had clung on.
They both ended up on their knees next to each other, didn't the 2, Keaton Jennings and Phil Salt, looking at each other. And then they both looked over to the umpire to see, is he going to give that a run or is it a leg by?
Final delivery of this Hartley over. Into Bracey, hits that firmly, trying to get it through the leg side for a single, but short mid-wicket does the work, cuts it off, no run. That's another maiden, back-to-back maidens for Lancashire. Hartley following through after Balderson pulled 6 dots. 26 overs now for Hartley. That is his 4th maiden. He's taken 2 for 86 run an economy of just over 3 runs and over for the left arm spinner so far.
We've had north of 2,000 inside the ground for the first 2 days. I suspect we're probably north of 2,000 again today. It's plenty watching, either in the temporary stand or in the plastic white seats that are dotted around the perimeter. There's a white picket fence that kind of runs around the edge of the boundary rope, and the seats all dotted behind that. And there's plenty of people milling around in front of the beer tent and behind the stand. Balderson's in, forward goes Hammond and defends. And there's no run. And the 2 marquees directly opposite, well, the 3 directly opposite us, but there's 2 bigger marquees. It's kind of the third, a smaller version to the far right, but the 2 bigger of the marquees are both absolutely packed full of people. Kind of hospitality days, and I walk behind there, and there's a nice hum coming out of the back of the marquees. People are tucking into some lunch. Balderson into Hammond, driven to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, maybe that's why a few of them nearly looked worse for wear after a Miles Hammond sweep shot went into one of those marquees, the one directly opposite us. They had to take cover, distracted by the fancy lunch on offer. Interesting move here. Phil Salt has asked Keaton Jennings to go and fetch one of those 2 helmets that were behind him, because he's going to now stand up to the stumps with Balderson bowling.
In comes Balderson to Hammond, pushes into back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, this is kind of more like it in terms of what I'd expect to see from Lancashire when Balderson's bowling, when the ball isn't doing much and the pitch looks pretty flat. This is what they tend to go to. Keeper stand up, slip in place, catches in front, and Balderson will just try and keep it in and around off stump. That's just like straighter delivery that comes onto his pads, and he's going to fiddle it away with a little bit of inside edge. Yes, he did it too. Single for Hammond takes him to 33, and the score to 309 for 4. Brings Bracey back on strike. So they'll be hoping that for 5, 6, 7 overs here, Balderson can just run in and bowl like this. It takes some skill to keep probing away in and around off stump, and maybe just get the odd one to come back in a fraction. Let's run away into the offside. Just takes a single, Bracey. Bouncing out towards the man on the point boundary, which is Jack Blatherwick. Single for Bracey. He moves to 4, 310 for 4.
Yeah, and it's not just a ploy for one batter or the other. Salt is staying up for both men. So it's not a case that one of them was batting outside his crease to Balderson. They're trying to keep him in. This is just a little psychological play, maybe. Give both batters something to think about, with Salt right up to the stumps.
Driven through extra cover. Just a fraction, maybe too full from Balderson. Kicks the ground in frustration there. Single for Brace for Hammond, rather. He moves to 34, 313 for 4.
Yeah, it's slightly harder to tell these two apart. When Charlesworth was there, he was towering over everyone. Yes. The height difference. You need to be on the money with checking the numbers on the back of the shirt here.
Bracey, who's waiting. Balderson in, defends. That might just a fraction come back in towards him. Defended out towards the offside. No run. End of the over. 313 for 4. Bracey on 4. Hammond is 34 not out. We're into the afternoon session on the 3rd day at the Cheltenham Festival, where Gloucestershire are within 247. My eyes are dodgy.
244, I think.
Thank you. Thanks, Nathan. 244 of that Lancashire first innings score. They made 557. Lancashire. Gloucestershire are now 313 for 4.
Hartley still has the ball in his hands. This is turning into a bit of a lengthy spell for him from the chapel end.
Yes, this is his 5th over, but 27th of the innings.
He's in over the wicket to Hammond. That's turned out to the leg side, deep square leg. Does the mopping up? Oh, I say that he's overshot his throw comfortably. Phil Salt isn't the tallest wicketkeeper in the world, but even if he was at a little bit more height to him, he wasn't getting that. That was fired over the top of him, and good thing Luke Wells, the slip, had come round to back up.
Jack Blatherwick's apologised about 4 times there, hasn't he? sorry.
Filthy look from wicketkeeper to deep fielder. Turned around the corner on the back foot by Bracey. Short fine is there. He keeps it to no run. 2 catchers in place for Hartley here. Slip and a short leg. Catching mid-on, catching mid-wicket. 2 men straight. 1 mid-on slightly deeper than mid-off. Defended on the back foot on this occasion. No run.
I think it was curry for lunch in one of those marquees. It's a unique smell, isn't it? You can't. As soon as you smell it, you're like, oh, I could just go a little bit of that. It smelled delicious.
You didn't chance your arm, no?
I didn't.
Defended on the back foot once again. This time straight to Jimmy Anderson, who is standing pretty much where you'd expect the non-striker to stand, actually, which means the batter at the other end is well off onto maybe 2 pitches away on the square. Hartley induces a false stroke from Bracey, tries to sweep. A relatively safe shot, actually. Hartley bowling over the wicket, pitching the ball outside off into that rough. If you can get outside the line fairly comfortably when you try and sweep, it's only a half an appeal after that makes contact with the midriff. Quicker from Hartley this time. Bracey, I think he saw that one coming. Safely back to defend. 94 overs gone now. The deficit for Gloucestershire is 243. Hammond is on 35, having faced 69 deliveries so far. Bracey has been there for 20 balls. He has just 4 to his name. 50 overs remaining in the day.
Treadwell's just made a note of something in his notebook and pops it back into his pocket. He's going to be fielding it, umpiring at square leg. Bracey on strike left-hander. Polderson to come in again. It's a cutaway through the offside by Bracey for correction by Hammond for a single. Hammond moves to 36. Score now moves on to 315.
Even then, Blatherwick's throw, Salt had to back up about 10 yards to take it. He sees the funny side, does Salt, but he's certainly he's been made to move around, and Blatherwick's making sure that his wicketkeeper is still awake.
315 for 4. Balderson to Bracey. It's punched to mid-on where Marcus Harris fields, and there's no addition to the score. 315 before it remains.
Always a sign of desperation from the fielding side, isn't it, when a drive off the middle of the bat to a straight delivery still elicits big oohs and ahs from the slip fielder. Don't miss that.
And Bracey didn't, right out of the meat of the bat. Cuts that one down towards Gully, where Chris Green, who's having a break, he's bowled a lot today. He's just giving his shoulder a rest for a minute. He's there to field. There's no addition to the score. 315 for 4. Paulson goes all the way back to his mark. He has this enormous white marquee behind him, which is not as busy as it has been for the first 2 days. Sets off to Bracey. Tries to whip it away to the leg side, but doesn't time it. A thickish under edge. It just squirts out to Hartley, who's in front of the square leg umpire. And there's no run.
Phil Salt probably is one to keep an eye on. I mean, we said the other day when he was batting, this is what, first red ball game since September 2023. So this is definitely the longest that he's had to wicket keep for a considerable period of time. It's not easy being under the helmet for that long, especially when standing up to the slightly faster bowlers.
Stabbed away into the offside. There's Balderson again continuing to probe away. 315 for 4. One stumping for Phil Salt today to get rid of the Centurion Ben Charlesworth. Came down the pitch to Tom Hartley. Missed. Salt took the ball and flicked off the bails. Final delivery of the over. Balderson De Bracy. Oh, he's overstepped. No ball. Richard Illingworth calls.
That's twice now he's done that. I think we actually missed it in the previous ball that's an over. The reason why he kicked the dirt in frustration, I think, was because it was a no ball. Umpire Illingworth is a very nondescript no ball signal. He just kind of, the arm only goes halfway out. It's not fully extended, and he's not one to shout no ball as some umpires are.
He drives away. And a good stop by Bohannon at short cover. And no damage done for the extra delivery. To be bowled. 317 for 4. Watch the ball and forget you're allowed onto the outfield at lunch. The most important announcement is that cream tea is available at Jack's Coffee Shop.
That's where you got our drinks order earlier on today, wasn't it?
Yeah, no cream tea then. I think it's served between 2 and 4. I saw the sign.
A bit early still. Oh, so I think I'm finishing up in about 5 minutes' time. Might wander over there
for a bit of cream tea. Nice. I saw some of the scones that were there. Ooh, they were big, thick things. You could wedge your door open with some of those.
Hartley to continue. Short of a length. Defended into the leg side by Hammond. Straight to Bohannon at mid-wicket. Just the 3 catches, really, if you include Anderson at short mid-on for Hartley. Keaton Jennings is at short leg. Oh, beats the outside edge. And Hammond just plays down the wrong line, I think, probably expecting a little bit of turn. That might have been an arm ball from Tom Hartley. Just goes on against the turn a little bit. Salt whips off the bails, but Hammond never was in danger of dragging his back foot there. Needs to be careful there, Hammond. He goes back to a slightly fuller delivery, manages to just about get a bit of bat on it as he squirts it into the leg side behind square, but that's one of those in-between lengths that as the pitch starts to get a bit more tired, if that shoots low and he misses it, he could be in a bit of trouble.
Did well to adjust quickly, didn't he, Hammond?
Hartley get through his overs quickly, doesn't he? Well, especially when Hammond just defends straight back to him as he does on this occasion.
Have we had any leg spins? Has Luke Wells bowled yet?
Yeah, so remember he bowled that one over after lunch before they
Right.
took the new ball. They kind of went with the experiment, and he did actually induce a false stroke from Charlesworth, but the problem was no one was there to catch it. It's Hartley bowls short of a length again. I wonder if he's just deliberately hammering away on that bang-in length, just hoping one shoots through, seeing if there is any variable bounce, but that one is defended comfortably by Hammond. So yeah, there was the solitary over, because we thought they were going to take the new ball immediately after lunch.
Okay.
But they bowled one over a leg spin just to see if they could buy a wicket. Slower this time. Oh, he's got him. Such an innocuous dismissal. Caught and bowled. Tom Hartley has done it again. He's been varying his pace beautifully all day. This one was slow and tossed up. Hammond was through the shot far too early, trying to drive through the offside, and all he can do is take the inner half of the bat, and it's a simple chance for Tom Hartley on his follow-through. That's his 3rd wicket. Hammond goes for 36. He's faced 76 deliveries. He hit 6 fours and a solitary 6. It's another wicket for Tom Hartley, and again, on a surface that is not offering him a lot of help. His change of speed has once again bought him a wicket.
Yes, it has, and he's the variations and the kind of the boxer tricks from both these spinners have been used, haven't they? I think they've both done, both Green and Hartley I'm referring to here, kind of what they could do on this type of surface. They've varied the pace, their line, they've held some back, they've fizzed some in, and to Hartley's credit, he's managed to prize out now 3 wickets with not a lot of assistance there for him, but he's induced a false shot. It's come off the inner half of the bat from Hammond, and that's seen it just loop back towards the Tom Hartley, who takes the catch off his own bowling. But yeah, I think real credit to Hartley for the way that he's kept trying to find ways just to make life awkward for the batsman.
He certainly has, but I suppose from a Gloucestershire perspective, to be getting dismissed in these ways on such a, well, let's call it what it is, a flat pitch, it's just a sign of a lack of concentration. As much as Hartley has outfoxed a number of batters, they've picked the wrong deliveries to come dancing down to. They've played the wrong line. They haven't adjusted to the differences in speed. There's been a few soft dismissals in there from batters who have gotten themselves in and out, which will no doubt be a source of frustration.
Balderson continues again to brace it this time, and he gets 4 down towards the boundary at backward point. It was a fine effort from Blatherwick trying to get round to cut it off, but 4 carved away by Bracey. He moves on to 8, 321 for 5. Graham Van Buren is the new batsman at the non-striker's end.
Timed that beautifully has Bracey. Blatherwick didn't actually have a long way to go to his right to try and cut that off, but it was only about 10 yards, but he didn't have a hope.
Into Bracey on the front foot and defends. Pushed away into the offside. There is no run. So Balderson probing away from one end. And the keeper stood up, trying just to limit the scoring options, try and throttle at one end the run rate. And at the minute, it's the left arm spin of Hartley twirling away from the other. Oh, it's a thickish edge. It's gone past, slip down towards the boundary. Applause for Salt to the bowler. He walks away back to his mark. It's 4 more to Bracey, however. It flashes down towards the boundary. Second 4 of the over. Maybe off a slightly open face of the bat from Bracey and a thickish edge.
The wind is just picked up here. You can probably hear through the microphone the umbrella above us billowing.
Comes Balderson to Bracey. Dropped into the offside, and there's no addition to the score. It's quite a hazy day. There's not much sunshine, but it's quite bright still outside. There's a little bit of blue sky here and there, but even with a hazy cloud cover, it's still quite bright. Forward goes Bracey and defends a ball that's from around the wicket, angled in towards his front pad. He defends it towards the onside. There's no run. 325 for 5, Gloucestershire. A couple of boundaries in the over, both for Bracey. One cut to backward point, one with a thickish outer half of the bat down to third man. Final ball of the over for George Balderson. Past the umpire in again. Oh, Bracey, the defensive shot, but again a false shot in the end down towards the fine leg boundary. It comes back for 2 off an inner half of the bat and takes a couple of runs. Quite what he was aiming to do off that edge, which went past the stumps and past the keeper, and in the end it brings him 2 more. 327 for 5. Reasonably eventful over. There's not been much happening as Lancashire try and put the squeeze on here, but a couple of boundaries. And the 2 takes Gloucestershire to 327 for 5. Bracey on 14. Graham Van Buren will take guard from umpire James Treadwell because he's about to face his first delivery since replacing Miles Hammond. Nathan Johns has taken a break, and Ed Seaborn is back alongside me.
Hi, Scott. So, Van Buren, who's pretty recently, relatively, just 2 matches ago, off his highest score of the season of 175 against Derbyshire. Hartley bowls to Van Buren, who pads up to that one, and he's gone LBW. And Hartley's got a 4th, and Gloucestershire are now in some trouble. They need 81 runs to avoid the follow-on, and they've just lost Van Buren for a golden duck as Hartley bowls one straight and striking seemingly Van Buren on the back leg, just straightening, bang in front of middle, and I think going on to hit middle and leg. And I think although James Treadwell took a little bit of time to raise the finger, I don't think there was any surprise from anybody when that finger went up. And because Hartley took that last wicket on the the last ball of his previous over, and he's just got one the first ball of this over. He's on a hat-trick. Zaman Akhtar is coming out to the middle, and Gloucestershire now are in serious danger of not avoiding the follow-on and keeping this game very much alive for Lancashire.
It's a lovely ball, isn't it, by Tom Hartley. It's kind of drifting in, and then as it pitched, it seemed just to go straight on. I don't know how much turn was in there. You've got a better view on your screen than I have.
It's probably more leg stump than middle and leg, isn't it? It hasn't quite straightened as much as I thought it had, but I still think because he's so far back from Buren that he's just making James Treadwell's life easier in terms of giving him out.
Yes. Well, as you say, give it a couple of quick wickets and 6 down now, still a long way behind. It just kind of creeps back into life again, the game, doesn't it?
It does. Akhtar's going to be absolutely surrounded here for the hat-trick ball. There's going to be, I think, 2 slips, leg slip, silly mid-off. Jennings is floating at the moment between short leg and silly mid-on, but there's certainly going to be 5 men round the bat. Hartley for the hat-trick ball, which would also be his fifer as he bowls to Akhtar, who's forward and defending the ball out to the covers. There's no run. But, yeah, 81 away, and one of Gloucestershire's batters will probably, if he does bat at all, will be batting with a runner. Hartley bowls and a yelp as that strikes Akhtar on the pad. I think the ball ends up going short of short leg anyway, but certainly not committed defence from Akhtar. Hartley bowls driven, it was in the air, but a leaping extra cover can't get there, and Akhtar, who does like to play his shots, brings one out there with the field still up, but not far off extra cover's leap. I don't think he was ever really getting there, but Lancashire are going to make Akhtar feel as if he's under all the pressure that he is under. It's 4 more vital runs onto the total. Makes it 331 for 6. Akhtar underway with the boundary. He may well look to continue to take Hartley on with the field still up. Goes again, drives. It's driven back to Hartley, who then knocks the ball into the bat of James Bracey, the non-striker's end. 331 for 6. Last ball of the over. 4 for 91. Hartley round the wicket, bowls to Akhtar, who gets to the pitch of the ball, plays it to Hurst at silly mid-off, and Salt, as the ball flipped to him, whips off the bails back. Akhtar was going nowhere, but another successful over, and just as I'm thinking, well, last pair of specialist batters there in Bracey and Van Buren, Gloucestershire are going to do this in straightforward fashion, then they needed those two to be really the ones that went on to deliver a big partnership, but that hasn't happened. And now, despite the fact that Zaman Akhtar has been in good touch with the bat this season, he's averaging 28, but this is another of those situations where he's found himself in a few times, I think has to be said as well, where the team really need runs from him. It's not a case of him just being able to go out and play freely and bat however he wants. He's going to have to come up with some runs under pressure.
Big part for Bracey to play here as he waits for Balderson and drives away through cover for a single. Moves to 15, 332 for 6.
That's the other half of it as well, is that once again James Bracey is in danger of running out of partners, and it happened in the first innings against Derbyshire when Bracey ended up basically having to accelerate earlier than he wanted to. Then he batted incredibly with the tail, especially with Archie Bailey at Glamorgan in that first innings, as Gloucestershire were threatening to fall well short really of, potentially could even have fallen short of 200 before Akhtar came out and kept him company for a long time. These two shared in the stand of nearly 100 in the last round of championship matches. But here we are again with Bracey being the one trying to hold the lower order together.
Balderson comes over the wicket to Akhtar, who defends. And it's no run.
58 from 67 deliveries for Actor in the first innings of that game at Cardiff. He made 13 in the second innings, but Bracey got to 133. A lot of that thanks to Archie Bailey keeping him company. They put on 79.
Balderson to Akhtar again on the front foot and jabs it away into the offside, no run.
Sorry, 89 for the last wicket. Bailey made 19 in the end, so it shows you that Bracey was doing a great job of farming the strike and finding boundaries, but also Bailey, who'd got into his fifth first-class match, I think it was, finally got to face his first ball. And he got 19 not out.
Balderson to Akhtar, clipped away to mid-wicket. There's 2 fielders at mid-wicket for Lancashire. Bohannon's the straighter of the 2, with Green to his right. Bohannon fields. 3-3-2 for 6.
So it probably won't perturb Bracey as it might have done earlier in his career when he was very much set on being a top order player, didn't want to move down the order. I think he's come to terms with that now.
Akhtar again defending. Finds Marcus Harris, who's at mid-off, and there's no run.
Because I think back to when he played those test matches for England against New Zealand. Yes,
Where did he bat in those test matches?
He batted at 6, I think.
Did he?
And of course he had been batting at 3 for Gloucestershire. That was his position. Just that was where he batted, and it was a different role for him suddenly than having to go into that England side and bat down the order. But obviously now that's his home.
Again, off the front foot goes Akhtar, just leans into it and pushes it away to short extra, where Luke Wells is there to field. Just a single coming off it, which was the first ball of the over. And Gloucestershire are 332 for 6, trailing by 225 runs.
There's basically 150 overs left in the game in terms of forcing a result, and to be honest, very much more so for Lancashire at this point, unless the tail really does wag, and then it's so hard to see anything being set up if Gloucestershire do, as I say, really make these last 4 wickets count, because the time that they'll take to do that will leave Lancashire such little time to set something up with the bat themselves, even if they might be, even if they've, say, 120 ahead. Hartley in, and Bracey thought about going for the big wind-up and cut there, and then realised, well, there's possibly not a great deal of point in that, and just tapped it away for a single to, is that Michael Jones?
It is,
on the field at wide mid-off. 333 for 6, just about read Jones on his back, so. But it's always worth asking, as we know with Tom Smith, as far as subfields are concerned, whether it is actually the person
Fair enough, that's wearing the top.
It is, yeah.
He's recovered from his lunchtime sprints. He was put through his paces at lunch, was Michael Jones. Like his strength and conditioning coach.
He wasn't being given much choice about what he was
he
doing.
Wasn't. No, Tom Webster was making sure he put plenty in.
Hartley into Akhtar, over pitches, it's clipped away. Bracey wanted a single. Akhtar was never interested. Up to Jones at mid-on, relatively deep, and it might have got one if they'd set off immediately. Akhtar showing a bit of restraint there, as he did just meet that on the low full toss. Hartley in, inviting the drive. Oh, that skips horribly past Anderson at extra cover. That almost gave him a bit of a dental bill, that one. That was nasty, and actually in the end it's well cut off out there in the deep and keeping the scoring to a single.
It's a horrible bounce, that, wasn't it? It's an unforgiving task, isn't it? being the fielding side here at Cheltenham this week, with the nature of the outfield.
I don't think we've seen a bounce quite like that, though. Gosh, 334 for 6. Hartley over the wicket to Bracey, holds that one back, and it's played down at Bracey's feet. Watches it carefully to ensure that it doesn't backspin once it hits the ground.
Been a bit of that in the last half an hour or so. Yeah. Balls that have defended have been spinning back towards the stumps.
Hartley bowls Bracey goes back and jabs this one slightly uncertainly into the onside.
Quicker ball, wasn't it, from Hartley?
That's what he's done, hasn't it? And you almost feel it coming. He follows the slowest ball that he bowls with the quickest ball that he bowls. It's got Charlesworth out. Almost snuck it through. Anderson standing at short, straight mid-on. Hartley bowls. There's another one of his slower ones, and Bracey drives it. But again, he sort of needs the shovel to play that shot with. Can't get any timing on it off the toe end of his bat to mid-off. Another over is completed. So 334 for 6. 12 overs to go until tea. 12 overs in, well, 45 minutes. We're going to be pretty close to the allotted overs again. Lancashire got through, was 32 this morning, wasn't it? Yep, 32 this morning, so they're pacing it right on the mark.
One thing Tom Hartley isn't is undercooked this season. He's bowled a lot for Lancashire, bowled a lot in that first block of 6 or 7 championship matches. I think there's only 2 bowlers have bowled more overs this season than Hartley. It's driven away to mid-on by Actor, and there's no run. This lad has, George Balderson. I think he's bowled the most. Certainly he's picked up more wickets than anybody else. So he's had plenty of bowling in the early parts of the summer, Tom Hartley. He's having plenty to do today as well. 30 overs he's gone through in the innings, 4 for 93. Here is George Balderson over the wicket. Actor plays on the front foot and jabs it away defensively. He's played the same shot pretty much every time he's faced a delivery from Balderson so far as Actor. Just get a half rocking forward and block into the offside for no run.
He does want to bring that drive out. His favourite shot, the crunching cover drive, and he's happy to play it on the up as well. He's got a good eye as Actor, which is why when he first joined Gloucestershire, he thought, well, yeah, there's got to be some ability with the bat there.
Defending just a little bit more cautiously off the back foot, gets a outer half of the bat, deflects away into the offside, no run.
I think when he first joined, there was always the idea that he's got a bit of pace about him, and obviously he had lots of trials in various places. He came through the South Asian Cricket Academy for a year and then got the deal with Gloucestershire off the back of that. He's batting with a bonus.
Actor for Balderson. Punches away to mid-on, and there's no run. They've got 2 men on the drive, have Lancashire, Luke Wells and Tom Hartley, and they've also got Hurst, who's kind of catching gully just in case he does try to get that drive out and doesn't quite time it, and it maybe just squirts away to Hurst behind square, or it loops up towards Wells or Hartley. There's Balderson into Actor, nudged away to the leg side on this occasion, no run. 3-3, 4 for 6, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I mean, really, his average has just climbed and climbed. Actor, you know, it's gone through the teens, just into the 20s, and now it is mid-20s, which is certainly handy as a number 8 or even as a number 9, as he's been sometimes.
In bowls, worked into the offside by Actor, gathered by Hurst, no run, end of the over. Another maiden for George Balderson, and within I think about 10 overs, I think, of tea or thereabouts. Won't be too far away from being pretty much bang on with the amount of spin that we've had. That was a maiden, his third. 11 overs, 3 maidens for 43 in this spell since coming back into the attack. He's not bowled since yesterday, George Balderson, but he's now bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens for 19.
Yeah, it's much more like the kind of George Balderson spell that he was expecting to get. To take a little bit of tap in a couple of short spells yesterday. Hartley continuing, Bracey back into his crease and quite playing French cricket there, but squaring up a bit to defend into the onside. There's no real hurry from a Gloucestershire perspective, because they, like Lancashire at this stage of their innings, got no hope of getting to 400 as far as bonus points are concerned, as This one is smothered away. They only need 16 runs for 350, and that is really, that's the only hope that they've got as far as run scoring. They'd have to take insane risks at this stage, 6 wickets down to do anything else. Hartley in, and Bracey turns this one softly to mid-wicket. There's no run. This newer ball's been pretty hard to get away as well. We saw a few early boundaries with it, but hasn't been that kind of re-acceleration that I thought we might get, even when the likes of Hammond and Bracey were out there. As Bracey tries to flick that one into the onside, misses it, and looks absolutely disgusted with himself that choice of shot, execution of shot, he wasn't happy with anything there as he got struck high up on the pad. Gives himself a bit of a talking to and gets back into position for the next one. Hartley bowls. Loopy delivery, it goes past the edge. Not quite sure where Keaton Jennings is going to, but he will possibly draw a few comments from the spectators if he keeps doing that, but an appeal for stumping where Bracey's back foot hadn't moved at all was unsurprisingly turned down by Richard Illingworth. Hartley to Bracey, reverse sweep, and he hits it pretty well. Balderson probably will get there though, will he? No, he just in this hard outfield, I think, when he went down and tried to tip it back in, his knee maybe just got a little bit stuck in the ground and he couldn't stop it. So a boundary for Bracey on the reverse sweep. Makes it 338 for 6 at the end of the over. Bracey onto 20. 3 boundaries, but it's not been an innings that has been as fluent as some that Bracey's played recently, but it doesn't really matter about fluency. And you know, even that innings that he played at Cardiff, the acceleration really came at the back end of that innings when he had to accelerate because he was running out of partners. He can trust Actor definitely. I'd be curious to see where De Lange comes out, whether he comes out right down at 11. Probably that's what has to happen, but almost with your shot to nothing, do you want to use De Lange a little bit higher than that if he can bat? Balderson to Actor, and this is defended up to mid-on. Maybe Gloucestershire will still be hoping that they get a decent sized partnership or two, maybe if Murphy can bat well too. They may still yet not have to use him, but that would be quite optimistic at this point, trailing by 219 still. Balderson to Actor, he gets the drive away, but there's just so many fielders out there in front of square to stop it. And it's Harris who stops that one at mid-off. And just to keep you updated with what's happening elsewhere, Derbyshire are now batting as Leicestershire ended up declaring on 236 for 9. It didn't bother sending Josh Hull out there to bat, so Ben Green made 45 from 44 balls. Ian Holland 90 off 99. Balderson in, Actor driving again to mid-off. Despite all the intent to pierce this field, extra cover, short cover, mid-off, backward point, 2 short mid-wickets mid-on. There's only 2 fielders behind square. There's Hurst at that backward point and then deep backward square, so everybody's set in front of Actor, and the way that Balderson's bowling tightly, it's hard to hit it anywhere else. Balderson goes in, bowls. Actor tries to play square on the offside. He actually did pick the gap between cover and backward point, but they didn't take a run. Possibly Bracey a little bit unsighted at the non-striker's end, and it was a bit hesitant from Actor as well, so they decided to stay put. And for Derbyshire, by the way, Lewis Rees, 11 wickets in the match, 6 in the first, 5 in the second. But Leicestershire have set them 446 to win. And Derbyshire won without loss just in the first over. Balderson into Actor. This is turned onside. There's no run. In the other Division 2 games, it's currently raining at Merchant Taylor's School, where Northamptonshire 261 for 8, replying to Middlesex's 625 for 8 declared. So Northants behind by 364 and can continue to reign for a long time as far as they're concerned. Ryan Higgins 4 for 51. Balderson in, completes the over. That's swatted away on the cut shot for 4 by Zaman Akhtar. Balderson just giving enough width there that he could throw the hands at it, Akhtar. And that has been hit away firmly through backward point. 342 for 6 at the end of the over. Those are the only runs from that over. Akhtar 9 and Bracey 20. Behind by 215 in the game at Cardiff. Kent 251 for 4. And it's Everson and Finch at the crease. Everybody's got above 22 in that innings and nobody's got to 50. And Joe Denley has yet to bat. Whether he will bat, not sure, but Kent effectively 79 for 4. So Glamorgan's still looking favourites to go into second place and leapfrog Derbyshire.
Yes, an uptick in their form, haven't they, Glamorgan? Has that been caught at short leg? It has, yes. Bracey's walking off. He kind of lunged forward, Bracey. And the ball looped into the hands of Keaton Jennings, who's at short leg, and Tom Hartley has his 5th wicket. Bracey departs, and Gloucestershire still are now 7 down. The follow-on target, 408, and the 342 for 7, and Hartley has 5 wickets in the match. Bracey caught at short leg by Jennings off Tom Hartley.
That is really, from a Lancashire point of view, the absolute key wicket now. Bracey's ability to marshal the tail, the form that he's been in this season, that's the really big one. And now, really, despite the abilities of the likes of Akhtar and Murphy's certainly shown that he's more than capable with the bat. You've got Delango, who might still fancy coming out and teeing off a bit, but with 66 runs still needed to avoid the follow-on, Lancashire are looking favourites to get Gloucestershire out there and batting again.
Yes, it's kind of just sparked into life in the last hour or so, hasn't it? That's the stumping of Charlesworth. And then Lancashire have managed to prize out Hammond, caught and ball, Van Buren first ball LBW, and now Bracey caught by Jennings at bat pad.
It's great bowling again from Hartley, isn't he? He's given it enough flight, put the revs on it. I think landed it in the rough and just got a bit of turn and bounce, and enough to get that bat pad catch. Bracey can give him his dues very much so. He wasn't waiting for umpire Treadwell to raise the finger. He tucked his bat under his arm and walked off.
Todd Murphy, new batter, 5 for 97 for Hartley. He's into Murphy, going back and very watchfully playing it defensively. Back to Tom Hartley, went right back and played it with the bat almost under his nose as he tapped it back towards Tom Hartley. 342 for 7. Hartley, since I forgot again, balls. Oh, and flashing away down towards the boundary. Anderson chasing after it down towards the fine third man boundary. Just flicks the ball back with his fingertips, and it's gone for byes. We saw Green, who's at leg slip, flying away to his left hand side to try and stop it. 2 byes. Slip, leg slip, and a forward short leg. Balderson just backward of point. Anderson's at short fine leg. In comes Hartley, balls, driven firmly away by Murphy. That'll bring in 4 runs. He's crunched that through extra cover to get himself off the mark, and to push Gloucestershire on to 348 for 7.
I don't think you blame the Gloucestershire lower order now for actually trying to take the initiative and trying to score. Okay, they may get out, but I don't think they're going to poke and prod their way to this follow-on target.
Tapped away again by Murphy. Gathered by Hartley off his own bowling, and there's no addition to the score.
Green loosening up at leg slip.
Shimmy of the shoulders by Chris Green at leg slip. He's turned away beyond Jennings at the short leg. He went to his left-hand side. He's actually played that nicely there, Murphy, just guiding the ball very deliberately down into the ground to the left of Jennings. Chokes through for a single, and he keeps the strike as well, because that's the conclusion of the over. It started with a wicket to bring Hartley 5, and to see the end of the 7th wicket of the Gloucestershire innings. 349 for 7. I'm off.
You're off. Done enough damage here.
Sorry, Nick.
It's going to be... Ooh, hello. It's going to be a headset in the face is what it is. It's going to be Green on to replace Balderson. So yeah, I'm going to get spin from both ends. And as Murphy's kept the strike, it'll be the off spinner to the left-handed Murphy. 59 required to avoid the follow-on. So, you know, it was always on, wasn't it? It was always on the possibility for this to get quite interesting as far as this follow-on target. And lo and behold, it's happened. Hartley's made it happen.
Well, let's not mention the fact that earlier today I made a very strong prediction that they would comfortably clear the follow-on. We'll conveniently ignore that fact for now as we head into the final stages of this afternoon's session. Hartley's bowled absolutely beautifully, hasn't he? He's just the way he's outthought batters. He's made a mockery, really, of the lack of assistance from the pitch. And yeah, okay, some of the dismissals have been soft, but he's been really sensational with the way he's varied his speed and got out his tricks and removed a number of set batters.
Green to Murphy. This is flicked to short leg. And there's no run. Murphy did end up 18 not out in the game at Cardiff, where he helped Gloucestershire to save that one. Back and square driving this one to backward point. There is no run. You almost just think sometimes in this situation, somebody from the lower order comes out and gets after the spinners. It again changes the way that it feels, but it takes some bravery to do that as Murphy lunges after that one and misses the ball. As I assume that has turned away from his outside edge. Salt can't take it cleanly either. Maybe now that spin's starting to come out as well, as Murphy stretches again, gets bat on it this time and plays it square on the offside, but there's no run, and Green rattling through another probably maiden over. See whether Murphy can spoil it off the last ball, maybe get some revenge after Green gave him some tap earlier on. He will spoil the maiden by driving through the covers. It brings up the 350 for Gloucestershire, so at the very least it's another point on the board for Gloucestershire, but that's a little bit far from their minds at this point, unless they can get the draw, because it's more about batting to avoid the loss really at this point, rather than having batted to get the 350. They've drawn level in terms of points with Lancashire, 5-5, but still 58 to avoid the follow-on.
I still don't think this is a particularly poor pitch. I just think it's just been a lack of application at times. Some of the Gloucester batters, players haven't found it difficult to get in, if that makes sense, as Hartley continues and lunges forward. Half a thought about a single for a second. Big tumble down in front of us at point, and that's gotten a cheer from some of his Lancashire teammates.
They seem to enjoy the fielding of Michael Jones. He's on his sub,
I wonder if that means normally he's wouldn't be seen as a strong fielder, which is probably a bit harsh from his teammates. But tossed up again, another lunge down the pitch, another defensive shot from Todd Murphy.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't can't say I really think of Michael Jones as a poor fielder, so don't know.
Slip, leg slip, and a short leg awaiting the left-handed Murphy. Oh, yes and no. Just half a second of indecision, and it brings Michael Jones into the game once more from point. They don't take on the arm, much to Lancashire's delight. They really are giving him, well, let's call it encouragement. I suspect they might be laughing at him as well as with him, as cricket teammates are want to do. Here's Hartley. Oh, all the pace taken off that, and Murphy, well, he's just going to lunge down the pitch every ball here, it looks like. That's his favoured mode of defence. Michael Jones is busy in there. He gathers that one at point once again, no run. Hartley with his slow amble to the crease. This one's slightly quicker into the pitch. Not for the first time today, he's varied his pace. Murphy defends back to him. Another dot ball, one ball remaining of this over, I should say. Hartley looking to complete a maiden. That one just bounced a little bit, and I think it's wrapped Murphy on the glove. He's thrown his hand back in pain. That one did look a little bit sore, so just a sign perhaps that there's the odd ball that does something a little bit different as this pitch continues to wear, although not dramatically so. That's Hartley's 33rd over, his 6th maiden, 5 for 102. He's going at just over 3 and over. Gloucestershire bang on 350, but for the loss of 7 wickets. Still 207 behind Lancashire's total.
Might just earn Todd Murphy another catcher in there, that one. Somebody in the eye line, possibly on the offside. Looks as though, well, in fact, Actor's facing really for the first time in quite some time. Murphy has basically caught him up, even though Actor was out there for a little bit with James Bracey in terms of balls faced. There's a fielder down at long on and a fielder at deep mid wicket as well, so Lancashire aren't too bothered by Actor taking a single here. They're just ensuring that he doesn't start plundering boundaries.
It's a very in-out field, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a short leg and a leg slip and a slip. Mid-wicket's really the only person who's saving the single. There's a reverse sweep and he's been given LBW, and Green strikes now for his 2nd wicket, and Gloucestershire's well, it feels like a bit of a collapse now continues, and that's the end of Actor. It's a shot that he likes, that reverse sweep, but he's succumbed to it here, and now Singh Dale walking out with just the injured Delanger to come, and 350 for 8 on the board, with the deficit at 207, and every time it's just that little bit of hope from Gloucestershire's point of view that this might be the partnership that provides the resistance. Lancashire end it.
You did ask the question whether one of the tail-enders would come out and just try and play a few shots in anger, put some pressure back on, see if you can hit one of the spinners out of the attack maybe. Well, Actor tried it. He tried to go for that reverse sweep. It was just very, very full. Too full to sweep. And just looking on replay, just on with the angle, green even, bowling around the wicket, there might have been a question of, you know, was it missing off stump? I think it was just so full. It didn't have a long way to travel. Once it hit him in line, it only really needed to be clipping that off stump. But it was a quick decision from umpire Illingworth.
He doesn't tend to hang about, Richard Illingworth.
Get on with the game.
Well, if he's going to give you, he doesn't give you the slow death. Richard Illingworth has never been like that.
Oh, I like the drama of a slow death, though. Sometimes it can be a time and a place. I guess maybe with a tail ender, they don't always deserve a slow death. Just put them out of their misery quickly.
Singh Dale faces Green round the wicket to him. He's well forward, flicking this one back to the bowler. And well, I think sometimes, to be honest, he's a long way down the pitch as well. It was pretty hard to judge, but sometimes you almost just get given out because you've missed the reverse sweep, I think. It's almost like an understanding that's going to happen. Green fields that one smartly off his own, bowling away to his right. I don't think there would have been a run anyway. Mid-on is a little bit deeper than some, but still not really a single there. Green round the wicket to Singdale, who again gets a long way forward and finds the hands of the bowler. Green and Singdale pretty much just playing between themselves. There's still a fielder deep on the leg side who was at forward squares, gone a little bit more to mid-wicket. Green in, Singdale advances and then yorks himself, digs it out back to the bowler. There is a sizable gap through the covers for Singdale if he wants to play against the turn. The strangle is on as this has been edged. Is it by Singdale, or has just come off pad? It looked too high for LBW, so there wasn't much of an appeal. Ball dribbles fine out on the offside. There's no run. It's another wicket maiden. And Green now joining in with Hartley. And it's these two who have done the damage for Lancashire in this game, both with the bat, with Green making 160 and Hartley 130 from numbers 8 and 10 respectively. That's the one, not respectfully. Hurst. I think he deserves a lot of respect as a number 10, Tom Hartley, but Matty Hurst making 100 as well. Anderson removing Bancroft, but 5 for Hartley, 2 for Green in terms of the wickets, and then that partnership that's the difference really at this point, because without that partnership, Lancashire, they'd have been bowled out for about 350. We'd had a fairly even game, but went past 350, 400, 450, 500, 550, just kept on going.
Here's Hartley. Murphy, just a big lunge. Oh, they've got Michael Jones is not in point anymore. That's a bit disappointing. That removes the fun factor of the Lancashire players having a bit of fun with him. It's Balderson who's in point there, does the fielding, and throws it back to the bowler for no run. Plenty of catchers in surrounding Murphy. Oh, that one just goes on with the arm, I think. Murphy played for the spin back into him from Hartley. Not for the first time the arm ball beats the outside edge. Phil Salt mops up behind the stumps.
It's just uncertain, Murphy, really, what it's going to do out of that rough.
Hartley targets that rough again. Murphy swats it through cover. Too much width on offer and too full. A flowing cover drive brings him a boundary, and it takes Gloucestershire to 354 for 8.
That's the one that he's looking for, isn't it? It was floated right up there from Hartley, but over pitch. Accepted it with glee.
How does Hartley respond? He responds with a full toss, which nearly was poked straight back to him on his follow-through. A low full toss, I'm telling you, in red ball cricket, it's not a bad delivery, especially to tail enders. Murphy got himself in a real tangle playing that, and the leading edge could so easily have carried back to the bowler. That's floated up again. Same results as 2 balls previously. 2 full, 2 wide outside off. And Murphy, all he had to do was just bunt the bat down on top of it and put the short offside boundary. That brings him another 4 runs to the total in this over.
We've got a few runs to play with Lancashire, but I want to be seeing too many more of those.
Here comes Hartley, ambles in, short. Oh, Murphy just had to drop the hands on that. That one looked like it kept a little bit low. He's adjusted well, and he keeps it out. Good over for Gloucestershire, that. 2 boundaries, both to Todd Murphy, driving handsomely through the offside. Brings him to 14. Singdale has still yet to get off the mark down the other end. Gloucestershire 358 for 8. Trailed by 199, 108 overs into their innings. There are 36 left to be bowled today.
Marchant de Lange is padded up down below us and is stretching out his back. I'm not sure who's going to, if anybody is going to be running for him.
I went for a walk earlier and I did see him kind of ambling around a little bit. He looked to be okay. I suspect some sort of pain-killing method is at play there, because he didn't look like a man who was injured, and he looked in good spirits. Well, he's always in good spirits, is Marchant. He's
exactly
one of the happier men on the county cricket circuit.
Change of bowling at the college small end. Number 3, Luke Wells.
Luke Wells.
This could be fun.
Yeah, it could. Get it turning both ways. Singdale might might just be a little bit tempted by the bowling of Wells. So Green having taken the wicket out of the attack. In comes Wells to Singdale, who leaves it alone. There's another thoroughly pointless whipping off of the bails from Phil Salt as Singdale goes nowhere. He's not having a great season with the bat as Singdale, who has provided some, you know, in all seriousness, some really entertaining moments with the bat in the past as Wells bowls and Singdale plays it back to him. His average this season is 4.83, but he does have a first-class 50, and he does have a List A 50. So you just never really know quite what you're going to get from him. Wells into him. We thought about playing it. That leaves it alone again.
He's whipped the bails off again.
I'm not sure. Did he actually quite mean to do that time?
I don't think he realises he's doing it. There are wicketkeepers who are like that. It's just they do it almost every ball. So the one time they do have to do it, they're not caught wanting. If that makes sense, it's just an instinctive reaction. You don't have to wait. You're doing it regardless of what the batter does.
Wells bowls, holds that one back, appeal for LBW, and all that time he did give him the slow death. Richard Illingworth raises the finger, and Wells now has struck, and that is the 9th wicket. And Gloucestershire, who, when Ben Charlesworth was out for 160, there were 296 for 3 before that point. They're now 358 for 9, and that is a 3rd bowling point for Lancashire as well. So they've got the 9th wicket within the 110 overs, so another boost for the Red Rose.
It was a bit googly, that, from Luke Wells. You said at the beginning of the over, could be interesting if you got the ball spinning both ways. Well, that one came out of the front of the hand. Singdale clearly didn't read it. It did hit him on the top of the knee roll, but it hit him in line. So I think the only question there would have been height, whether it would have gone on to bounce over the top of the stumps or not. He was a long way forward, but I guess on this pitch it's not the liveliest. Wells is a tall man, he does get plenty of bounce, but I think on balance of probabilities that was a good decision from Illingworth.
Yeah, it's often what Wells does actually. Sometimes he will almost bowl a spell of googlies, even if he's listed as a leg spinner. And sometimes he does just bowl off breaks as well. He's developed that part as well, bowling in limited overs cricket, bowling off spin round the wicket to left-handers, but sometimes he will just bowl all googlies. So we have 3 batters in the middle.
This is always ludicrous.
Is entertaining stuff. But the serious side of it is that Gloucestershire are 50 away from avoiding the follow-on and look as though they will be having to bat again relatively shortly. De Lange may just have some fun first, though, crouching away. He was practising a leave yet. That's always a De Lange shot that we all associate him with. Murphy at the non-strikers, and the runner is Joe Phillips, standing off at square leg, and there are 2 balls left of this Wells over. It runs into De Lange bowls, and this is tucked away down to fine leg. There's no run. De Lange wafting his hand to everybody to say, no, don't run.
Well, he says no, both to the non-striker and to his own runner out at square leg. So who calls the run here? Does De Lange say, yeah, go take a run for me, or is it Phillips at square leg who has to shout?
It's got to be.
Oh, this is just going to cause so much chaos, isn't it?
Last ball of the over, Wells into De Lange, who struck on the pad, but not out this time, says Richard Illingworth. So De Lange defending, at least for now. And another wicket maiden, this time for Wells. So they're actually, right, they're taking Hartley off is what's happening. They're going to bring Green back on from the chapel end.
That looks close just on replay. Maybe just did a little bit too much. I think it was another googly. It certainly came out the front of the hand. De Lange is a bit taller, isn't he? So if that one hits him higher up towards the knee roll, it is easier to give it not out based on height. But that was a quick not out decision from umpire Illingworth. But that was on the second viewing. That one did look close.
It looked close from side on, I've got to say, as much as you can judge from side on, but you can usually get some sort of an indication of whether it's close or not, just partly on height and then just attempting to judge where the batter's feet are.
But as you said, Ed, change of bowling will be Chris Green. He's got the left-hander Todd Murphy in his sights. 2 slips awaits. Oh, and he's dropped it. I think that's Jimmy Anderson diving low to his left-hand side. It was a drive outside the off-stump rough from Murphy. Anderson got a good hand to it. It would have been a stunning catch. But given how he did get a hand to it, he'll be disappointed that it didn't stick in. Green continues. This one outside, off the outside edge again, but along the floor to short third, no run. That would have been a spectacular catch from the Lancashire captain. Still 2 slips in. As Green comes in, that's shorter. Easily defended. DeLange watches from square leg, of course, waiting for his runner to get down the other end.
That was shadow bat with Murphy, knowing DeLange.
Green, very tall action, comes over the top. Driven by Todd Murphy. There is a fielder on the offside boundary, so that'll be 1 run. Phillips runs down for the non-striker's end, and he swaps places with Marchant DeLange. He was actually going to go out to where umpire Illingworth is, but he just politely gets told, no, you have to go to square leg, not point.
This might be. Is this where DeLange is thinking about really opening his shoulders? Because you've got Green, admittedly he's bowling round the wicket. If he's turning it into him. He's got a short leg side boundary to try and eye up. I don't think there's much point in DeLange just sitting there blocking. He's got to bat the way that he bats, which is, if he sees it in his half, then he's got to go after it.
He's got a slip and a leg slip behind him. Keaton Jennings crouches at short leg. Green around the wicket. It's short, not quite in his arc. Flat, no air given at all by Chris Green. He fields off his own bowling as DeLange pushes it back to him. Two fielders in the deep weight on the leg side. Short again. Oh, misfield from Green. And eventually, DeLange looks at the non-striker, looks at his own runner, who I got the sense that Phillips was getting a message not to run there by DeLange. But he does run, and the end result is the misfield from Green off the back foot punch brings DeLange a single. In fact, it gets him off the mark, and he keeps the strike at the end of the over. Gloucestershire 360 for 9. Still some way off avoiding the follow-on.
So 9 down. T will no longer be either at 340 or in 2 overs time. Would have been more like 340 anyway, because they've probably got 3 overs in, but there will be the extra half hour now added on. So unless Gloucestershire bat until 4:10, T will be the fall of the wicket, as we're 10 minutes away from it anyway. Wells into DeLange, a bit of turn there, and played away to mid-wicket. I think that was the leggy there from Wells that time, judging by the way that DeLange adjusted his shot. So yet to take anybody on, long on back, mid-wicket back. Wells to DeLange, that's a short ball, he's gone after that, pulled it high in the air. How many is that? Oh, is it just in front of the boundary, or is it just cleared it? Yeah, it has just cleared it. The fielder signals that it landed between the boundary rope and the advertising board, and DeLange chose a good area to target there, because there wasn't a fielder out there. Although he didn't middle it, he placed it, and there's a 6 for DeLange. 366 for 9. Wells to DeLange, who's defending straight back to the bowler. There's still something wildly entertaining about a Marchant DeLange defensive shot. Sometimes it looks as if sort of holding a matchstick in his hand, so small is the bat compared with the man wielding it. Wells bowls, again defending, holding the pose, DeLange, for the hundreds of photographers around the ground.
He's going to enjoy himself here, I feel.
He'd be desperate to contribute, DeLange, because he's a fantastic teammate. It will have hurt him so much only being able to bowl the 5 overs. This is his chance to contribute here. A little bit shorter, but not a drag down like the ball that was hit for 6 earlier on in the over. DeLange again just rolling the wrists on it and Wells fielding off his own bowling. So 42 is the mark to avoid the follow-on. Takes some effort from here. Wells in down the leg side, and De Lange pretty much ends up leaving that. As yet again, Salt just pings off those bails, despite the fact that the ball was miles down the leg side and De Lange was going nowhere. So 366 for 9. And we will continue onwards as Phillips, the runner, De Lange and Murphy have a discussion, and De Lange will march off purposefully to his position at square leg, and Green to continue.
To be fair to Salt, every time he does whip off the bails, he does put them back himself.
Oh yes, he's not actually. Well, he's not destroying the stumps as well. He's just doing enough to take the bails off, and then he can put them straight back on, and the stumps are still in position where they can play.
Yeah, he's not creating extra work for the umpires. Chris Green in to continue around the wicket to the left-handed Murphy, dragged down, cut out to point. Tom Hartley fields, no run.
Watch the bounce.
Yes, with this outfield, it just gets worse and worse to field on as the week progresses. Green tosses that one up. Murphy's happy just to push it in that gap at cover. He'll take a single. Interesting that Lancashire are giving him the single. They seem happy bowling to De Lange. They obviously are of the opinion that he'll give them a chance at some point sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and you know, it's still possibly these runs and these overs that Gloucestershire survive, even if they don't avoid the follow-on. Just every over that they can survive here, they don't have to survive later on.
Both straight men now back. Long on's on the boundary, long off is about 3/4 of the way back. Deep mid-wicket. It's a deep square just in front of square as well, as De Lange defends that one. Full delivery, forward defence. Green picks it up himself. Anderson just trying to figure out where to position himself at leg slip there, and he says to Chris Green, well, you know, where exactly do you want me? How much of a difference does it make? Well, that doesn't make any difference, because De Lange has launched that one well over the clubhouse here as we sit on the balcony just to our left-hand side. Big slog sweep, long levers, lots of power in that stroke. Clears the boundary by a good 20 yards. That's half a dozen, and I think that will require a new ball.
I think that might be on the Thurlestone Road.
Well, James Treadwell has marched almost as soon as he signalled the 6. He's marched from his standing umpire position to towards the boundary as the box of spare balls come onto the pitch. Dare I say, that's a hazard to nearby traffic.
God, flipping heck. Do you know, when the ball was bowled, I didn't actually immediately think that was in De Lange's wheelhouse. I thought he actually had to reach for it a little bit. And can you imagine if it had been just another couple of millimetres fuller?
Well, it's funny you say that. I think sometimes actually the ball goes further when players don't get anywhere near it because they have to extend to get to it. And when you just extend that bit further, for so long as you time it, you're swinging harder. So it does go further. But he's got look, the boundary's tiny on this side. Like it looks massive because of the arc on it. It's actually quite hard for us to tell how big exactly it was, because we have a tower on the left-hand side of the pavilion next to our balcony here. So once the ball goes past that, we have absolutely no idea where it goes. Only that we can make an educated guess that based on the box of new balls and the appearance of that it might be rolling down the hill.
Yeah, they have to change it if it goes out of the ground. So I think that's what's happened.
Oh, really? They can't go get it?
Yeah, that's a regulation now.
Well, somebody might have a souvenir. What has Green got in response? He comes over the wicket, fires it into the pitch, doesn't give De Lange any sort of air to work with. Defended straight back to him. Final delivery here of Green's 34th over. He's gotten through a lot of work. Has the Australian off spinner. Slower, but into the pitch. De Lange defends and he holds the pose. I think he held the pose for Chris Green to look at more so than anyone else. But he survives another over. He's on 13 now with 14 deliveries faced. Todd Murphy's down at the other end, 16 off 29. Gloucestershire 373 for 9, of course. Lancashire 557, so still some way off avoiding the follow-on, but I think at this stage, any time taken out of the game and any runs eaten into of that Lancashire lead are just a bonus at this stage for Gloucestershire.
I mean, that blow's got it into the 30s to avoid that follow-on. One more and it's into the 20s, but it's Murphy to face, and Murphy, he'll be getting the pep talk every over from De Lange. De Lange will be coaching him through this as much as anybody else, even though Phillips is out there as the batter in all this. Wells over the wicket to Murphy, back onto his stumps. Not quite onto his stumps, but wasn't far off. And just opening the face, gliding it to backward point. As Wells continues to his 4th over. 1 for 7. Open stance for Murphy with Wells bowling over the wicket. It's full and driven, and that'll get past backward point, just be the single though. Out to deep backward point, and the crowd possibly just pay attention that little bit more keener now as it's De Lange back facing. 374 for 9.
Well, dare I say that De Lange maximum? Was that the first 6 that at least I've been here for today, where the PA did not follow up with a warning to watch the ball from the crowd? I suppose that one was no danger to the crowd because there was a danger to cars driving down past the college.
The remit of the PA doesn't extend beyond this field.
If you get hit while driving outside, he does not care. That's not his problem.
Here comes Wells, charges in as the leggy bowls and attempted to clip into the onside, and Murphy calls Phillips, who's standing halfway into Cirencester, through for the single.
That's a switched on cricketer, is Todd Murphy. He said yes and immediately was looking at Phillips. He knew exactly whose attention he needed to get there, not De Lange. This isn't his first rodeo, clearly, when it comes to runners.
To buy 375 for 9. Short leg and slip. Wells twills in, bowls a slower delivery, which has been edged in controlled fashion by Murphy, and well stopped by Green, who's now standing at slip. Has Green been at slip for too long?
No, I haven't seen him.
I suppose it's because Wells is bowling, isn't it? That's why.
Exactly. Or, well, normally Wells is Jennings or Anderson in there for company.
Yeah. Jennings under the helmet, Anderson at mid-wicket. Of course, Wells now bowling. Here he comes at Murphy, back and steering it to backward point where Hurst is stationed. So 1 delivery remaining in the over, and Hartley warming up again. Might return from that chapel end possibly after De Lange climbing into Green. We'll see. This ball's got to be survived first, which it is, as Murphy gets the stride forward and plays it along the carpet to extra cover. 375 for 9, 33 to avoid the follow-on. I never know in these instances whether to change, because it could be 2 minutes or it could be the full half an hour. Up to you, Scott. Oh, don't give me that. I'm trying to be polite here.
Rock, paper, scissors for it.
Good idea.
Loser has to make a decision.
Go on. Go on, let's do it. Right, 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh, you both picked scissors. Oh, come on.
1, 2, 3, go.
Stop.
We're
both
just
picked
scissors. Psychological now.
This is great radio, by the way. They've both picked scissors twice, for reference. Oh, can you start
Last time, we can't pick scissors.
There we go.
Right, Scott's got to make the decision then. Scott wants to swap.
We're going to have a swap. Swap in the commentary box, or on the commentary pavilion. I should say commentary balcony. That's the right one. The commentary balcony. And change of bowling down on the square as well. Tom Hartley, of course, 5 wickets today. He's back on. He faces up to big Marchant De Lange, who turns it down to long off for a single, and he nearly set off himself and he kind of put his left leg out to stop himself from running instinctively. And I think that actually looked like it hurt him, just that sudden stopping of himself. He walks over to his position as the non-striking, non-runner, I think is probably the apt term there. But I don't think that's done him too much damage, that sudden stop-start. He doesn't look any more or less ginger than before.
It must be quite difficult because instinct kind of takes over, doesn't it? You want to just run.
Reverse sweep from Murphy.
Shot.
Brilliant shot.
This is basically the game, isn't it? This period now. If they can get to 408, then that's probably it. If Lancashire can bowl them out before they get to 408, then we've still got something in the game, haven't we? There's a bit of life still left in the pit in the match. So this is this is potentially the not entirely the outcome of the game, because draw's still absolutely sizable favourite. But if there's going to be some kind of positive result, avoiding the follow-on is crucial here.
Oh, that was not a million miles away from Keaton Jennings at short leg. Murphy just playing off the back foot, a little instinctive flick. He was very low. Obviously those low chances are difficult enough at short leg, let alone if you're, what is he, 6'3", 6'4", Keaton Jennings. It's a long way down for him. I think it did carry, but it's almost like sending the goalkeeper the wrong way with a penalty. He went to his left, the ball went to the right. The end result is it goes out to deep square for a single and brings Marchant de Lange back on strike.
Yeah, watch out if you're listening in your cars nearby.
Yeah, one ball's already been dispatched onto the road. That is slow, tossed up, and it is a chance in the deep. Oh, that's
Good
a
catch.
Fantastic catch, rather.
Blatherwick.
Blatherwick in the deep comes sprinting in from deep cover. He had to dive forward. De Lange just skied it straight in the air, trying to go over the top. Flew out into the offside. It didn't actually have that much on it. I think Blatherwick initially thought it was going to be flying maybe even over his head, so he had to come sprinting in after taking a step back. Dives forward, safely takes the catch, and it brings that fun little cameo from Marchant de Lange to an end, and with it the Gloucestershire innings. They are bowled out for 381. 408 was the target to avoid the follow-on, so they are short of that. So one would imagine that Lancashire do enforce the follow-on. We'll find out soon enough. De Lange, it ends up on 14. Todd Murphy is the not-out batter on 22. That will be tea taken as well. Just coming up to 10-4 here on day 3. There will be roughly 30 overs left in the day. That's a big moment in the game. That you were just saying how important it was that Lancashire managed to get Gloucestershire before they avoided the follow-on, and they've done that.
They have, and they secured a first innings lead of 176. Tom Hartley's finished with 6 for 116 as well. So we shall see if Lancashire enforce the follow-on or not. We'll take tea. Catch you in about 20 minutes.
We'll be back and let you know whether Lancashire enforce the follow-on. That will be tea. Big warm welcome goes out to Claire, Jack and Harry, who come over from Sydney in Australia for their first visit to the Cheltenham Festival. We hope you enjoy it. And just to let you know, there are a couple of events taking place next week. Tuesday 29th of July. There's a cricket and antiques day where stars of bargain hunt present to value any of your family treasures that you might care to bring along. Tickets are available from the desk in the marquee. Marchant de Lange there was caught by Jack Blatherwick off the bowling of Tom Hartley. Bowling figures for Lancashire. James Anderson, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 56. Jack Blatherwick, 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 64. Tom Hartley, 34.4 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 116. George Balderson, 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 47. Chris Green, 34 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 73. And Luke Wells, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. On Tuesday the 5th of August, we have a racing day on the morning of our game here, the Metro Bank Cup campaign against Derbyshire. And in addition to the cricket, Chris Coley and the guys in the Venator Hub have arranged a morning on the gallops at Fergal O'Brien's yard, just up the road at Andoversford. There are up to 40 places available, and if anyone wants to attend, go over to the marquee, the one next to the stand on the Sanford Road side of the ground. Go and visit the desk there, and they'll happily book you in. Big thanks go out to our sponsors, C Unique, Adidas, Hunter's Selection, Another Level Group, LED Studio, Watches of Bath, St Austell Brewery, Bit 58, Towergate Insurance, Bristol Amoda JQ, Bristol Fire, Digby Associates, Thatcher's, Grundon Waste, Croft, Astra Security, R&R Catering, Barker and Kirby, Amber, the Almondsbury Garden Centre, Shepherd Funeral Services, Sports Room, 6 O'Clock Gin, Heineken, Pearcroft and Nutrition X. Latest news is that Lancashire have elected to enforce the follow-on. We've got some announcements for ticketing as well for day 4. So for tomorrow, if you buy in the ticket office or online today, they are £15 for adults, £13 for concessions, or just £3 for a junior. Marvellous value. The prices go up tomorrow, so if you buy on the gate or online tomorrow, it's £20 for adults, £18 for concessions, or £5 for juniors. So you know what to do. Go get your tickets today and save yourself a few quid. Some scores from around the country in the Test at Old Trafford, India, all out for 358. England are 77 without loss. At Taunton, the game was over in 5 sessions yesterday. Then at Southampton, Nottinghamshire, 578 for 8 declared, Hampshire 273 for 5. At Hove, Sussex trailing by 104 runs. They got 204, Essex responded with 504, and currently Sussex are 196 for 3. At Scarborough, Yorkshire 517 for 6, Surrey are 150 for 2. Edgbaston, Worcestershire against Warwickshire. Worcestershire 333. They then bowled Warwickshire out for 184. And in their second innings, Worcestershire are 189 for 8. They're currently leading that one by 338 runs. Over the Severn Bridge, Kent are 155 and 280 for 5 at Cardiff. Glamorgan's 327. Kent currently leading that one by 108 runs. At Derby, Leicestershire 398 and 236 for 9 declared. Derbyshire 189 and 38 for 1. So Derbyshire needing another 408 runs there. And finally, at Merchant Taylor School, matches delayed by rain. Middlesex got a whopping 625 for 8. Northamptonshire 261 for 8. They're currently trailing by 364 runs. Just to let you know, in the Venator Boundary Hub marquee today, we've got the very first fundraising event here at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival, and it's the Cheltenham Town Community Trust. The Trust is the official charity of Cheltenham Town Football Club and supports people of all ages across Gloucestershire through the power of sport, running programmes that promote physical and mental well-being, education and stronger communities. Last year alone, their work created over £5.5 million in social value, making a real difference locally. They've got a brilliant speed goal activity over there by the Venator Boundary Hub. So if you fancy testing the power of your shot, head over, give it a try. It's fun for all ages and a great way to support a fantastic local cause. A reminder that Cheltenham are also hosting Championship side Bristol City in their final home pre-season friendly tomorrow evening at 7:45. Tickets starting from just £6 for that Robins v Robins clash. Cheltenham playing their first home game of the League Two season against Chesterfield in just over a fortnight, with hospitality now available in the fantastic 1887 lounge and also the Clubtown Bar and Lounge.
Who's it?
fourth the follow-on. Please welcome back James Anderson and the Lancashire team, along with, sponsored by Pace, number 1, Cameron Bancroft, and number 64, sponsored by BIE Magnum, Ben Charlesworth.
Welcome back to Cheltenham. Gloucestershire, having recently been bowled out, have been sent back in, unsurprisingly, to follow on. I suspect that was a rather straightforward decision for Jimmy Anderson and his team. So, bowled out for 381, still some way behind Lancashire's 557. Gloucester are going to have another go at it. Nathan Johns here. I think it'll be James Anderson himself who's going to take the new ball. Afternoon, Scott.
Good afternoon, Nathan. Yes, it will be. And, well, the Lanky boys need the this new ball, and they need this little session here. We've got 30 overs, haven't we, to go in the evening session. They need probably at least 3 to try and make it interesting tomorrow. 4 would be lovely.
Do you think? I just think the way that Gloucester kind of capitulated towards the end there, I think Lancashire, I don't know, I think I'd have them as marginal favourites, even if Gloucestershire have an excellent session. As Jimmy Anderson comes in with the first ball of this second Gloucestershire innings, left alone by the Gloucester skipper Cam Bancroft. Phil Salt behind the stumps does the work. Anderson has 2 slips and a, let's say, leg gully. I think that's Marcus Harris there. He's doing some lunges at leg gully, not quite sure why. He's got a catching mid-wicket as well, so reasonably attacking with this new ball. Lancashire. Here comes Anderson once again. Bancroft plays this time off the outer half of the bat, just a slightly open face, but on the front foot, defended to backward point. It's Chris Green who does the fielding there. And as soon as he gathers the ball, he's run off. I think he's gone to get rid of his sunglasses. It took him 2 balls to realise Cheltenham is not sunny enough to warrant such attire.
No, I've had mine on for most of the game, but I've dispensed with them for the time being. A little bit of cloud cover now.
Here comes Anderson, 3rd ball of the over. Oh, heavy length. That one did look like it just left Bancroft a little bit. He came forward to defend, beaten on the outside edge. Another dot ball. Oh, that one's moved a long way looking at the replay there. Familiar sight from Jimmy Anderson, taking the ball away from the right-hander, beating the outside edge. He's got 2 slips waiting. Should he take the edge? That one's fired down leg. I wonder if he was trying to bowl an in-swinger there, just started it off too straight. He does love that. A couple of out-swingers followed by the in-swinger, trying to set a batter up. It's 176. Gloucestershire trail by. Judging by the overs remaining, 29 left after this. Lancashire were very quick getting through their overs. They bowled lots of spin, didn't they, with Green, Hartley and Wells. One suspects that they will bowl plenty of spin tonight, so we could actually be out of here at a reasonably early time. Forward defensive from Bancroft. Much more solid-looking stroke pushes towards extra cover.
So Tom Hartley finishing with figures of 6 for 116. That's to go with his 130 that he got with the bat in the first innings. So he's joined a relatively short list of players for Lancashire to have taken 5 wickets and scored a century in a match.
Here comes Anderson. Fuller this time, straighter. Bancroft finds the middle of the bat, but he also finds mid-wicket. So another dot ball to start. Anderson comes up with a maiden to start Gloucester's second innings. So they still trail by 176, yet to get off the mark.
So he's become the 15th player to score a century and take 5 wickets in a match for Lancashire. The first player to do it was Johnny Briggs in 1888.
Well done, Johnny.
Well done, Johnny. The last player to take 5 wickets and score a century in a match was Glenn Chappell, which was in 2004, so it's been over 20 years since that's happened for Lancashire. And it's the second time it's happened against Gloucestershire as well. It also happened here at Cheltenham College for Roy Collins in 1961. So congratulations to Tom Hartley. He's on a pretty short list of players to have taken 5 wickets and scored a century, and becomes the first player in over 2 decades to do it for Lancashire.
Well, he's got the new ball here. He's going to have a chance to add to his total. No doubt, one eye on the 10th for the match. He needs 4 wickets in this second innings to get there. He's going to share the new ball.
The Chappell game was I mentioned in 2004. It was at Tunbridge Wells against Kent. He scored 102 and then picked up 5 for 136. So with the new ball from the Chappell end, and the first innings centurion on strike in Ben Charlesworth. In comes Hartley in and bowls to Charlesworth, goes back and worked away through mid-wicket. Stopped by Jack Blatherwick. He's onto that in a flash. He's low down to his left, diving on it, scrambles back up onto his feet and hurls the ball in towards the keeper to deny the possibility of a first run of this second innings for Gloucestershire. Here's Hartley. Left arm spin bowls again. Forward once more. Charlesworth defends. And there's no run. On this list of Lancashire players to score 100 and take 5 wickets in the match, going into kind of more recently, more modern players rather than dating back to the 1888 when Johnny Briggs did it. It's down the leg side, taken by Sultan. Notice on the list that Wasim Akram did it 3 times for Lancashire, scoring a century and taking at least 5 wickets in a match. And Mike Watkinson also doing it 3 times as well. There's Hartley. Left arm over, bowls and turned into the onside by Charlesworth. Just nudged away. And it's gathered by James Anderson, who is at mid-wicket. There's no addition to the score. Final ball of the over as Hartley's in and bowling. That's off the back foot and punched away into the onside. And there's no run. I thought that was the final ball, but it's not the final ball.
So did I. Those dots on that scoreboard are actually so far away and so small, they're actually quite hard to count.
Maybe have, well, certainly one more. There's Hartley balls again. And going back in defence. And, well, that's it. Collect your cap. You've sent down your first over of the second innings, Tom Hartley, having bowled, what did he send down? 34.4 overs for his 6 for 116. And within the blink of an eye, he's back out bowling, and Ben Charlesworth is back out batting. It only felt like it was 5 minutes ago that Charlesworth was out there batting and looking in fine order, but he's having to start again. Gloucestershire 0 for 0.
Well, I suspect when he walked off with 160 to his name, what was it, not too long after lunch from memory, maybe about an hour into the afternoon session, I suspect he did not think he'd be batting again with 2 hours to go in the day, given the position Gloucester were in. It was a fantastic innings from him, but just didn't get the backup required. James Anderson with the ball once again from the College Lawn end. Full, straight, defended straight back to him by Cameron Bancroft. Big stride down the pitch. Keaton Jennings is always fun to watch, isn't he? Just giving a bit of a shadow batting masterclass there at slip. Phil Salt looks like he's half listening to him. I think he's probably heard enough over the years from his Lancashire teammate. Who's that at first slip? He looks far more interested in whatever Jennings has to say.
It's Matthew Hurst.
Anderson very full this time. 2 straight though, and that looks like it will be 4 to Bancroft. It will be, and it's the first runs of this Gloucestershire second innings. Full and on the pads. Anderson probably trying another in-swinger. Bancroft nearly fell over it, actually, but it's a lovely piece of timing.
There's quite a few on this list as well. We've got centuries and fifers in the same match, but then also scoring a century and then a duck in the same game as well. So Wasim Akram picking up 5 for 48 and 122, and then naught in his second innings. Mike Watkinson got 161, then picked up 6 for 91, and then got naught in his second innings as well. So it's happened a few times. In fact, for Wasim, it's happened twice.
Here's Anderson. That looked like him off the inside edge. Big oohs and ahs from Phil Salt. Still has his hands up in the air. Don't know exactly what for, but it's a single to deep square for Bancroft. Well, if that happens to Hartley in this game, having got 106 for, considering where he bats for Lancashire, who obviously will be batting last, should they have to bat again in this game, if he then goes out and gets naught, something has gone horrifically wrong for Lancashire, presumably at some point tomorrow.
Yes, that's taken a bit of a turn for the worse, isn't it, from Lancashire's point of view, if that does happen.
Anderson has the left-handed Charlesworth in his sights for the first time in this innings, and he's got 2 catching covers, 2 slips as well. Reasonably close mid-wicket. He's going to stay over the wicket to the left-hander. Full, outside off, left alone.
Welcoming listeners to Sports Extra 2, who have just joined us here at Cheltenham College, with Gloucestershire following on in their second innings. Cameron Bancroft on 5, and Ben Charlesworth on naught. Scott Reed and Nathan Johns on the balcony of the pavilion at the college, watching Lancashire looking for some more wickets today.
Big gap at cover if Charlesworth wants to take on that cover drive he loves so well. Doesn't take it on this occasion. Forward defensive to mid-off for no run.
Just to recap then, Gloucestershire all out for 381. Ben Charlesworth making 160, the heartbeat of the innings, but then through the course of the afternoon, the left arm spin of Tom Hartley, with some help from Chris Green and from Luke Wells, twirling Lancashire to a lead of 176, and they've enforced the follow-on straight away.
Here's Anderson, full, driven into the ground and straight to cover. He played that shot beautifully when he got his 160 earlier on today. Did Charlesworth. Well, Anderson's ended up on the floor. Don't think he's too happy with his bowling boots here. Nobody looks too perturbed, so I don't think there's any injury. But it is the end of the over. Gloucestershire 3 overs into their second innings. They are following on. They are 5 without loss, trailing by 171. Bancroft has all 5 runs, having faced 9 deliveries so far. And we have 27 overs left in today's play.
The feel of the game for the first 2 days and for most of today was that this is a very batter-friendly pitch, and when, as we've been hearing right across the country, when the ball's gone a little bit softer, the Kookaburra ball, and not a lot has happened. Lancashire were hoping last night. I spoke to Tom Hartley actually last night, and he was saying that there's signs that it might just start to spin, and Lancashire obviously desperately hoping that's the case, because they won the toss and they opted to have a bat first, and hoping with the idea that the pitch might offer something for their spinners later, as Hartley's in bowling to Bancroft. Push back to Tom Hartley, and there's no run. And the way the afternoon's unfolded, then that is a possibility. 27 overs remaining in the day, and then a full day tomorrow for Gloucester to bat. Bancroft's off the front foot in defence again, and there's no run. And a lot of runs to make up, just to make even the possibility of Lancashire having to chase something down at the back end of tomorrow. So see how these remaining 27 overs go today. Hartley's got the new ball, and he's in. And forward goes Bancroft, thickish outside edge, just deflecting down towards Jack Blatherwick, who's a backward point. And there's no runs. Gloucestershire 5 without loss. Second innings following on. And Hartley gets himself set from the college chapel end. Balls to Bancroft, that's pushed back towards him, and gathered by Hartley off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, 6 for 116 in the first innings for Tom Hartley. Best figures for Lancashire, second best figures of his career. Let's play back towards him again. And there's no addition to the score because his best bowling figures came in an England shirt in the test match against India in Hyderabad year before last, I think it was, now, wasn't it? 20, or maybe 2024. Let's run away to backward point by Bancroft. Tumbling stop by Jack Blatherwick. They think about taking a single. They decide against it. It's the end of the over. A maiden for Hartley. And Gloucestershire hoping for a calm, steady start to their second innings.
It was January 24, wasn't it? So what was the winter of the 23 season? It was always confusing whether people regard that as which campaign that was in, or how many seasons ago it was in terms of cricket seasons.
Yeah, I've got those figures here. So it was 7 for 62 in Hyderabad. Yeah, in 2024 against India.
It was his debut, wasn't it? The second innings of his test match debut.
Was,
yeah, I think he struggled in the first innings, didn't he? But then he came back. I think that's right. I think I'm right in saying that.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. James Anderson has come off. He's taken himself off. There was, what looks like a physio with a medical bag did come out to talk to him, but the conversation lasted about 30-45 seconds. So if there is an issue, it's not serious enough that Anderson has to come off the ground. But he has bowled just the 2 overs with the new ball. He did that earlier on as well today, actually, when Lancashire took the second new ball. He'd only bowled 2 overs with it. So he's not one to flog a dead horse, so to speak. If he doesn't feel he's going to get much out of it, he's happy to take himself off. He's bringing Balderson back into the attack. I thought he was good earlier when he came back in. Balderson didn't get a lot of reward wickets wise, but he was disciplined, had the keeper up to the stumps, was bowling a straight line, didn't allow the Gloucestershire batters any width, any room to free their arms and find the fence. Built a lot of pressure and probably had at least some part to play in Hartley's success at the other end. But he's facing up to Charlesworth here. Runs off the outside edge. That probably will be 4. There is no third man on the fence. It's a bit of a chase down to the boundary. The ball wins. Nicely played by Charlesworth. Soft hands outside the off stump. Very much in control of it. The ball raced along the ground past second slip and to the rope.
Yeah. It's not too much of a concern because of the points you made about Anderson, but he did kind of go down, didn't he, at the end of his previous over? Looked to his boot, I think, more than anything else. But as you say, he's had kind of short spells before with in this game.
Balderson round the wicket to the left-hander, straight, steered off the hip to mid-wicket for no run.
It's quicker that the physio came out, wasn't it? And not a great deal happened when the physio came out.
Fast bowlers are always moaning about their feet, though, aren't they? Is it Bryden Carse up in the Test match? He's always got something wrong with his toe, I think. It is quite uncomfortable on your landing foot, isn't it? Slamming it down, ball after ball.
Yeah, he cuts out the part of his boot, doesn't he? So his big toe can poke through.
Balderson in. Back of a length, defended once again into the leg side. Blatherwick does the fielding.
Well, Anderson got Bancroft in the first innings pretty early on. Got him LBW for 2. Charlesworth took some prizing out. In the end, he was stumped, but for 160. Happened just a couple of hours ago.
Balderson into Charlesworth, pushed on the front foot, and that's an easy single with point back on the boundary. Interesting that Lancashire have started with a man out on either side. They've gone with sweepers straight away, even though they still do have the bones of 170, 166 runs to be precise to play with before they'd be made to bat again. Very in-out field to start. Although it changes now with Bancroft on strike. They haven't got anyone back on the offside, so they got a point cover in mid-off, all saving 1. 2 slips and a leg gully. Defended on the front foot. Anderson with a very slow walk to his left-hand side to pick that one up at mid-off.
Keeper's going to stand up here, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Phil Salt has asked for his helmet. He did it earlier on in the day when Balderson was bowling, and it was effective. Just again, not quite because the Gloucestershire batters are looking to come down and advance at Balderson, but just to add a different dimension. And Salty's going to stand up for the final ball of this over. Oh, inside edge onto the pad just for a second. Lancashire thought they might have been in there, but it's another dot ball. Brings to an end the 5th over of Gloucestershire's second innings. They are 10 without loss. They still trail Lancashire by 166.
Yes, and they will back themselves to be able to make this game safe. It's 25 overs today, minimum of 25 overs today, and then full 96 in the day tomorrow. Resumed this morning on 114 for 1. So they lost 9 wickets today, which has been against the grain through the course of the first 2 days of this match. But a lot of batting ahead of them just today, but certainly a lot resting on the top order, bearing in mind how the lower order just kind of fizzled out in the end. So can Bancroft and Charlesworth get home side off to a solid start. In particular, Charlesworth, who's jabbing forward and turning the ball out towards the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of get through tonight, see what that deficit is, and then make a plan for the morning.
Leg slip, forward short leg and the short mid wicket. Hartley left arm spin forward. Is Charlesworth defending, bat in front of his pad, deflects it into the onside, and there's no addition to the score. He'll shuffle Hartley as he starts his approach and balls again. Goes back this time, Charlesworth, and defends.
I wonder if it's getting a little bit more difficult to start an innings on this pitch, because we noted before how in the Gloucestershire innings, 160, 64, 31, 36, 20, that's all the batters after Bancroft in the top order.
Hartley to Charlesworth. Just drops it into the offside. They half think of a single. Charlesworth sends Bancroft back.
But then other than Todd Murphy, who was unbeaten on 22, you're talking about a first ball duck for Graham Van Buren, Zaman Akhtar 9, Ajit Singh Dale duck and Delange 14. So granted, plenty of tail enders in there, but maybe a sign that
There's Hartley balls to Charlesworth. That's clipped nicely away to the left of short leg. Behind square for 1.
Maybe a sign that it's just not as simple to get in on this pitch, whereas the first couple of days it was a case of most batters getting in and then getting themselves out before a big score came. It'd be interesting to see how these two go this evening for Gloucestershire, if that remains the case.
11 without loss. Delivery to go of the 6th over of the Gloucestershire second innings. Left arm round this time, Hartley. Nice shot by Bancroft. Drive the ball through mid-on. There's no addition to the score, just a single run coming off the over. With Gloucestershire on 11 for no wicket, Bancroft on 5 and Charlesworth on 6.
They're going to get through these remaining 24 overs very quickly. I mean, we're 6 overs in. What time did we come back out? 10 past 4?
Yeah.
So we're fewer than 20 minutes in and they've got 6 overs already. They'll definitely improve on that the more spin they bowl, especially if they go to spin from both ends, which they have been wont to do already in this game, with especially with Chris Green in the lineup, even Luke Wells if needs be. So it'd be very interesting to see what point it is that we actually get through the 24 overs, and if everyone all of a sudden feels like, oh, that's quite early.
Slow down a bit.
Get our money's worth. Balderson has the ball in his hand once again. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. Defended on the front foot into the offside. No run.
It was Jack Blatherwick who took the new ball in the first innings. And Balderson's actually not bowled much in the match. He's used pretty sparingly today.
Blatherwick was expensive, wasn't he? None for 64 off 13 overs. That's just under 5 and over. Full from Balderson. It's driven nicely by Charlesworth, but as we said earlier, there is protection out in the offside boundary, so that's just 1 run. Yeah, it was his second or third spell today, Blatherwick. He struggled to Charlesworth, didn't he? He just looked like he couldn't adjust his line. He gave him a few drive balls that he cashed in on. I wonder if this is just based purely off today's performance, as Balderson has just looked a bit tidier, a bit more disciplined. He's got the right-handed Bancroft on strike now, so he's back over the wicket. Just a little shuffle in the crease and a forward defensive stroke into the offside.
Patience is going to have to be the key for both sides, isn't it, here? For Gloucestershire, batting for time and pushing themselves. I'll be hoping towards a draw at least. And that Lancashire going to take 10 wickets between now and the close of play tomorrow, then they're I can't imagine it happening in a hurry.
Balderson short. On the back foot goes Bancroft. He thinks about a single, having hit it just to the left of Marcus Harris at extra cover, but he thinks better of it and doesn't want to take on the arm of his fellow Australian.
Yes, you've got a few Aussies in the game. Lancashire got a couple. Gloucestershire have a couple.
One of them is Chris Green, who's a backward point. I wonder how long before we see him come back in with his off spinner. That's a very full delivery from Balderson. It's flicked nicely off the pads. Timed well, but there is a deep square. So once again, a nice shot only brings 1 run. A couple of singles so far in this over. Left-hander Charlesworth is back on strike. Balderson will go around the wicket again. It's interesting to see how the slips are slightly wider for the left-hander. Keaton Jennings is almost at a gully rather than a slip. I think that's Matty Hurst is probably at a second slip. Short, punched hard down the ground. No run, mid-off comes around to gather. So that's 7 overs gone. Gloucestershire are 13 without loss. Bancroft not out in 6 and Charlesworth is still there on 7.
Elsewhere in the second division, still some rain around at Merchant Taylors, where Northamptonshire have been bowled out for 261, so they trail Middlesex by 364 runs. But it's still raining. Kent are following on, just like Gloucestershire are here.
All right, don't rub it in.
But have fared much better. 299 for 5 in their second innings. Hartley to Bancroft. It's driven to mid-on and there's no run. So Kent now lead Glamorgan by 128. And Derbyshire are 50 for 2. Require 396 runs to beat Leicestershire, who are looking for 8 more wickets. Hartley's in and bowling. And Bancroft off the back foot and defends, and there's no run. Hello, Ed.
Hello.
You back, are you?
Yes.
Nice to have you back.
Thank you. Yes, it's painstaking progress at the moment, but every ball necessary.
The back foot punched away by Bancroft to cover, and there's no run.
Necessary in terms of seeing it off for Gloucestershire, whether it's scoring runs or not really, whilst they'd love to be making inroads into this deficit. They just have to hang on to those wickets for tomorrow.
Yep. Hartley into Bancroft. Oh, was it uppish from Bancroft? At least it looked that way from this angle. We're side on. In the end, it's stopped by Chris Green at mid-off. Just dragged him forward there, did Hartley. 6 in the first innings for Tom Hartley. Balls to Bancroft. Nudged away into the offside, and there's no addition to the score. 13 for no wicket. 163 behind. Who's twirling their arms around? Oh, it's Chris Green, yep. Nathan suggested maybe it wouldn't be too long before Green had a go. Hartley to Bancroft. It's defended to cover, and there's no run we've had as a maiden for Tom Hartley. 4 overs, 3 maidens. That is also the end of the over. We've had 8 of Gloucestershire's second innings, and they are 13 for no wicket.
I think every day that ambulance gets closer and closer to the temporary laboratory facilities.
You think that's like
You know,
a deliberate thing?
I'm not sure. It just seems to creep closer every day. I'm sure if anything to read into that or not.
Tactical encroachment by the ambulance.
Not much room there between the two. Here comes Balderson in slipping a gully to Charlesworth and a drive off the back foot straight to mid-off.
Say they are deluxe portable loos here at Cheltenham College. You don't get these deluxe portable loos at Stanley Park in Blackpool.
No, well, I must say these
very fancy loos.
I think are there more of those this year? There used to be a large row of portable loos
yes.
over at the college lawn end.
Okay.
And the biggest sign on the ground was the sign saying, "Gents!" Balderson in, and this is square driven by Charlesworth for a single to the offside sweeper. 14 without loss. She couldn't miss. She couldn't miss it. But I don't know. I think it's had a little bit of a mixture, but they just seem to have gone full on with these facilities.
Yeah, they're fancy, these little ones.
They are.
Scented soap.
I wonder if that's part of the streamlining. Well, not the scented soap part. I mean, the difference in having more of these particular types of toilet facilities. This is a great conversation topic, I've got to say. We just sat down, Bancroft playing to Harris at extra cover, and we've talked tents, we've talked cake at some point, I'm sure.
Didn't open your cake, did you?
No, these, no. I just wasn't really in a cake sort of mood, and
well, some other people might be.
That. Well, yes, but
it's not all about you, Ed.
Stop anyone from
well, they're hidden under your notebook.
Well, there's only because there's nowhere else to put the notebook. Balderson in, and this is flicked into the leg side by Bancroft. Only again for a single. So 15 for no wicket. Bancroft 7, Charlesworth 8. And there was a sort of a sense of some nerves when Gloucestershire were losing those wickets and the follow-on target wasn't being approached particularly rapidly. There's a definite sense of uncertainty as far as Gloucestershire supporters with regards to the course this game is taking. 21 overs left this evening, 96 tomorrow. Balderson to Charlesworth. Or hesitation there in terms of the running between the wickets, but eventually they do decide that there is actually a fairly comfortable single to Luke Wells extra cover, so 16 without loss, and a no ball as well from Balderson, so it'll make it 18, 19 in fact without loss. I think, although what have they done? Yeah, they've added a single on. 18 without loss is what it is. Don't make life easy. Balderson, keeper up to the stumps, bowls. Bancroft clips it into the onside. Charlesworth setting off for a non-existent run at the non-striker's end, and Bancroft wasn't going anywhere.
Going on.
I think there's a certain member suggesting to Richard Illingworth that Balderson might be bowling more than the one no ball in this over that he's bowled. Just offering suggestions.
Oh dear. Some umpiring from the temporary stand below us.
Right along the line.
Yeah. Got a decent view, I suppose.
We're watching now. Balderson in, bowls. Bancroft forward and playing defensively to Harris at extra cover. I mean, to be honest, at this stage, almost as valuable as the 2 runs for the no ball are, is the ball seen off pretty much, really, because Gloucestershire are in survival mode at this stage. 18 in 9 overs they've scored, and Charlesworth, who in the first innings batted for exactly 5.5 hours, is now being called on to bowl to bat for even longer. And of course, mentioning bowling, he did bowl 9.4 overs as well, 2 for 62. So he might be feeling a little bit as though he's pulling his weight, even though he did charge past one for that 160.
It's Hartley in forward. Again goes Charlesworth and defends, and there's no run.
But you know, you sort of think, well, yeah, okay, had a couple of people say, oh, well, it all started it, etc., and charge past them, but at some point, other people have got to to share the burden.
Defended to the onside, there's no run. Seems a tad harsh to pin it on someone who made 160.
That was my thoughts in that situation, I've got to say. You know, 5.5.
Did his
pretty
bit.
much flawless hours of batting, and yes.
Tom Hartley into Charlesworth. Playing it late, going back and steering the ball through backward point. Up comes Balderson, who's on the receiving end of some umpiring from the stands. In his last over, 19 without loss. Charlesworth moves on to 10.
No warning either. Everyone's been fairly quietly watching and just content to let the action play out, and all of a sudden even Matthew Lee'd been pretty quiet today with his encouragement for Gloucestershire.
All of a sudden it's kicking off. 19 without loss. Hartley, his left arm spin in, ball into Bancroft. There's pushed back towards him, and there's no run. Remains on 7.
23 extras in the end in that Lancashire innings. The bizarre things about that 5-5-7 for Lancashire, 141.4 overs, only 2 wides. That's it.
Going back to cut it this time is Bancroft. Finds Jack Blatherwick at backward point, no run. Had 2 overs of James Anderson, 3 of George Balderson. I reckon we're probably going to have Chris Green next. It's Hartley in to complete the over. Asking for the LBW there. Bancroft kind of shapes to angle and work the ball to the leg side. And Richard Illingworth, the umpire now at Chapel End, shakes his head and tells Tom Hartley that he's not out. It's the end of the over. So a minimum of 20 remaining in the day's play. 19 for no wicket Gloucestershire, trailed by 157.
Yes, of course, you're right. It's James Treadwell, isn't it, now at that college lawn end, who is receiving the words of advice. I haven't quite screwed my head on.
That looks pretty screwed on to me.
Second innings.
Looks like it's pretty, fastened in its correct position.
Good. Doesn't really feel it, to be honest.
Oh.
A little bit of jaw cramp.
Oh dear.
Yes, it's not very nice.
It's not ideal when you're talking.
No. So Green, it is to bowl, and that's the end of Balderson's spell. He's been used fairly sparingly, is George Balderson, which I suppose will tell you something about the nature of the surface and the ball that he's bowling with, possibly even more so than the nature of the surface. 12 overs in the first innings, and then just a 3-over spell before it's time for the first look at Green, who I still remain a little bit disappointed that he doesn't go through his full-on sharp intake of breath and drawing himself up to his full height before this tippy-toey approach. Doesn't seem to do it in. There's a little bit more there actually for the first ball, but doesn't seem to do it so much in red ball cricket. In he comes to Charlesworth and deadens the ball out to cover. Luke Wells ending up on all fours at slip. He's got to get as low and as close as possible to try and take any sort of a catch if Charlesworth is going to play with such a dead bat. Green bowls, back foot, played carefully by Charlesworth, who surgically placed out into the gap between cover and backward point, and just another single, 20 without loss, so only 2 boundaries in this innings. Kids are all playing various games behind the scoreboard.
Yes, if you walk around there, you're very much in the firing line for either a tennis ball or a football.
Or a flying pint. Any nearer. Green bowls a little bit shorter. Bancroft looking for a single because mid-on is about halfway back to the boundary, but he can't get it past the bowler. And then Anderson standing at short straight mid-on. Green in, Bancroft back, and I think getting a little glance on that, which will run down to the Beveridge tent for 4. There's no leg slip, so he can play that shot a little bit more freedom, and just the second boundary for Bancroft. He joins Charlesworth on 11. 24 without loss, Gloucestershire. 152 runs behind. Hurst, I think, is it there, who's suggesting that he might stay there, but he's been told to go back into the position that he was in. Green becomes tiptoes in, bowls. Bancroft plays it straight back to his Big Bash teammate. Teammates in the BBL, but rivals in the state competition, with Bancroft playing for his native Western Australia. He'll drop and run. Taking on Green with anything is fraught with danger, seemingly, but even his back-handed flick can't run Bancroft out at the non-striker's end. So through for a single. And Green is through his first over. 6 off it, one of his more expensive overs of the day. It's 25 without loss. Did he end up with an economy of over 2 in the end? He probably did, yeah, just 2.15, mostly because of De Lange's mighty heave into the onside that I think left the ground, missed the turret, and once it does that, there's a fairly good chance that it'll clear the dressing rooms and then end up out on the road, and I think that one did.
Yeah, in danger if you're driving past Cheltenham College when De Lange's giving it a bosh.
And were it not for that, he would have gone at less than 2 and over, just that one blow.
Good effort. 34 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
2 for 73. And it will be Hartley and Green for a big chunk of today. And tomorrow, probably. Bancroft defends to mid-on. Marcus Harris fields, and there's no run. So 25 without loss. Bancroft faring better so far than he did first time round as he waits for Hartley. Oh, he's gone for a big shot, and he's got a thickish outer half of the bat. It loops up in the air out towards the offside. There was a yelp of catch. It was beyond, well, any of the Lancashire fielders in truth. Bancroft gets a single, moves to 13.
It's got a murmuring. It's a very uncharacteristic shot, really, from Bancroft. It's not the fact that he can't hit big, it's just you really wouldn't have expected him to have done so in that situation. You'd be thinking, well, probably a pretty patient player, Bancroft. He's seen off the new ball to some extent, as it's the Kookaburra. We're in the 12th over, so you've done a lot of the seeing off of some of the hardness and the ability for it to move, and slightly odd shot that. He's lucky to get away with it.
Hartley to Charlesworth, down the leg side, snaffled by Phil Salt, who then brings his wicket-keeping gloves right within a centimetre of the stumps. Charlesworth keeping his back foot pinned to the ground. Hartley back in. Forward again, Charlesworth. Defends to mid-off. Marcus Harris waits for it to come to him and then scoops it up and lobs it back to Hartley. 26 for no wicket. Charlesworth on 11. In comes Hartley, bowls again. Down the pitch comes Charlesworth and wallops it back over Tom Hartley's head, down towards the ice cream van. For one bounce over the rope and over the advertising board, and it's gone. Oh, it's dissipated underneath the covers. It's been retrieved, however, by Chris Green. 4th to Charlesworth. He moves on to 15.
He struck the ball really well in his first innings down the ground, Charlesworth. Only the 1-6, but a lot of 1 bounce, 2 bounces and 4s, just controlled swings.
Hartley back in to Charlesworth, drops it into the offside, and there is no run. I think that will be 30 without loss when everything's all totted up at the end of that over. Charlesworth has 15, Bancroft has 13, and Gloucestershire trail by 146 runs.
I was just having a little discussion. I don't think there's anything too much in that. It's not bright, but we're nowhere near a situation where I don't think light would be an issue. And well, I mean, assuming that the weather's coming from where it has been coming from, it looks marginally brighter in that direction. So I think you ought to make it through without losing any overs. There is now a leg slip in for Bancroft, with Green bowling round the wicket to him. So men round the bat at short leg slip and slip. Green to Bancroft, who holds the pose, the defensive stroke, to the onside. Breeze has just died down a little bit as well. Still got some of the bunting flapping away, but the Gloucestershire flag pretty limp up to our left. Green in bowls. Bancroft plays this back to the ever energetic Chris Green, jogging back to his mark. He batted for what, 4 hours and 18 minutes for his 160. Bancroft turns this one to leg in front of short leg, out to deep square. That's another single, 31 for no wicket. So what, pretty much since he came out to bat, Chris Green's had 12 minutes where he's not been on the field. So he's out on the field for over 4 hours with the bat, 12 minutes off in terms of playing time, and then out in the field now for 125 overs or so straight. That's been left by Charlesworth behind the stumps. It is going to be a long haul, and that's one of the things that Gloucestershire have got to think about and have in their minds, in that the energy levels will be high this evening for Lancashire as Green round the wicket bowls. Charlesworth steers this with a drive on the back foot through the covers, not for the first time, and I'm sure he'll hope not for the last, for a single, 32 without loss as Hartley comes off the boundary. But you've got a manageable amount of time this evening, and Lancashire will be hunting wickets. If Gloucestershire could get through the rest of this hour without losing a wicket, coming back tomorrow, one day to take 10 wickets and probably score some runs, might just be that slight let-off of pressure. As much as a side still pushes, next morning things can just feel that bit different sometimes. Green, last ball of the over. Bancroft in behind that one, just defending to Anderson, who will stop the ball with his foot mid-wicket, and 32 without loss ends the over. 13 gone. There's actually, well, there is a minimum of 17 left. They probably are going to get through more, and that's the other thing about tomorrow, is that it may well not be 96 overs worth, because Lancashire will want to get through as many as possible, and with Green and with Hartley, they've got a very good chance of bowling a lot more than 96, but still as many overs as there are this evening.
Yeah.
If Bancroft and Charlesworth could see them off, and at least Gloucestershire feel a little better about what's happened since the midpoint of the day.
Hartley to Charlesworth. That's a lovely shot. He's driven that along the ground through extra cover for 4 runs. Saw quite a few of those cover drives in his first innings. A couple off the back foot to Blatherwick were memorable. That was off the front foot to Hartley. Moves on to 20, 36 without loss. In comes Tom Hartley with his left arm spin, bowling to Charlesworth, turned into the onside. There's no runs. They've got 3 catches around the bat. Slip, leg slip, and forward short leg. James Anderson is at short mid wicket. Hartley's bowling. And just whacks him on the thigh pad and drops into the offside. And to the left of Anderson there is another mid-wicket fielder, which is Jack Blatherwick, who may be just a few paces behind Anderson to his left. There's also a deep square leg. Mid-on's halfway back. There's a mid-off as well. He's turned around the corner. It's a good stop by Bohannon. He's got low down to his right at leg slip to stop the ball. And then there's one fielder down below us on the point boundary, which will be George Balderson. 36 without loss. In to Charlesworth, jabbing forward, trying to defend. And there's no run. 36 without loss. Charlesworth has 20. One ball remaining of the over. Whitley in to Charlesworth, whipped away to the onside. That's a lovely shot again for 4 more. Well, he started the over with a front foot drive through extra cover, and he ends it whipping one out through wide mid-on for another 4. He takes his total to 24, and Gloucestershire move on to 40 without loss. And well, they've safely negotiated 14 overs. They've got 16 left to go today. So a nice positive start by the 2 openers, Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth. Apart from really an LBW shout, which I haven't seen back from Hartley. I can't think of anything else really. Pretty steady start so far.
Yeah, just quietly started to get the scoreboard moving as well. Deficit down to 136, and I said it in the first innings. You just always feel, whilst Charlesworth was the one to go big, that as long as Bancroft is out there, it just settles the rest of that batting lineup. Here's Green. Bowls now. Bancroft flicks that into the ground. It gets past the bowler, but despite the fact that Blatherwick can't pick the ball up at mid-on, they've not taken the single. It's just an annoying amount of time for the batters there to have considered it. And then thought, well, probably better not now. Green in, holds that back, and Bancroft does well just to wait for the ball to come to him and not present possibly a little chipped catch to short leg or short mid-wicket. Nice variation of pace from Green. In he bowls, quicker ball that time, and this time Bancroft is not taking no for an answer for that single to deep mid-on, which I don't know. Not quite sure why Lancashire have got the mid-on there, but there must be some theory behind it. There's been a theory behind their other field placements, so must be a reason why they've decided they're going to allow Bancroft that one. Whether that's just, do they want him playing that shot somehow? 41 for no wicket, 15 for Bancroft. There's been more Charlesworth recently that's started to have another one of his little flurries of scoring. Green into him, drops that short and's cut away for 4. And there's another boundary for him, and you could see pretty early that that was going to sit up very nicely for Charlesworth, and there are 2 fielders, one at backward point and one at cover point. They're in far too close really to do too much about that. And as long as Charlesworth controls that shot even slightly, as long as it just goes into the floor, they'll run away down the hill. 45 without loss. Green in once more, wide ball and left this time by Charlesworth. Just that fraction fuller, and he's back to what he was doing with Green in the first innings, really. Has not yet tempted him into a booming drive from there. That's short again. Oh, he's missed out there. Carves it off the back foot, but It's stopped by that backward point fielder. And that was another one to cut away. Anyhow, 45 for no wicket, and Gloucestershire halfway through the minimum number of overs this evening, but
could get one more in, couldn't they?
they're probably going to get at least one more in, I reckon.
Yep. I can't see that over rate from here, but it's plus plenty.
+8, I think,
Is
does it say? I think Gloucestershire's was something like +6. It's great for over rates, the Kookaburra ball.
That is
Underrated part of
quite right.
those Kookaburra ball games.
Something that's overlooked quite a lot, isn't it? That, yep. Should be a big feature on the BBC website about that.
Come on, bring it on.
Hartley to Bancroft, who shuffles right back into his crease and works it out towards the leg side for a single. Takes him on to 16, 46 without loss. Brings Charlesworth back on strike. Well, he hit Hartley away for 2 fours in the previous over, one which he drilled through cover and one that he whipped away through wide mid-on. Oh, he's gone short. Hartley will drop short, and that's muscled out towards the leg side. That's into the temporary stand. That's 6 for Charlesworth to bring up to 50 for Gloucestershire, for the loss of no wickets in the 16th over. Dragged it short and mullered out towards the leg side by Ben Charlesworth.
You could tell where that one was going pretty much from the moment it left Hartley's hand.
Hartley back into Charlesworth. Slightly more sedate looking approach, just nudged away into the onside, and there's no addition to the score. So 35 to Ben Charlesworth. He's almost got 200 runs in the match. I get to 200 in the match here as he's walloped that out towards the leg side, and I've lost sight of that. It's over the rope, one bounce over the rope. He's gone for 4. 56 without loss, 38 to Ben Charlesworth.
Yes, he couldn't quite. Wasn't quite such a drag down that he was able to hit that into the stands, but he still settled for hitting it hard and into the gap. And there's a little bit of touch play from Charlesworth, opening the face, guiding it away fine on the offside, and sprinting back for a second run as well. So it's got the spectators a little more energetic down below us for reasons other than the fact that they believe that a Lancashire bowler is getting away with bowling no balls.
That was quite funny when I heard that.
Funny. 58 without loss. Charlesworth is on to 40 all of a sudden, off only 48 balls. As he reaches forward and defends, it spins away into the onside. Looked like he played it straight, and then it spins off to mid-wicket. As the over's completed, and it's remarkable from Charlesworth, really, because he's scored, I think, about 4, 5 fours and a 6 in the last 4 or 5 overs. It's another one of those flurries. He just has been so patient and hung in there. Sorry, Nathan is back with me. I didn't introduce you.
Oh, that's quite all right. I was just so keen to jump in on that point, because it just reminded me of that period of play earlier on in the day when Charlesworth was flaying. I can't remember which of the seam bowlers it was bowling from the college lawn end, but he's flaying them through cover, ball after ball.
Had a bit of a go at Blatherwick at one point.
Yes, it was Blatherwick.
Balderson was the previous evening. He had a bit of a go at him in one over.
But he does just kind of just get in that mood where he goes, right, if you bowl in this area, the ball is going to the fence. And he did that with Blatherwick earlier on in Gloucester's first innings. And he's done it to Hartley there, although he did actually do it to Hartley a little bit in the first innings as well, although when he kept trying to do it, remember he picked the wrong delivery to come down the track to, and it cost him his wicket. So it's a risk reward, and to be honest with you, when you scored 160 runs and you scored now 40 back in it, so when you scored 200 runs in the match, you definitely come out on the right side of that risk reward ledger.
This is a good move, I think. After Wells only bowled 4 overs in the first innings, removed Singdale, he's going to get to go a bit earlier here.
Yes, well, Wells had success spinning the ball both ways earlier in the day. And that first offering is patted back on the back foot by Cameron Bancroft. Wells has one slip in play. Keaton Jennings, as always, with the spinners on, is that forward short leg. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, all saving one on the offside with a deep man at cover point. Bit of oohs and ahs as Cameron Bancroft misses one down leg. Salt, as is his wont, whips the pails off with Bancroft still deep in his crease. Dot ball.
Michael Jones is on the field. And I think that may just be a shin pad removal, possibly something like that, because trying to see, was it Green maybe? He's spoken about how much, no, Green's at slip, of course, because it's Wells bowling. Continue my search.
Forward defensive from Bancroft, big stride down the wicket. Sorry, I was focusing on Green's rather odd standing position at slip. So who are you searching for?
Well, I'm searching for who Jones is replacing.
Here's Wells. Oh, Jennings can't stop that short leg as Bancroft flicks that one off his hip into the leg side for one. Well, Balderson's at point.
I don't think it's particularly, it's probably not headline news. I can't
Harris
see.
is at mid-off, Blatherwick's at mid-on, Anderson's at mid-wicket.
I can't see, is Josh Bohannon gone off?
Is that not him? No, that's Matty Hurst at short fine. So yeah, it would be Bohannon because that's Hartley at deep square, or now cover point now, sorry, with the left-handed Charlesworth on strike.
I think he may have just, because he had the shin pads on, fielding at leg slip, so he may have just taken those off. I always feel as though, you know, there's so much attention on Anderson, just in case it's Anderson who's gone off. It's worth looking.
Oh, that's a rank drag down. I'm surprised Charlesworth didn't throw the kitchen sink at that. When Hartley offered that at the previous end, he deposited it into the temporary stand. And bear in mind that this side, the hit up towards us in the balcony, is significantly smaller. I'm surprised that Charlesworth didn't take it on. I suspect the poor delivery caught him by surprise as much as anyone else. Anyway, Wells is back in. That is slower and tossed up. He plays a sweep shot around the corner to Charlesworth. He should come back for a second as Balderson, a deep square, comes around to mop up.
That's one of the first shots like that I think that Charlesworth's played in either of his innings. I can't remember too many paddles away like that.
No,
even yesterday.
Was it Price played it a few times earlier
yes,
today?
That's less of a less of a surprise.
Less of a shock.
It would have been a shock if Price hadn't brought out that particular shot. Yeah.
Quick drink being taken on board by the Gloucestershire batters.
I don't think they'd mind slowing down Lancashire's rush through these overs too much, whilst they'd just be in the mode of batting. They wouldn't be too desperate, I don't think, to face many more overs than they have to. It seems as though we're getting a change of ends for Green as well, so Hartley will have a bit of a breather. He's certainly got through some work and is going to have to get through quite a lot more work, you would guess, into his 35th over in the first innings, and he's already bowled 8 in this second, even for a spinner. At some point, those fingers and that shoulder start to get a little bit worn down.
How many did he bowl in the first innings?
Yeah, 30, into his 35th.
35th, yeah. And then, well, decent economy rate, just under 3.5 for his 35 overs. So he conceded 116 runs. I mean, obviously the headline number there is the 6 wickets next to his name. He's no doubt he'd be eyeing up 10 for the match to go along with his century. And if he manages to get those 4 wickets, he certainly would be putting Lancashire a long way towards victory in this second Gloucestershire innings.
Green then round the wicket to Bancroft, flight to delivery. It's whipped wristily by Bancroft down to Harris at long-ish on.
Long-ish?
Well, he wasn't quite on the boundary, was it? I was starting to think, is it deep mid-on or long on? And the three quarters really either.
The 3/4 on.
Yeah.
Or 2/3 on, maybe.
62 without loss. 18. As will be Hurst at second slip, Wells at first, Jennings at short leg, Green over the wicket, bowls a full toss, which is flashed past the bowler for 4. Resisted the temptation, Charlesworth, to try and hit it out of the ground, and instead just settled for hitting it briskly and along the ground pretty much past the bowler, and it's another boundary. 66 without loss.
He's got such a long stride, does Charlesworth, doesn't he, that there probably are players that wouldn't have been a full toss too, because he's done quite well to actually get to it on the full.
46 he moves to. Green bowls, much better delivery there, and drawing Charlesworth forward, but he can never really quite get to the pitch of it. To be careful there, even though there's no close catcher on the offside, so as long as he angles the bat, gets a decent amount on it. The 2 slips are waiting for the edge. Nobody there at silly mid-off, and it's a good job there wasn't, because life would have been flashing before their eyes as Green bowls a little bit fuller, driven by Charlesworth out to the sweeper Balderson below us. Cover 67 without loss. A little bit of blue sky just above us. It's cleared pretty quickly. It was looking pretty dingy about 10 minutes ago. Bancroft forward and clipping this one past Green and taking another single. 68 without loss. All of a sudden, the innings run rate, for what that's worth, is 3.8, having been basically what? He was struggling for 2s at one point early on. Green to Charlesworth, who drives a little less convincingly there than some of his previous shots. It went quite a bit finer than he'd aimed. Picked up by Blatherwick at backward point, no run, and Green 4 overs for 20. What's come over him? 68 without loss, and the deficit 108.
Yeah, good start this from Gloucestershire. We talked about what their plan might have been early on. Would it have been a case of just survive to the close, see what the deficit was at that point, and then make a plan for the morning? But they've still looked to score, or at least Charlesworth definitely has. Bancroft is a lot more sedate, 19 off 54. He's striking at 35. Considering Charlesworth is 47 off 55, his strike rate is up towards a more of a list day 50 over game strike rate. He's always going to be positive, isn't he? Especially when he's in the form that he is in and the confidence that 160 would have brought him. The opportunities for runs and form can be few and far between sometimes, so he's understandably keen to cash in. But it is Bancroft on strike. Luke Wells has the ball. Lancashire's tall leg spinner. Leg slip and a slip await. That's flicked off the hip behind square. There is a deep square leg. They'll push hard for 2. Hartley keeps it to 1.
I think Anderson is off the field.
They've changed again. Yeah, I think that Williams has come on there.
Yeah, we've got Williams and Jones. So we've got 2 substitute fielders at the moment in the leg side for Charlesworth. Anderson only bowling 2 overs with the new ball before the physio came out. He had a bit of a look at something, either ankle or toe, I think, and then Anderson came out of the attack.
Anderson also bowled only 2 overs with the new ball, the second new ball during Gloucestershire's first innings as well, so I don't know if there's just equipment malfunction maybe, or he just doesn't fancy bowling too much with the kookaburra not doing a lot. As Charlesworth defends that one off the back foot, no run.
It would be far, far beyond us to suggest any such thing.
I think experience buys you that right to make those decisions, doesn't it? He's got quite a long run up for a spinner, doesn't he? Wells.
He does. He does like a good running, and there's a lot of limbs flying at you.
Turn and bounce. Charlesworth on strike. That one looked like it was the wrong one. I think Charlesworth did pick it, but it might have just kept a little bit low. He was trying to cut it, which suggested he knew it was going to be outside his off stump. But I think that one just kind of went underneath the bat a little bit. There is protection on the offside and the deep for Wells. He's got a point back on the boundary. That's a short delivery, flicked into the leg side, straight to deep square. So that'll take Charlesworth to 48.
Will Williams out there, he's survived his brush with death 2 days ago. Or potentially the spectators. He was the one that survived the brush with death.
He was the supplier of the brush rather than the sufferer. The brush. It was amusing how he was bowling on the practice strips during the lunch break, and he had to pull out of his delivery stride because an unsuspecting patron walked straight in front of where he was going to be bowling the ball. That's short. Oh, and he's missed out there as Bancroft. Bit of a drag down from Wells, but there is a man at long leg or like a very deep backward square, and Bancroft picks him out with his pull shot, so that's just 1 run. But yeah, Williams did well to see it, to be honest with you, because I think it was William Porterfield, the Lancashire assistant, who was mitting, as they do, and just as Williams is about to release, an unsuspecting patron walked in front of Porterfield, and that's defended by Charlesworth into the leg side. But given how low these practice pitches bounce, it wouldn't have been a blow to the head of the spectator, but it might have been a broken shin or similar.
That's all right then. Yeah.
Serves him right. Watch the ball. It's a game of cricket. End of the over. Gloucestershire are 71 without loss.
I was building up for something really nasty was avoided, and then it's it might only have been a broken shin after all.
Well, I mean, he only would have had to have gone across the road to the hospital.
Yes.
Maybe it might have been a Rishab Pant situation. Maybe another broken foot.
Oh gosh. What is the score at Old Trafford? Oof.
Oh wow.
England 156 without loss. Green bowls. Just dipped. I thought it was going to be a low full toss for Bancroft, who reached for it, and then suddenly what is a massive gap on the offside for him to try and target. He just couldn't really quite access it as he toes it on the drive through the covers, only for a single. 72 without loss.
Is that England's best opening partnership of the summer?
Probably.
Well, the Zimbabwe game maybe? Actually, they almost certainly got more than that against Zimbabwe, didn't they?
Probably, yes. 156 without loss, behind by 202, but Crawley and Duckett both in the 70s. Green round the wicket to Charlesworth, forward and defending, back to Chris Green.
That is interesting if the pitch has flattened out on day 2 in Old Trafford, because history would suggest that that's not what happens. I think there was a helpful graphic on the Sky coverage yesterday of how I think the first innings average per batter is about 40 in Old Trafford, and then it just...
Green goes in, bowls, edged, and that's fallen just short. It's a great stop from Matty Hurst at second slip, but just for a moment I thought that was into the hands of second slip. Went very quickly and low, and Hurst plucked that on the bounce. They moved the silly mid-off into place. Jennings moving there from short leg, nearly seeing Charlesworth off. He'll get off strike, which is a pretty good move for him, I'd have thought, into the onside, just gently nudged for a single.
Just about played that with soft enough hands, didn't he? With the edge, he just kind of, his hands followed the ball, which kind of bounced a little bit on him, and he did well just to keep it down enough. That did not land very far away from Matty Hurst. He's at leg slip now for the right-hander, but he was at a second slip when Charlesworth was on strike.
Green bowls. Bancroft plays this one rather out in front of himself into the onside. Don't know that he really meant the ball to go there, but squirted a single to mid-wicket. 74 without loss, so a couple of minor moments in this over. Well, Charlesworth possibly not so minor, as close as it was, and as close as Hurst is now standing. It looks standing even closer, pretty close to needing a helmet. 74 without loss. Charlesworth has 49. Green, this stalking but also tiptoeing approach. He's trying to sneak up on Charlesworth without him looking, but this ball is played right into Jennings at silly mid-off. And there's no run to end the over. 20 gone in this innings. Gloucestershire 74 without loss, following on after having been bowled out for 381 in their first innings. Charlesworth, the mainstay, with 160. But whilst the middle order got some starts. Price 31, Hammond 36, Bracey 20, and Phillips went early, only adding 4 to his overnight 60. Murphy and DeLanger, 22 not out and 14, were the ones almost to provide as much resistance, really, as the lower middle order fell away for Gloucestershire and couldn't get them beyond that follow-on marker, which really would have probably pretty much killed the game.
Luke Wells continues. It's his third over, and that's probably just a bit too straight. Bancroft will look for a second run. Hartley, not for the first time, cuts it down to just a single flick off the hip down behind square on the leg side. Brings the score to 75 without loss. Charlesworth is on strike on 49. He's faced 63 deliveries so far. Just slowed up a little bit. He was closer to a run of ball when he entered the 40s. Lancashire managed to shackle him a little bit as he nears his milestone. Slipping leg slip away to Wells. Short ball outside off, and that will be 50. So Charlesworth, after hitting 160 in the first innings, follows it up with a half century in Gloucester's second knock. 50 off 64 balls. He's hit 7 boundaries and 1 6. He's been batting for 73 minutes. He's having some game.
Yeah, it's come at a good pace again in the end. As watchful as the start was from both Bancroft and Charlesworth, Charlesworth had another one of those eruptions of boundaries and helped out Gloucestershire in both respects.
Wells short again, flicked out to deep square. He's just struggling for his length a little bit here, is Wells. Gloucester are happy just to pick off these shorter deliveries and rotate the strike. For now, it's hard to build pressure when you're just dragging your length back. That is where leg spinners tend to miss, isn't it? If they are going to have a few loose deliveries, they tend to drag it down. He hasn't been punished too much in terms of boundaries yet. That's a better length. Slower. Took a lot of pace off that one and tossed it up. Defended by Charlesworth. No run. He hasn't suffered the same boundary treatment that Hartley and Green got earlier on in this innings, but he has struggled just to bowl at one individual for a number of consecutive deliveries. Bit quicker this time, but Fuller flicked off the pads. Square leg is back on the fence, so that will be another single to Charlesworth's total.
I think that has made this Charlesworth's highest match aggregate in his career. He got his highest score of 210, came against Leicestershire at Bristol last August, but I don't believe Gloucestershire batted in the second innings in that game, so 160 and then 51.
Bancroft on strike. Wells tosses that up. That's a nice looking drive down the ground, but Wells does well to get down, gets a hand on it, and maybe not saved 4, but I think had that gotten through would have at least been a couple. So it's a dot ball to end the 21st over. Gloucestershire are 78 without loss. Charlesworth brought up his half century in that over to back up his 160 in the first innings. Gloucester's deficit is down to into double figures. 98 they trail by, going at a reasonably healthy run rate, just over 3.5 and over. And there is a minimum of 9 overs left today, and given it's 5:20, Lancashire are racing through.
Yeah, they kind of got to, although even, as I say, even the spinners at some point will be feeling it a bit, trying to share the workload a bit this evening by using Wells a bit more, perhaps, having kept him pretty fresh after the first innings. Green resumes his lengthy battle with Charlesworth and bowls him a filthy full toss, which is miscued into the ground straight back to Green. And there's no fielder, unless I'm missing somebody who's camouflaged. I don't think there's anybody out on the leg side boundary, so he had so much space there. Forward square, mid-on. I think those are the only 2 fielders on the leg side. Green bowls, and that squeezes off a thick edge from Charlesworth, wide of second slip this time. He's teasing Matty Hurst in there. Again, maybe played softly enough to avert serious danger. No run. But Lancashire be feeling as though they're getting just that bit closer, and now Wells might be suggesting to Hurst that he should get a bit closer. Helmet's been donned.
Yeah, becoming more and more of a trend these days. Slip fielders getting closer, yeah, with the helmet on.
Green bowls. Charlesworth to the pitch of that one, doesn't actually have to get such a lengthy stride as some of his previous defensive strokes. Back it goes to Green. Plenty of drama elsewhere in Division 2, which I'll update you with in a moment, as Green bowls back of a length, driven by Charlesworth. It'll be stopped by Bohannon at extra cover. Despite a bit of rain at Merchant Taylor's, Northamptonshire seemed to be rather subsiding against Middlesex. They made 625 for 8. Northamptonshire bowled out for 261, and they're 26 for 2 in their second innings. Ryan Higgins has both second innings wickets, and he got a few in the first innings as well, 4 to be exact. Charlesworth squeezes this past silly mid-off and to Balderson in the deep. So a run to him, 79 for no wicket. Kent almost all out. Joe Denley has come out to bat at number 11. He's with Grant Stewart, who's at it again. This is just extraordinary. 63 off 72 balls he's on at the moment. Bancroft plays this one uppishly, but into space between the bowler and short mid-wicket, down to long on. Lancashire cutting some frustrated figures out there after that one, but it's a single to keep Bancroft the strike on 26. Gloucestershire to 80 without loss, behind by 96, just over half an hour to go. Grant Stewart, who's delivered a couple of extraordinary onslaughts, not just against Gloucestershire, but I suppose it's well worth Joe Denley just standing at the other end and seeing if Stewart could go. The way that he goes, he could add another 70 or something on, because once he gets his eye in, he's just launching them everywhere. So Kent at the moment lead Glamorgan by 187. No idea what the pitch is doing, obviously, but wickets seem to have been taken by spin. Kieran Carlson's got 3 for 24 as the 8th bowling option used by Glamorgan, and Kent might just ask Glamorgan the question with a in-between type target. Meanwhile, Derbyshire 87 for 3, so Leicestershire still heavy favourites to win that one. More wickets for Rehan Ahmed, who took 6 for 51 in the first innings, and he's got 3 for 37 in the second. All 3 wickets to fall. Lloyd, Kame and Madsen. Derbyshire need still 359 more runs to win.
Luke Wells to continue. Bowls to Bancroft, short cut away. That's a gift. No one back on the offside, short and wide. Gentle cut shot through point brings Bancroft 4 runs.
It does feel as though the rare occasion prior to that Bancroft has had some sort of a juicy delivery to whack away. He's not quite taken advantage of it in the same way as Charlesworth has, but that will be a shot that you'd imagine will just make him feel that little bit better about the way he's striking the ball. Gave that a good whack.
Here comes Wells again. Short of length again, but straighter this time. No room to free the arm as Bancroft pushes that into the leg side, where Bohannon cleans up at mid-wicket. It's worth checking, did that boundary prompt a change in the field? It did not, so there's still a big gap. There's no one between extra cover and backward point. So he has to bowl quite straight here, does Wells. He does there. Bancroft thought about one, having pushed it firmly, very straight to mid-on's left-hand side, but it's a good bit of work from Williams, who's on as a sub-fielder, to keep Bancroft on strike.
In white ball games, you're definitely running that because you're thinking the chances that the fielder is going to be able to loose a quick throw with where it might bounce, very, very low.
Straight again from Wells. Bancroft pushes it to mid-on once more. This time he pushes it to his right-hand side and half thinks about the single before turning it down. Chris Green waits at slip, Keaton Jennings next to him at leg slip. Bancroft on strike. Slower from Wells. I think that might have been the googly. Bancroft reads it well and defends straight back to him.
I think Scott and I are in exactly the same position in terms of dilemmas for the end of the day, and that we'd kind of like to interview exactly the same person that we interviewed yesterday.
Straight again from Wells. Bancroft turns it into the leg side by hand and cleans up a mid-wicket. End of the over. He's now bowled 4 overs on the spin in this spell, has Wells. He's none for 14. There are 7 overs left in terms of our allocation. He's only half 5 though. Gloucestershire 84 without loss. They trail by 92, having followed on, been bowled out for 381 in response to Lancashire's first innings, 557.
There's some milling about in the field, so in fact I'm not sure that even Lancashire have decided that this charge through the overs, I'm not sure even Lancashire are particularly at this stage, especially none down, enormously determined to get through 1 or 2 extra overs. It might change with the loss of a wicket, but everything is just completely stopped in the middle. The batters are in the middle of the pitch staring at each other. Nobody's moving in the field. Eventually they've had enough. Scarborough, I'll tell you, Yorkshire 517 for 6 declared, Surrey 221 for 3. Looks thrilling there. Equally exciting game between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. 578 for 8 declared, plays 309 for 5. Tilak Varma has 100 for Hampshire, the Indian left-hander.
Well, it's that time of the evening, isn't it? Not a lot happening on, and one of the hospitality tents has decided to break out into a chorus of "Oh, Jimmy Anderson."
Yes, even though, well, I suppose he's just returned, hasn't he, to mid-on. He's barely even been on the field in this evening session, but he's back. I suppose he's thinking he's got to finish this evening to have a chance tomorrow, even if he's not going to bowl for the rest of the evening session. Green over number 7 bowls, and Charlesworth drives firmly to deep cover. On to 53, 85 without loss. A couple more intriguing games in Division 1. Warwickshire taking on Worcestershire. Worcestershire 241 for 9 in their second innings. And Ethan Brooks has had a great game against his former county. 140 in the first innings, and he's 80 not out in the second. He's hit 6 sixes. And we didn't take any wickets, but didn't really need to. Warwickshire were bowled out cheaply. Green bowls, Bancroft back. Won't get a run pushing into the offside. Green gets there himself. Blatherwick starting to loosen up at backward point. So Worcestershire lead Warwickshire by 319. That would certainly throw things wide open in terms of the relegation battle, especially because Essex, who are second from bottom coming in, are bang on top at Hove. Green bowls, Bancroft clips through mid-wicket. Balderson, more work to do now as deep mid-wicket. 86 without loss, 3 for 1. Raining at Hove, however, it's going to have to rain an awful lot more to save Sussex, because they're 245 for 7 in their second innings. Still trailing by 55 runs. James Coles, who I still maintain never doesn't score runs anymore. As all that bounces, maybe out of the footmarks, loops away. Must have come off pad from Charlesworth over the top of Salt, as they've not even considered a run as the ball spins away, and Charlesworth is yeah, well, here we go. Charlesworth has waited to come down the pitch for the ball to be dead. Of course, the ball's been tossed to Hurst, who's second slip, and to Salt, who motions to whip the bails off with Charlesworth way out of his ground, but he did check. As it's important to do, to check before you leave your crease. There's an appeal, I can only assume for LBW, but I think the appeal for the catch might have had just about as much going for it, given that the ball was picked up as it had shot straight along the floor off the bat into the onside. So I think that's everything County Championship wise Durham's women have beaten Lancashire's women by 89 runs in the end in the one-day cup. Green in bowls. Charlesworth plays straight. Green fields, and another over is completed. I have just crept over 2,000 for today. I wondered whether we'd just fall a bit short, but no, 2,049. So that means there's been, I think, nearly 7,000 people through the gates for the first 3 days. Well done, everybody. A few more words from Nathan Johns, and it's time for Scott Reed.
Change of bowling from the College lawn end. Ed very keenly spotted that Jack Blatherwick was warming up in the previous over, and lo and behold, he is coming into the attack. First time this innings. He did take the new ball in the first effort from Gloucestershire, but he's been kept back until now. James Anderson swapping him and Balderson around. So this march through the overs will be slowed. We're not going to have spin at both ends. Scott, we have got some seam bowling coming into the fray. Lancashire seeing sense. That's far too quick to be getting through the overs.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's get carried away.
There are, in theory, 6 overs left today.
96 in the day's plenty. Yeah, Jack Blatherwick isn't on the ball yet, has he? Maybe something similar to what we saw yesterday. He kind of came in and banged it in, banged it in short as best as he could on a pretty flat pitch. Well, he's got the field set for that, hasn't he? He's got the 2 short mid wickets, a deep backward square leg, a fine leg as well. There's a slip, gully, cover, mid off and a mid on. Right, well, if we've got 6 to go then. Bancroft on 31. Here's Blatherwick for the first time in the innings, in and bowling. That's glanced away off the pads down to fine leg for a single. Excellent stuff from Cameron Bancroft and from Ben Charlesworth. I mean, Charlesworth's kind of picked up from where he left off. It feels like he's been batting for about a month. So he's just kind of carried on. Bancroft having got out early in the first innings. Has got himself 32 second time round, and this partnership just helps to relax, doesn't it, the dressing room. I reckon that Lancashire probably needed to be kind of like at least 3 wickets in for by the close of play to have a sniff tomorrow. They'd take 1 now, just the 1 they would take. It's Blatherwick around the wicket, balls defended by Charlesworth back to Jack Blatherwick, and there is no run.
Yeah, they haven't quite set the same short pitch bowling field to the left-handed Charlesworth, I suspect, because the square boundary on this side where we are on the balcony of the clubhouse is significantly shorter. There is 1 man behind square, so if he does want to throw in a surprise short ball and top edge flies, there is a man back, but apart from that, it's predominantly an offside field.
Blatherwick to Charlesworth. That tucked off his pads out towards square leg. Balderson will get round quickly to his right and sends it in towards the gloves of Phil Salt. Charlesworth comes back for 2 more to his total. Score ticks along to 89 without loss. Charlesworth to 55 not out.
They like this field to Charlesworth, don't they, of having those 2 catching covers with barely a few yards between them. You're going to challenge him to try and hit that gap if one is pitched up.
That's just short, and that's pulled in front of square for 4 runs. It's sat up nicely for Charlesworth, and able to pull it. Not like a full-blooded pull shot. Didn't need to, really, with the shorter boundary. And then takes his total to 59, 93 without loss.
Well, exactly, he didn't need to go with the full-blooded pull, did he? It was almost just as if to say this is a poor delivery. It doesn't even warrant a full-blooded pull shot. It was just dismissed to the mid-wicket boundary. It was a poor short ball in between length. Didn't really get up high enough to challenge him. He's a tall man, is Charlesworth, so you do need to try hard on a pitch like this to get the ball up there. But that was just a hip-high half-tracker, and a player who's in the form that he is not going to miss out.
Into Charlesworth again. A ball that's of fuller length and left this time. It's gone through to Phil Salt. And there is no run. I think it'll be interesting to speak probably to Tom again, Hartley again. But I think Lancashire will be immensely pleased with the fact that they even managed to take the 9 wickets today. I mean, that in itself is some effort. Blatherwick balls driven to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, resuming on 179 for 1 this morning. So to have taken 9 wickets in the day, it's similar, I thought, to how Gloucestershire on the first day. The fact that they got Lancashire 6 down on the first day for 290. Again, that's a pretty good effort on a very flat pitch. So there's been elements in the game where I think both sides be really pleased with how they've managed to create chances and take wickets, because it's been an absolute run fest, really, either side of that. And that looks like potentially going on to be the case for Gloucestershire's second innings. 93 without loss. We've got 5 overs left to go today.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It doesn't look like the pitch is going to deteriorate significantly into tomorrow, and something that obviously would bring Lancashire spinners further into the game. But Tom Hartley did still manage to get those 6 wickets without much assistance.
Yep, that's true.
Combination of some wily bowling and probably some less than stellar stroke play from the Gloucestershire batters. Chris Green continues, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Bancroft. That's steered to mid-wicket for no run. Charlesworth himself in that first innings probably would look back on his dismissal with a bit of frustration. He probably could have guessed, given on what Hartley had done, that there was a quicker ball coming, but he still left his crease and was all at sea when he missed it. As Green comes in, Bancroft defends straight back to him, another dot ball. One of those where you've got 160, so you can be forgiven for being a little bit fatigued and not thinking straight, but for somebody who's batted for as long as he had, it was a poor choice of shot. Green's got long on back, not quite on the boundary, but therefore an aggressive stroke. But Bancroft plays a defensive one into the vacant cover region. Green himself has to run to the edge of the square to fetch the ball. He's supposed to be bowling straight. That one was outside off. Simple single for Bancroft to take. He moves to 33 off the 74 deliveries that he's faced this evening. Brings the left-handed Charlesworth on strike. Green is going to move around the wicket. Both straight men now come up, which might just tempt Charlesworth. He does like a dance down the track. As much as it got him out in the first innings, it did bring him a number of boundaries. Green tosses it up, but he can't be tempted on this occasion. Squirts it out to backward point, where Blatherwick does the fielding.
Interesting, they've used a little bit more of Luke Wells, haven't they, in the second innings? He too much of a ball first time around, but the leg spinner's had a decent spell so far.
Wells is standing at slip, and he watches from behind the stumps as Charlesworth lets that one go. Salt takes off the bails again. I can't remember a time when he's taken it and he hasn't done that.
Yes. Just flicking the bails off.
Needless to say, Charlesworth is deep within his crease. No question of a stumping. 2 slips. Silly point. Oh, wait. That's short, but straight and defended back to Cameron Green. Brings another over to a close. So that makes it 4 to go in the scheduled allotment of overs. Gloucestershire are 94 without loss. Strong opening partnership, probably just settling a few nerves after being asked to follow on. They trail by 82.
Yes, they won't be in too much of a rush to try and get through these. Just try and take the 4 overs, I reckon, and go and put their feet up. See if they can try and muster some energy and some belief tomorrow that they can take 10 wickets. But must be quite a challenge to think that's going to be possible going into the final day, but you never know. The deficit's only 82 now as well, which doesn't help Lancashire's cause.
No, but they did take 9 wickets in the day today. I think, given how well Hartley bowled especially, and if there is any sort of deterioration, they have to have some sort of belief.
Blatherwick in, sending one full to Bancroft. That's clipped away to the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, a bit of a double bluff. That field is set for short bowling, and he went for the Yorker. Bancroft did fall over a little bit, but he manages to get the bat down in time and keep it out.
Charlesworth at point with his hands on his hips, looking up towards the pavilion, scratching the back of his neck. As Bancroft taps the bat and waits for Blatherwick. In and balls. And it's cut away through the offside by Bancroft. Around comes Balderson from backward point to field. There's no addition to the score. 94 without loss. 33 to Bancroft, 59 to Charlesworth. And he comes looping back round Blatherwick and then settles back in as he's in and bowling. Forward goes Bancroft and defends. Pushed up towards mid-on. There's no run. We've various 12 men on. We've had Will Williams and Michael Jones both on the field at one stage, but I think we've got the proper 11 out there now.
Yeah, making use of the travelling squad.
Yes.
I think some of those fast bowlers have been more than happy to take their leave of this surface, given the lack of help it's given them.
94 for no wicket. Blatherwick in, balls. Defended again by Bancroft. He drops it away into the offside. Marcus Harris at cover fields, no run. Sends it up towards Josh Bohannon. Blatherwick nattering away to Anderson on the back, on his way back to his mark. Hurst and Wells, two short mid-wicket fielders in conversation.
Yeah, he's got those two short mid-wickets. It's almost as if it's set for it. Not quite short bowling, but just aim it at his hip and see if he mistimes it.
In and balls, he gets right in behind it, Bancroft. Full face of the bat and deflects it back towards the bowler. Scooped up by Hurst, who comes round from one of those two short mid-wicket field positions to field.
Yeah, even Lancashire just seem happy enough just getting through these overs
They do.
and getting home for their dinner. I think they've been full of beans all day, no least Keaton Jennings, who is still mustering a few claps together of encouragement, but nobody's moving around. The ball's just going straight back to the bowler's mark.
Final ball of the over. And Bancroft in defence is able to steer it away to the offside. That is the end of the over. 13 minutes left in the day's play. 3 overs to try and span out across the 13 minutes. Maiden that for Jack Blatherwick. When Williams is coming on with a drink. There are a few understandably very weary Lancashire bodies out there, toiling hard to try and take wickets through the course of this third day. In a position where they could put Gloucestershire into bat second time round to enforce the follow-on. That's the only way, really, that this game was going to end in a result which would be favourable towards Lancashire. Still looking like a draw could be, well, the likely outcome. They've done all they can to try and put the home side under pressure. Bancroft and Charlesworth, second time round, are steering Gloucestershire towards the close of play with 10 wickets to play with going into the final day tomorrow.
The umpire Illingworth just having a friendly word with 12-man Williams, as if to say, right, that's enough for those unofficial drinks. I know what you're doing. There's 12 minutes to 6 o'clock. You've got 3 overs left. We know exactly what's happening here. You've still got plenty of spin on. It will be Chris Green's off spin. And lo and behold, as soon as the drinks go off, James Anderson comes up for a bit of a conference with his off spinner. The field will be changed again. Josh Bohannon was involved in discussions. Lancashire just going to drag this out as long as they possibly can. In the end, there's only actually one fielder on the leg side here to the left-handed Charlesworth, and it's Anderson at mid-on. Everyone else is on the offside. He's got 2 slips, silly point, backward point, 2 extra covers, mid-off. That's hit straight back to Green. He's also got a deep point. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fielders on the offside. An 8-1 field. Green is spinning it away from the left-hander, so that makes sense. But I just wonder if this was with a view to, if he does offer something slightly straight, does Charlesworth try and go after it in the hope of inducing a false stroke? That was reasonably straight, but on middle and off, and defended back to Green again. Yeah, all of a sudden he's just taking a second at the top of his mark, his green. Normally he's one to turn around and go straight back in. It's taken him less than a minute to bowl these 2 deliveries. Oh, Green likes that. The LBW appeal. I think it was Green himself leading that in hope more than anything else. No one behind the stumps seemed more interested in just the stifled appeal. Might have pitched outside leg. It did straighten and hit Charlesworth. But again, height might have been an issue as well.
Yeah, there's a bit wrong with that, isn't there?
Yeah, even for square on. It didn't look right. I think Green just thought he'd have a go. Long pause at the top of his mark. Shorter into the pitch. Defended straight back to him. Just Chris Green versus Ben Charlesworth here at the minute. Everyone else is just a spectator. I think he's even having a chat to Charlesworth from the top of his mark there. This is the Australian. Defended once again. Back to the bowler off the front foot this time. God, he's trying really hard to take some time out of the game with this over, but I think he's just physically incapable of bowling a slow over as Green. It's barely 2 minutes out of the game with this over, and believe me, he's trying to go for a lot more than that. 2 slips, silly point, awaits. Chris Green tosses it up, left alone outside off. Spins past the off stump. That's another maiden for Green. Well, I say another one for Lancashire. It's actually Green's first of this innings. Number 28 off the 9 overs that he's sent down this evening.
Looking at a couple of the games elsewhere, has been rain around at Merchant Taylor's, but they're playing between Middlesex and Northamptonshire. Northants are 46 for 2 in their second innings. Trail Middlesex by 318 runs. Glamorgan have started their run chase to beat Kent. They're 4 without loss, requiring a further 185 to win in Cardiff. I think that will take them second, because Derbyshire are in a bit of bother. Blatherwick sets off and bowls. And Bancroft drives to mid-off and there's no run. Derbyshire are 96 for 4 in their second innings. They've been set a massive target to try and win the game. Riyad Ahmed has now got 10 wickets, I think, in the match. I think he got 6 in the first innings. He's certainly got 4 in the second. He's got all 4 for Leicestershire. So Derbyshire are 96 for 4. League leaders looking for another victory tomorrow. Blatherwick to Bancroft, nudged away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's a pretty decent couple of days, hasn't he, Ahmed? He's got a century as well in Leicestershire's first innings. Did he get runs in the second innings? 26. But a century in the first innings and 10 wickets and counting in the match. Here it's Jack Blatherwick. This in theory should be his final over. He's in and bowling. An appeal for an LBW there by Blatherwick. He got a bit of support from behind by Phil Salt. Bancroft looking to work it to leg. Umpire James Treadwell says not out.
Yeah, they're getting their appeals in late in the day, but again, one of those that, even from our position of square on, up in the pavilion balcony, just had a lot going wrong for it rather than going right.
94 without loss. Blatherwick bowls and it's forward by Bancroft and just jabbed it away into the offside. There's no run. Division 1 games rather. Surrey and Yorkshire, another high-scoring game. Yorkshire 517 for 6 declared, and Surrey, I think they lost a couple of wickets early today, but only have lost 3 all day. 262 for 3 in reply, Surrey. Blatherwick to Bancroft, just a fraction short, and pulled towards deep backward square leg for a single. Bancroft to 34, and it's 95 without loss.
Yeah, a bit surprised he hasn't tried a few more of them, because he does have the two men back on the leg side for the right-hander. Now, he doesn't have any protection in front of square, and it is a slow pitch, so maybe he's worried about those kind of front foot pull shots in front of square, but just given the way this game is petered out into the evening session and the field that he has, there's kind of two men back on the hook if it takes a top edge, and then there's two men catching in front of square in case he leathers it to one of them or even mistimes one. I just thought he might have tried that proper short ball once or twice more. That's the first one I can remember of that spell. Now, Bancroft played it really well, got on top of it and controlled it nicely, but given everything else has failed, it was worth a go.
This is the final delivery of the over for Blatherwick. Charlesworth cuts it out towards deep backward point, and they get through for one. Blatherwick will be hoping, and probably will be safe in the knowledge that's his last for the day. There's 5 minutes left and 1 over to go. So can they try and drag this out to 6 o'clock? 96 without loss.
Well, there's no way it takes Chris Green 5 minutes to get through this over. He runs enough 5 steps. I don't have to stop and, I don't know, do a few hamstring stretches at the top of his mark every ball. But
just practice some of those scores while we get towards the back end of the day here. Mentioned the Yorkshire-Surrey game. Warwickshire-Worcestershire. Warwickshire are 9 for 1. They require a further 384 runs to beat Worcestershire, who are looking for 9 wickets for victory. Sussex are 245 for 7. In their second innings, they trail Essex by 55, so in a bit of bother. Sussex against Essex, that's the close of play at Hove, and Hampshire Notts is loads of runs in this game too. Notts making 578 for 8 declared, and in reply, Hampshire 322 for 5.
well, it took about 2 minutes, to be fair, between overs. They've killed a bit of time, maybe about 90 seconds, but 5:57 according to the scoreboard here at Cheltenham, as Chris Green gets one to veer up out of the rough, but it spins past the off stump as Charlesworth lets it go. I think Phil Salt and Keaton Jennings did their best to take some time out there with a very slow march to the other end and slowly putting on their respective helmets as City Point and wicketkeeper respectively. Here comes Green into the pitch, short. Jennings tries to stick out a hand to stop that on the bounce, but it's punched off the back foot to deep point. Charlesworth gets down the other end, and I suspect he might just sit on his bat here now for a few minutes as the two men both come and do some gardening, try and take another minute or so out of the game. Yeah, Charlesworth just points at a section of the pitch that Bancroft has yet to tap out. So why don't you just go off and give that a bit of attention for about 30 seconds or so. Anderson changes his field. The right-hander Bancroft is on strike, so he's got a catching short leg, a catching short mid-wicket. I think that's Matty Hurst, isn't it, with the helmet on at leg slip, and Luke Wells is at slip with his hands on his knees as Green comes in to bowl, slow, tossed up. Bancroft flicks past short leg out to Balderson, who has been busy on this boundary in front of us. Another single to the total. Bancroft doing some more gardening. Now he's just going to stand there and have a word with Charlesworth. Keaton Jennings leaves it very late in the piece to move to the other side of the wicket. It is mad, isn't it, when both sides just want exactly the same thing. That is to take as long as possible. Green around the wicket, short, onto the back foot, pushed back to the bowler. Right, we are 5:59 and there are 2 deliveries remaining. I think they've just about managed to drag this out to 6 o'clock. Both sides have achieved their goal. Green with the penultimate delivery of the day. Oh, the moves and ahs, that spins out of the rough and past the off stump. Charlesworth let it go through. to Salt behind the stumps. Jennings makes sure he throws that ball through the offside instead of straight back to green. Hartley holds on to it for another 10 seconds, but Hannon will do the same. Anderson's going to stand in front of the umpire, have a word. Do you want this slip? Do you want that slip? Whichever place. Where's the furthest position I can get to kill some time? It still is 5:59. One ball left. Anderson slowly mopes over. There's now 3 slips in for the left-hander. Sarcastic ripple of applause for the members below us at recognition that the clock has ticked into 6 o'clock. James Anderson and co have managed to stretch this out. This should be the last ball of the day. Here comes Green around the wicket to the left-hander. Plenty of men around the battle. He yorks him. Toe-crushing Yorker to finish the day. Charlesworth keeps it out. And Gloucestershire finish on 98 without loss. Charlesworth has backed up his first innings 160 with an unbeaten 61. Cam Bancroft will join him at the crease tomorrow morning on 35. The deficit is 78. And that's what they'll need to get in the morning to make Lancashire bat again. They have all 10 wickets intact though, so they'll make a plan for the morning to see how they go about building a lead or indeed just saving the draw. But at the end of day 3, the draw certainly looks like it's the most likely result.
I think it does. Yes, it's going to take something special tomorrow to take 10 wickets, you would think. Well battered to bench Charlesworth, not just today, but in the game. Starting yesterday and finishing today and then restarting again today. He's got over 200 runs in the game so far. Well played to Tom Hartley. It's an outstanding effort to have scored a century and taken 5 wickets like in a match. That's not happened by a Lancashire player for over 20 years. And Gloucestershire have all 10 wickets in hand going into the final day tomorrow. We'll catch you tomorrow morning. Thanks to Nathan, thanks to Ed. Hope you enjoyed the company and the coverage. We'll join you again tomorrow from just before 11 o'clock.
Well done.